now will zero in and take care of Derek. Stuck in the corner, no chance whatsoever. Blurred and Kevs do fight back though. But speaking of the fight, you don't expect this too often. All the way by attacker spawn, it's SR Nacague piling the pressure, looking to just tighten this noose already. It's just suffocating Kevs, and Naru as well will find Blur there in.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Knows his stuff and knows his shots ring true. There you go. Yet again for Patman. Zin tries to lead the charge. Micro's there though for the takedown, and they line up for him. 3 for Micro in response. A big effort from the Astra.
Has got the C's to keep at least one there, but Mid Mathers, he's crossed his way. They're not sure if anyone's playing long, and that's going to be a big problem. Now that Mid Mathers is giving himself away, they're not even really ready to know if he is also still there. Naru gives himself away. They thought Micro's crawled in. He's on pace for an ace, and he gets it!
On a Georgie, but who cares, you know? This is Georgie. He's just gonna do whatever he wants to do. Unfortunately, Motor spotted him out, and the G, the certain aggression, not working out so far as Wild Oreo shuts down one, but at what cost?
Wanting to see if they can damage through surprise. The Xavier K is happy to be already.
That's
to get
a lot.
a tremor down. Yeah, that's a lot. As next the sole survivor, he'll get 3 kills as XQ comes in.
Oh my god, the punish. Now Jack finally knows that this is what they always do. They always come in on the side using Wild Oreo, and Ja with the triple kill, settling the other players down. 3v2 situation as Nexi and Drax trying to make space on B yet again.
Papi Chulo climbing onto tower.
Oh, Papi Chulo! He doesn't get the shot in. It didn't connect. Nexi, on the other hand, it's gonna be chasing. Ooh. He chased like he is a mouse, and Nexi was still able to capitalize on that.
Has certainly been one to not the hot actually scanned all of them. Like, he didn't shoot it out. I think they were all like, who's gonna shoot at me? You know, Derek finds a third. Are they gonna find even more?
Going forward though, I think it's a fast take. Georgie yet again. He's already on CT. No one knows, no one cares. Georgie is here to take you all away.
Georgie paid from being rotated, killed people from garage.
The alarm bot didn't detect him at all. Drax, he even gets a dink here. Again, NDG, 1 HP remaining for him. This is still anyone's round. There you go.
Yep. You still have a one-way.
Yep. So people got this wrong a lot for those patch notes, but we'll continue about that later on. Oh, what a perfect no command here! Still finds a kill anyways. Zind pulls his rifle out for the old-fashioned way of dealing with things. Blurred has trigger discipline. I don't think Naru even saw him there. He's kind of looking his way. Just a second. Blurred finds the 2. They double up on it. They line up for him to get the double kill with a single shot. Sen and Mid Mathers follow up though, and IQPH. That's the 3rd one here for Blurred, keeping the lines undrawn.
30 seconds.
Still locked on, and Blur just waiting for his smoke to dissipate. Gets the ace even! Check your corners, that's the lesson!
Well, we have alert lockdown level 4. Ladies and gents, it's Philippines. This spike is about to be planted in just a few. This will buy them time at least for the time being. But still, stunned from Xavier K. Completely punished by the 2 players. But as soon as you swing out in front of Next.
Yeah, she's got full control of it. Nobody playing there on the upper right corner, which Michael could certainly opt to, but a bit too obvious. And Mid Mathers, he also expects the push here coming from Derek. The rest of them, though, trying to triple swing him. He just completely shreds him on down on the eco frag. Micro goes as well to Zind. 11-7. Conveniently, Nacague are starting to come back here.
He can throw in a Lear here. And of course, the smoke is just gonna hide some of the players. Nexi to get a kill. They spotted out one, but unfortunately for Ja and Mojer, they go down already. Wits, he still takes some damage and some kills here, but he also ultimately go down as well. It's all up to the 2 players remaining on both sides of the team.
And Nexi not in a healthy HP bar at the moment versus Nals. As Poppy Chu is able to get Wild Oreo 11 HP, the spike is in the middle of nowhere as NBG finishes off the kill.
Folks, it matters how you use it. And Zind, I think he's a great timing here. The flash up close. That alerts Micro, but no matter. Zind is there for the count.
It's maybe a little too safe there for Nacague. If he just waited for him to come his way, that could have been the takedown, but Zind from back to front, finds the takedown's eyes in the back of his head, and this time a showstopper now! Will zero in and take care of Derek, stuck in the corner, no chance whatsoever. Flird and Kevs do fight back though. But speaking of the fight, you don't expect this too often. All the way by attacker spawn, it's SR Nacague piling the pressure, looking to just tighten this news already. It's just suffocating Kevs, and Naru as well will find Flird there in.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Knows his stuff and knows his shots ring true. There you go. Yet again for Patman. Zind tries to lead the charge. Micro's there though for the takedown, and they line up for him. 3 for Micro in response. A big effort from the Astra.
Has got the C's to keep at least one there, but Mid Mathers, he's crossed his way. They're not sure if anyone's playing long, and that's going to be a big problem. Now that Mid Mathers is giving himself away, they're not even really ready to know if he is also still there. Naru gives himself away. They thought Micro's crawled in. He's on pace for an ace, and he gets it!
Spotted Georgie, but who cares, you know? This is Georgie. He's just gonna do whatever he wants to do. Unfortunately, Motor spotted him out, and the G deserves an aggression. Not working out so far as Wild Oreo shuts down one, but at what cost?
Wanting to see if they can damage through surprise. The Savvy AK is half HP already. They get a tremor down. Yeah, that's a lot. As Nexi, the sole survivor, will get 3 kills as Nexi comes in.
Oh my god, the punish. Now Ja finally knows that this is what they always do. They always come in on the side using Wild Oreo, and Ja with the triple kill, settling the other players down. 3v2 situation as Nexi and Drax trying to make space on B yet again.
Poppy Chulo climbing onto tower.
Oh, Pichulo! He doesn't get the shot in. It didn't connect. Nexi, on the other hand, it's gonna be chasing. Ooh. He chased like he is a mouse, and Nexi was still able to capitalize on that.
Has certainly been one to, not the hot, actually scanned all of them. Like, he didn't shoot it out. I think they were all like, who's gonna shoot at me? You know, Derek finds a third. Are they gonna find even more?
Going forward, though, I think it's a fast take. Georgie yet again. He's already on CD. No one knows. No one cares. Georgie is here to take you all away.
Georgie! Paid from being rotated, killed people from garage.
Gilhorn bot didn't detect him at all. Drax, he even gets a dink here. Again, NDG, 1 HP remaining for him. This is still anyone's round. There you go.
Yep. You still have a one-way.
Yep. So people got this wrong a lot for those patch notes, but we'll continue about that later on. Oh, what a perfect no command here! Still finds a kill anyways. Zind pulls his rifle out for the old-fashioned way of dealing with things. Blurred has trigger discipline. I don't think Naru even saw him there. He's kind of looking his way in just a second. Blurred finds the 2. They double up on it. They line up for him to get the double kill with a single shot. Sen and Mid Mathers follow up though, and VCTPH. That's the 3rd one here for Blurred, keeping the lines undrawn.
30 seconds.
Still not done, and Blur just waiting for a smoke to dismiss. Gets the ace even! Check your corners, that's the lesson!
Well, we have alert lockdown level 4. Ladies and gents, it's Philippines. This spike is about to be planted in just a few. This will buy them time, at least for the time being. But still, stunned from Savvy 8K. Completely punished by the 2 players. But as soon as you swing out in front of Next.
Yeah, so that full control of it. Nobody playing there on the upper right corner, which Michael could certainly opt to, but a bit too obvious. And Mid Mathers, he also expects the push here coming from Derek. The rest of them, though, trying to triple swing him. He just completely shreds him on down on the eco frag. Micro goes as well to Zind. 11-7. Conveniently, Nacague are starting to come back here.
He can throw in a Lear here. And of course, the smoke is just gonna hide some of the players. Nexie to get a kill. They spotted out one, but unfortunately for Ja and Mojer, they go down already. Wits, he still takes some damage and some kills here, but he also ultimately go down as well. It's all up to the two players remaining on both sides of the team.
Yeah, Nexie not in a healthy HP bar at the moment versus Nalus. As Poppy Chu is able to get Wild Oreo 11 HP, the spike is in the middle of nowhere as NBG finishes off the kill.
Folks, it matters how you use it. And Zin, I think he's a great timing here. The flash up close, that alerts Micro, but no matter, Zin is there for the count.
It's maybe a little too safe there for Yanagi. If he just waited for him to come his way, that could have been the takedown, but Zin, from back to front, finds the takedown's eyes at the back of his head, and this time a showstopper now! Will zero in and take care of Derek, stuck in the corner, no chance whatsoever. Flirt and Kevs do fight back though. But speaking of the fight, you don't expect this too often. All the way by attacker spawn, it's SR Nacague piling the pressure, looking to just tighten this news already. It's just suffocating Kevs, and Naru as well will find Blur there in.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Knows his stuff and knows his shots ring true. There you go. Yet again for Patman. Zin tries to lead the charge. Micro's there though for the takedown, and they line up for him. 3 for Micro in response. A big effort from the Astra.
Has got the C's to keep at least one there, but Mid Mathers, he's crossed his way. They're not sure if anyone's playing long, and that's going to be a big problem. Now that Mid Mathers is giving himself away, they're not even really ready to know if he is also still there. Naru gives himself away. They thought Micro's crawled in. He's on pace for an ace, and he gets it!
Potted Georgie, but who cares, you know? This is Georgie. He's just gonna do whatever he wants to do. Unfortunately, Motor spotted him out, and the G deserves an aggression. Not working out so far as Wild Oreo shuts down one, but at what cost?
Wanting to see if they can damage through surprise. The Xavier K is half HP already.
That's
They
a
get
lot.
a tremor down. Yeah, that's a lot. As Nexie, the sole survivor, will get 3 kills as XQ comes in.
Oh my god, the punish. Now Ja finally knows that this is what they always do. They always come in on the side using Wild Oreo, and Ja with the triple kill, settling the other players down. 3v2 situation as Nexie and Drax trying to make space on B yet again.
Poppy Chulo climbing onto tower.
Poppy Chulo, he doesn't get the shot in. It didn't connect. Nexie, on the other hand, it's gonna be chasing. Ooh. He chased like he is a mouse, and Nexie was still able to capitalize on that.
Has certainly been one to that the Haunt actually scanned all of them. Like, they didn't shoot it out. I think they were all like, who's gonna shoot at me? You know, Derek finds a third. Are they gonna find even more?
Going forward though, I think it's a fast take. Georgie yet again. He's already on CT. No one knows, no one cares. Georgie is here to take you all away.
Georgie! Hit from B, rotated, killed people from garage.
The alarm bot didn't detect him at all. Drax, he even gets a dink here. Again, NDG, 1 HP remaining for him. This is still anyone's round. There you go.
Yep. You still have a one-way.
Yep. So people got this wrong a lot for those patch notes, but we'll continue about that later on. Oh, what a perfect ult command here! Still finds a kill anyways. Zind pulls his rifle out for the old-fashioned way of dealing with things. Blurred has trigger discipline. I don't think Naru even saw him there. He's kind of looking his way. Just a second. Blurred finds the 2. They double up on it. They line up for him to get the double kill with a single shot. Sen and Mid Mathers follow up though, and Nacague PH. That's the 3rd one here for Blurred, keeping the lines undrawn.
30 seconds.
Still not done, and Blur just waiting for his smoke to dissipate. Gets the ace even! Check your corners, that's the lesson!
Well, we have alert lockdown level 4. Ladies and gents, it's Philippines. This spike is about to be planted in just a few. This will buy them time at least for the time being. But still, stunned from Xavier K. Completely punished by the 2 players. But as soon as you swing out in front of next.
Like this time around.
Yeah, should have full control of it. Nobody playing there on the upper right corner, which Michael could certainly opt to, but a bit too obvious. And Mid-Mathers, he also expects to push here, coming from Derek. The rest of them, though, trying to triple swing him. He just completely shreds him on down on the eco-frag. Micro goes as well to Zind. 11-7, conveniently, Nacague are starting to come back here.
He can throw in a Lear here. And of course, the smoke is just gonna hide some of the players. Next team to get a kill. They spotted out one, but unfortunately for Ja and Mojer, they go down already. Wits, he still takes some damage and some kills here, but he also ultimately go down as well. It's all up to the two players remaining on both sides of the team.
Yeah, Nexi not in a healthy HP bar at the moment versus Nalis. As Poppy Chu is able to get Wild Oreo 11 HP, the spike is in the middle of nowhere as NBG finishes off the kill.
Folks, it matters how you use it. And Zind, I think he's a great timing here. The flash up close, that alerts Micro, but no matter, Zind is there for the count.
Maybe a little too safe there for Yanagi. If he just waited for him to come his way, that could have been the takedown, but Zind, from back to front, finds the takedown's eyes in the back of his head, and this time a showstopper now will zero in and take care of Derek. Stuck in the corner, no chance whatsoever. Flirting Kevs do fight back though. But speaking of the fight, you don't expect this too often. All the way by attacker spawn, it's SR Nacague piling the pressure, looking to just tighten this news already. It's just suffocating Kevs, and Naru as well will find Blur there in.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Knows his stuff and knows his shots ring true. There you go. Yet again for Patman. Zind tries to lead the charge. Micro's there though for the takedown, and they line up for him. 3 for Micro in response. A big effort from the Astra.
Has got the C's to keep at least one there, but Mid-Mathers, he's crossed his way. They're not sure if anyone's playing long, and that's going to be a big problem. Now Mid-Mathers is giving himself away. They're not even really ready to know if he is also still there. Naru gives himself away. They thought Micro's crawled in. He's on pace for an ace, and he gets it!
Spotted Georgie, but who cares, you know? This is Georgie. He's just gonna do whatever he wants to do. Unfortunately, Mojer spotted him out, and the G, the surge in aggression, not working out so far as Wild Oreo shuts down one, but at what cost?
Wanting to see if they can damage through surprise. The Xavier is happy to be already. They get a tremor down. Yeah, that's a lot. As Nexi is full survivor, he'll get 3 kills as Nexi comes in.
Oh my god, the punish. Now Ja finally knows that this is what they always do. They always come in on the side using Wild Oreo, and Ja with the triple kill, settling the other players down. 3v2 situation as Nexi and Drax trying to make space on B yet again.
Papi Chulo climbing onto tower.
Oh, Papi Chulo! He doesn't get the shot in. It didn't connect. Nexi, on the other hand, it's gonna be chasing. Ooh. He chased like he is a mouse, and Nexi was still able to capitalize on that.
Has certainly been one to that the Haunt actually scanned all of them. Like, they didn't shoot it out. I think they were all like, who's gonna shoot at me? You know, Derek finds a third, and they're gonna find even more.
Going forward though, I think it's a fast take. Georgie yet again. He's already on CT. No one knows, no one cares. Georgie is here to take you all away.
Georgie! Paid from being rotated, killed people from garage.
Gilharmbot didn't detect him at all. Drax, he even gets a dink here. Again, NDG, 1 HP remaining for him. This is still anyone's round. There you go.
Yep. You still have a one-way.
Yep. So people got this wrong a lot for those patch notes, but we'll continue about that later on. Oh, what a perfect no command here! Still finds a kill anyways. Zind pulls his rifle out for the old-fashioned way of dealing with things. Blurred has trigger discipline. I don't think Naru even saw him there. He's kind of looking his way just a second. Blurred finds the 2. They double up on it. They line up for him to get the double kill with a single shot. Sen and Mid-Mathers follow up though, and VCTPH. That's the 3rd one here for Blurred, keeping the lines undrawn.
30 seconds. Still not done, and Blur just waiting for a smoke to this bit. Gets the ace even! Check your corners, that's the lesson!
Well, we have alert lockdown level 4. Ladies and gents, it's Philippines. This spike is about to be planted in just a few. This will buy them time, at least for the time being. But still, stunned from Xavier K. Completely punished by the 2 players. But as soon as you swing out in front of next.
Yeah, she's got full control of it. Nobody playing there on the upper right corner, which Michael could certainly opt to, but a bit too obvious. And Mid Mathers, he also expects the push here coming from Derek. The rest of them, though, trying to triple swing him. He just completely shreds him.
Yesterday, we saw the best topple one another. Today, it continues as players raid the Abyss as well as action in the Oasis. Get ready to start ignition because our race continues. Welcome to VCTPH 2023.
Another one, and there you go, Kuya Yowie. They're stopping this man with the blades, and it's 2 already going down to the ground.
Great! Look at this from Torino!
Thinking it, he's just gonna go for it, and Maidflick crawls his way to the clutch.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat mga kaibigan at nandito tayo sa VCTPH 2023 Week 2, Day 2. Ako nga pala po si Asaray ay kasama natin si Ray at Honey Glaze na magiging panel for today. How are you guys? We saw yesterday, it was good, but yes.
Alam mo, ang saya-saya mo naman pala, magandang hapon, Asaray. But anyway, tayo pa rin ang magpapanel para sa unang series. At syempre yung kahapon, di ba? Ang ganda ng dalawang series. Sobrang, I am fascinated and I am shocked sa mga results. But ngayon, move on na tayo sa pangalawang araw at makikita nga natin itong mga teams na to na malakas and yet, sino kaya talaga yung mismong mananalo? Kasi kahapon, surprise na eh. So ngayon din kaya?
Ang gusto ko pang idagdag dito, Ray, ha, talagang masasabi natin na hell of a banger, talagang magiging redeeming factor ito muli ng ibang mga teams na natalo yesterday. So, hoping to see the best of the outcomes na may yet to come dito sa series natin. So, yeah, let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so before we do move, tingnan natin kung nangyari ngayong araw na to. Let's just step back, tingnan natin yung highlights from yesterday naman, guys. It was very, very action-packed as what we saw. OASIS Gaming versus Now's Esports as well as Stream Raiders Nacague versus Action PH.
Knows his stuff and knows his shots ring true. There you go. Yet again for Patman. Zin tries to lead the charge. Micro's there though for the takedown, and they line up for him. 3 for Micro in response. A big effort from the Astra.
Has got the C's to keep at least one there, but Mid Mathers, he's crossed his way. They're not sure if anyone's playing long, and that's going to be a big problem. Now that Mid Mathers is giving himself away, they're not even really ready to know if he is also still there. Naru gives himself away. They thought Micro's crawled in. He's on pace for an ace, and he gets it!
Potted Georgie, but who cares, you know? This is Georgie. He's just gonna do whatever he wants to do. Unfortunately, Motor spotted him out, and the G deserves an aggression. Not working out so far as Wild Oreo shuts down one, but at what cost?
Wanting to see if they can damage through surprise. The Xavier K is half HP already.
That's
Gonna
a
get
lot.
a tremor down. Yeah, that's a lot. And next he's a sole survivor. He'll get 3 kills as XQ comes in.
Oh my god, the punish. Now Ja finally knows that this is what they always do. They always come in on the side using Wild Oreo, and Jao with the triple kill, settling the other players down. 3v2 situation as Nexi and Drax trying to make space on B yet again.
Papi Chulo climbing onto tower.
Papi Chulo, he doesn't get the shot in. It didn't connect. Nexi, on the other hand, it's gonna be chasing. Ooh, he chased like he is a mouse, and Nexi was still able to capitalize on that.
Has certainly been one to. Oh, is that the hot? Actually, scanned all of them. Like, they didn't shoot it out. I think they were all like, who's gonna shoot at me? You know, Derek finds a third. Are they gonna find even more?
Going forward though, I think it's a fast take. Georgie yet again. He's already on CT. No one knows. No one cares. Georgie is here to take you all away.
Georgie! Paid from me! Rotated, killed people from garage.
Gilhorn bot didn't detect him at all. Drax, he even gets a dink here. Again, NDG. 1 HP remaining for him. This is still anyone's round. There you go.
You still have a one-way.
Yep. So people got this wrong a lot for those patch notes, but we'll continue about that later on. Oh, what a perfect no command here! Still finds a kill anyways. Zind pulls his rifle out for the old-fashioned way of dealing with things. Blurred has trigger discipline. I don't think Naru even saw him there. He's kind of looking his way. Just a second. Blurred finds the two. They double up on it. They line up for him to get the double kill with a single shot. Sen and Mid Mathers follow up though, and VCTPH. That's the third one here for Blurred, keeping the lines undrawn.
30 seconds.
Still not done, and Blur just waiting for his smoke to dissipate. Gets the ace even! Check your corners, that's the lesson!
Well, we have alert lockdown level 4. Ladies and gents, it's Philippines. This spike is about to be planted in just a few. This will buy them time, at least for the time being. But still, stunned from Savvy 8K. Completely punished by the 2 players. But as soon as you swing out in front of Next.
Yeah, she's got full control of it. Nobody playing there on the upper right corner, which Michael could certainly opt to, but a bit too obvious. And Min Mathers, he also expects the push here coming from Derek. The rest of them, those trying to triple swing him, he just completely shreds him on down on the eco frag. Micro goes as well to Zind. 11-7, conveniently, Nacague are starting to come back here.
He can throw in a Lear here. And of course, the smoke is just gonna hide some of the players. Nexi to get a kill. They spotted out one, but unfortunately for Ja and Mojer, they go down already. Wits, he still takes some damage and some kills here, but he also ultimately go down as well. It's all up to the 2 players remaining on both sides of the team.
Yeah, Nexi not in a healthy HP bar at the moment versus Nalus. As Papi Chu is able to get Wild Oreo 11 HP, the spike is in the middle of nowhere as NDG finishes off the kill.
Folks, it matters how you use it. And Zind, I think he's a great timing here. The flash up close, that alerts Micro, but no matter. Zind is there for the count.
It's maybe a little too safe there for Yanagi. If he just waited for him to come this way, that could have been the takedown, but Zind from back to front, find those takedowns, eyes at the back of his head, and this time a showstopper now! Will zero in and take care of Derek, stuck in the corner, no chance whatsoever. Flirt and Kevs do fight back though. But speaking of the fight, you don't expect this too often. All the way by attacker spawn, it's SR Nacague piling the pressure, looking to just tighten this news already. It's just suffocating Kevs, and Naru as well will find Blur there in.
And as you saw, guys, that was yesterday's power struggle. The top 4 teams trying to vie each other. Kung sino nga ba ang pinaka malakas ngayon sa ating regular season na ito. And as you can see with our standings real quick, guys, Action PH, GameLab Alpha, Oasis Gaming standing on top with 2-0. But of course, that doesn't mean na day 2 is gonna be anything less. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang laban natin dito.
Probably makikita natin dito yung pagbawi na nga ng ibang mga teams na kailangan nila dito makuha matamasa in the regular season dahil nakikita naman natin on our top 3 teams, we have all of them clearing out their series in a 2-0 win score. Tapos nakikita din natin na may nagsistruggle through din. Ito ang nakaka-excite din for our upcoming series is that Abaddon Abyss can also have their gaming moment dito sa ating day number 2 in this week 2.
I love that. I love that. Speaking of yung Abaddon Abyss, let's look at our today's matches. 2 best of 3s lined up for you, our wonderful, wonderful viewers. Again, kagaya na sabi ni HG, Abaddon Abyss, it's their time to step up on the podium once again. And sino nga ba ang kanilang kakalabanin? It's none other than SR Nacague. Best of 3 ang mangyayari dito. NCG yesterday looked incredibly shaky against Action PH, so it's their time to redeem themselves. And of course, as we saw with the standings, Abaddon Abyss kind of in the same boat. After that, of course, is going to be Action PH and OASIS Gaming.
My. SR Nacague, ang dami nating expectations sa team na to. And yet, talagang nag-fade away going up against APH. We kind of expected it might lean into SR Nacague, but then it was really different sa Pearl together with Ascent. Tapos nung nag-third map na tayo. But on the other side, kahapon naman Naos and Oasis, 2 Titans going up against each other. I love that series. It felt like the SBE versus Bren before, or kaya the Team Secret versus SBE. So nakakamiss yung gantong moments, but I'm happy to see other teams rising up.
Yeah, speaking of the risers, we have here Abaddon Abyss, our first team in this series.
Perfect.
You know, yung tanda ko lang talaga is it feels like there are teams that came into VCT that were unknowns. A lot of, known players, pero the team itself hindi pa ganon. Pero Abaddon Abyss has really created a mark dito ngayon sa ating tournament.
I mean, hina-highlight talaga natin sila that had the Cinderella run, right? That the more na may mga teams na, the more na natatalo ka, tumitibay ka, and that's Abaddon Abyss. And we kind of all agreed before that they are definitely the dark horse, but right now that they are actually together already, sa tingin ko, ito yung magiging buff sa kanila. Kasi dati problema nila, may isang wala sa wala sa bootcamp, konti lang yung magkakasama, may mga, alam mo yon, external problems. Pero ngayon, intact na sila. I think this is more exciting
Ang nakakatawa pa dito for Abaddon Abyss, they have been really stunning. Capable sila dito of proving na talagang isa rin sila yung kailangan nating bantayan. Sila yung nakikita nating may potential din to go up above the limits na kaya natin makita against other teams here in the regular season. Pero kakatapatin muna nila dito yung SR Nacague. Syempre, na mainit-init din na makabawi dito in our series.
Tamang-tama nga naman. And I gotta say, same sentiments din with Blur kagaya dun sa Action PH. With Vanta Black naman, I've seen him. I think 2021 pa lang ata, 2020, he's been grinding as much as he can. And now that he's here in VCT, so happy for him and his team that they're able to compete in the highest level. And of course, speaking of highest level, ito na, highest level of teams they're gonna be going up against. It is SR Nacague.
Perfect.
One of the teams talaga na we didn't expect to have this kind of standing para sa kanila, but here they are, still struggling but starting to thrive dito sa ating VCT 2023.
They are definitely struggling. Yesterday, parang ang bigat talaga na hindi man lang nila nabigyan ng hostisya yung kanilang comeback potential, and in their series laban sa Action PH, they delivered it close enough for them to make the heavy blows. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, mas nauna kasi ang Action PH sa pagkuha ng dominating factor sila, pagkuha ng kanilang mga rounds, pagkuha ng kanilang lead, kaya naman namblema yung SR Nacague na makabawi doon sa comeback nila.
Biruin mo, talagang ang dami nating expectations from this team. Sobrang solid nila on the last quarter of 2022. Pero looks like on the start of 2023, medyo kasing lamig lang din ng climate natin dito sa Manila kung ano man yung nangyayari sa kanila as of now. With the latest addition of Naru, I think he really needs to step up. And nakita naman natin yung potential nila, especially on their Pearl map. But seems like it's an open book already for each team here in VCT.
Yeah, again, every team is very much evolving, di ba nga? Nakita na natin na even though Pearl can be your strongest map, if it's repeated over and over again, may natututo ng mga teams against that. And I think that's what we saw from yesterday with SR Nacague. Now, let's move on to our head-to-head lang dito and see kung sino ba yung players na tingin natin can really lead their teams to victory in this series between, again, Abaddon Abyss and SR Nacague. So, yan na nga. Vanta Black and Mid Matters.
Ay, parehas na controller mains. Nakita naman natin yung magic ng dalawang to. Ang heavy ng support nila. And we've seen all those clutches, Honey Glaze, kapag every time it's V-Black all by himself, or especially if it's Mid Matters, diba? Both are good controllers and at the same time, they are like the backbones ng mga teams kapag may mga marami ng hiccups along the rounds.
Yun nga para silang nananaig bilang pillars of the team. Nakikita ko na mas malaki yung potential nga dito ni Mid Matters against Vanta Black pagdating sa kanilang ACS. Pero kasi pagdating sa team play, mas nananaig dito yung Wonder Trio na meron na nga dito for Abaddon Abyss. I'm talking about Exotic. I'm talking about Slatom 999. Kasama nila dito always si Vanta Black. Parang ito yung laging trio na gusto mong kalaro in the competitive scene or in yung maglalaro ka lang ng rank na kompleto sa duelist, initiator, and yung controller.
Yeah, and if you kind of look at yesterday's lineups or yung performance na pinakita dito, Mid Matters has gotten one of the highest or kind of the most respectable kill-to-death ratio from yesterday. Kasi si Zin palagi siya na-take out dito. He had to make the plays. Pero when they needed clutch and a little bit more of those lurks, I believe it was si Mid saka si Patman yung talagang nag-shine dito para sa SR Nacague. So with all of that being said, again, ang laki ng parang stakes ngayon para sa mga teams ito kasi we're only a week 2, yes, we still have 3 more weeks to go, pero you want to get those wins very early on kasi ang napaka malaking bagay dito is if you're at the bottom 2, we're only getting the top 6 for the playoffs. So really, time is of the essence. You gotta get those wins, and ngayon, both teams have yet to really get their bearings in this tournament.
Yes, and also additional to that, Asaray, kasi nakikita ko rin na parang ang laking impact kapag nasa top 3, top spot ka dito here in our standings, here in our rankings. Kasi syempre, yung pressure, mabibigay nyo sa ibang mga teams dito in our game. Lalo na pagdating kay Game Lab, diba? Naririnig natin sila, hindi pa sila naglalaro currently, pero nakuha nila kaagad yung first 2-0 standing in our lead here in a regular season.
Ang dami talagang changes. Ang daming teams na nag-rise up that we all thought na yung mga invited teams sila talaga yung mag-shine. But there are some teams talaga who outshined them. And ngayon, may kita nga ba din natin yun? Kasi we've been all talking about kapag etong Abaddon Abyss, magkakasama na sila, they're all perfect as of now, synchronized na may laban talaga sila sa mga mas experienced teams. And that is something when you have a growing team with a young roster, fresh perspective, 'di ba? Sobrang ang dami pa nilang pwedeng ilabas ngayon sa VCTPH. But for the, of course, more experienced teams, ang taas na din kasi ng expectations natin sa kanila. And so far naman, based on the games, na papanindigan naman nila. But as for SR Nacague, I think they really need to step up this time around.
Yeah, yun na nga yung naging discussion din natin when we were just watching the matches when they were casting it. One of the things na nakita natin sa SR Nacague yesterday was Naru, who really did show, I think, during the open qualifiers, or wait, not the open qualifiers, but at least yung mga matches na nalaro nila in the previous tournaments for SR Nacague was he well integrates with the team. Pero somehow, some way, dito sa mga previous matches nakita natin for SR Nacague, it just wasn't jiving sa kanila. Yesterday, we saw he was trying to clear corners. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that. So, yung follow-up niya, which was Zind, would always get caught because Sinaro wasn't able to check the course. Nga, nakita sa highlights with Dax. So, is that going to be a continuous trend para sa kanila? But sorry to cut this discussion really short kasi this is going to be the map veto na that we have to check out agad. Again, is Pearl going to be in the map selection natin dito, or is Abaddon Abyss gonna ban it away from SR Nacague?
Oh, please, wag na tayong mag-Pearl this time. Medyo shaky talaga. Open book na kasi siya, alam na ng mga teams.
Yes.
And of course, Abaddon, hindi naman sila malakas din sila actually sa Pearl. So I think that's something that Nacague needs to actually recognize. Kasi kapag hindi nila na-recognize na magaling yung Abaddon, it might be an Abaddon win here in Pearl. At if kung same agent lineup pa rin, walang magbabago, which wala pang nangyayari, wala pang ang ginagawa for NCG, di ba? Pero good, ano to? Actually, Hanagli is good, smart to for SR Nacague. Kasi alam nila na yung bind talaga nila pretty shaky. And this is also a good map ng Abaddon talaga.
Oo nga nakita pa naman natin yun, 'di ba, sa plays ng Abaddon from the previous weeks. Talagang ito yung minamata nating probably one of the best maps na pwedeng laruin ng Abaddon. But Breeze is also banned up next. Mukhang nananay talaga dito yung paglabas na naman ng Icebox, ng Pearl. Pero let's still see dahil 4 pa ang chances sila dito para makakuha na nga ng ibang maps. So, yan, let's hope for the best na ibang mapa naman dito or talagang Pearl na lang din talaga ang pwede nalang kuhanin.
No to Pearl, yes to Ascent. Pero I will say, this is a map na kaya din silang palagan ng Abaddon Abyss. So, we've seen Exotic on how he plays on Ascent. He's pretty damn scary. So, ano kaya nasa utak ngayon ng NCG as to why they went for Ascent first rather than yung sabi natin yung Pearl?
Magaling din naman sila sa Ascent eh. So, sa tingin ko, they are pretty confident naman. Maybe nagbago sila ng something yesterday based sa game nila against APH. But at the same time, when they went up against APH, we can't deny that APH also is good. But we're gonna be seeing a fracture map? Hello?
I'm really looking forward to this. Dahil syempre, Abaddon Abyss has been really scary sa timings at sa mga positionings nilang kinocommit. Especially kapag binigay mo na yung spot dito for Rababs to open up a lot of spaces or to open up a lot of opportunities sa ibang mga players nila. Siya kasi dito yung nananaig na bilang initiator to refrag for the rest of the gang dito ng Abaddon Abyss. But I really like the Ascent map. Tama nga si Asaray dito na most likely SR Nacague is just leaning toward sila yung pwede nga dito makakuha ng magandang dominating factors basta't maging concise and consistent sila dito ma-take down yung Abaddon Abyss.
I'm assuming Abaddon's gonna ban out Haven kasi Icebox and Bind have been their strongest maps so far. Really, the interesting fact then dito is NCG banning out their own Pearls. So, ito ba ilalagay muna nila sa back end nila? Pag-uusapan ba muna nila to? Exactly. They're gonna ban Haven because they want to play on Icebox. But I'm just so curious na NCG banning out their own map. Maybe they're just gonna practice on it before they put it out again.
Tama lang. Kasi ilang beses na sila natatalo so far sa series ng kanilang map pick eh. 'Di ba? And it doesn't mean naman na magaling sila doon ay yung mga ibang teams hindi sila doesn't mean ibang teams hindi sila magiging magaling. So talagang nakapag-adjust na sa kanila. But here in Icebox, this is a map where also SR Nacague is okay naman. So sa tingin ko, the biggest factor that we can see right now is for Abaddon on that fracture. Yan talagang biggest question mark. Also, same goes with SR Nacague. Because if Ascent won't be good for SR Nacague, there's a possibility na magiging clean 2-0 to by Abaddon.
We're just sorry Asaray, I just want to point out na it's going to be a really close of a series kung sakali mang makuha nila dito yung game or makuha ng Abaddon Abyss itong game number 1, they can close it out to a game number 2 na ma-2-0 nila ito sa SR Nacague or talagang ipupush out ito ng SR Nacague to go in Icebox.
Yeah. I was gonna sana just point out na Fracture as what we saw yesterday with OASIS, diba, that there was a lot of emphasis on the neon plays and such. So maybe are we gonna see some new tech dito from Abaddon Abyss? Makita ba natin si Exotic to play on the neon? Because I'm looking at his stats right now and he hasn't played any other duelist agents other than just the Jet or maybe the Phoenix for some time. So with all of that being said, Fracture feels like it feels like an outlier dito sa ating series na ito. We don't know what Abaddon Abyss is planning on this particular map, but what we do know is SR Nacague definitely is shifting away from the Pearl takot kami kalabanin ng ibang teams dito na we're respecting other teams that are adjusting to it.
And to just add lang talaga dito, Asaray, for at the same time lang din for SR Nacague, malaking question mark yung ascent nila. Kasi, di ba, natalo nga sila ng APH. But hopefully, makabawi nga sila. Maybe they changed something, right? Kasi kahapon, a mirror match against APH. They didn't expect Blur to actually just pop off on the defending side. Maybe they just tune up into something. But yung fracture nila, they need to be prepared for this. Because if they lose etong a fracture map for the side of SR Nacague, yung icebox nila sa tingin ko may plano talaga itong mga Abaddon na business time kasi nga magkakasama na sila. They already know kung ano yung nagiging weakness usually ng SR Nacague on icebox.
Okay. So since day 2 na tayo ngayon, alright, hindi na ako fresh sa pagiging host, babato ko muna kay HG yung predictions. Tapos ako yung huli, di ba? Para exciting.
Yes, sige. Since I'm really liking the composure ng players from Abaddon Abyss, I'm really looking forward to them to dominate in SR Nacague. Pagdating sa kanilang map pulls, yeah, I'm going with Abaddon Abyss.
Oh, Abaddon Abyss. I'm a big fan of the two teams. Pero sabi nga nila, di ba, third times the charm na. So, maybe, sa SR Nacague, sa third series nila natutunan na nila, di ba? So, marami na silang nadaanan. And I think ito na yung time to prove once again that they can take this. So, I'm gonna go with SR Nacague sa series na to.
Ooh. Well, magtropa muna kami ni HG ngayon kasi I feel like Abaddon Abyss... Yeah, diba? They've proven, again, that they are an incredibly strong team. They're 1-1 for right now. So I'm gonna go for Abaddon Abyss. See if they can get that 2-1 against SR Nacague. So, there you go. That is our predictions. Si Ray ang mag-isa. Okay lang yan.
Sanay na ako.
Magkakaroon.
Ano ba? Guys, sanay na ako.
Pero dapat yung bato sa casters to. Okay na kami dito.
Okay. Sige. Sanay na ako na iwan.
Sanay na. Okay. But in any case, guys, thank you so much. We're gonna throw it to our casters now to get you all the action.
Come on, you rarely see Asarai on the panel, and he still does the people there dirty. But of course, guys, we're gonna be tidying things up in the broadcast as we get into our first matchup. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second week, second day. It's a game of twos, really, as we have two series coming your way. My name is Daxo, here with my duo Black and Blue, and we got Abaddon Abyss versus SR Nacague. 1-1 standing versus a 0-2. Well, it's a bit of redemption that we're looking for today's matchup.
Yeah, certainly. So both teams equalize in where they stand on the leaderboards, but whoever wins this one breaks even at the very least and goes up on top. This is a big match for both of these teams, especially for SR Nacague, one of the invited teams that we did have into this stage, in this group stage especially. And they're one of the teams during the offseason, Dax, that we were seeing really improve and really dominate a lot of the local competition. But that hasn't really kind of, repeated itself here into the group stages.
It hasn't correlated, basically. I'm looking at SR Nacague. I thought in the offseason, these guys, they're representing the Philippines in the region. They're making a good case while all the other teams are retooling, are reforming. But as of now, they're at the bottom of the standings. And I think many didn't expect, I didn't expect, and probably they didn't expect that they would be looking at the end of a gun barrel this time around, at the end of a 0-2 standing. But before we get into all of that, Black and Blue, we were having a bit of conversation right before we got on cam here about the map draft, and I'm gonna ask you your thoughts about it, because for me, it does feel like SR Nacague is straying away from some of their usual suspect map picks, while knowing that Abaddon Abyss has permabans that they want to get rid of, so they were able to perhaps manipulate the map pool into something of their liking.
Yeah, definitely. You look at, the map veto we got right here, Ascent, Icebox, and Fracture, and at least 2 of those are ones that they previously lost. In heavy fashion, may I say so as well. Yeah, maybe their loss in Ascent wasn't exactly a stomp, 11-13. They did okay, and Action also really stepped up to the plate and knocked it out of the park, but that final one, Icebox, is really what kind of baffles me. Pearl is by far one of their most, I guess, reliable maps that they've had ever since the past 3 months, and they decide to take it out against an arguably much better map for Abaddon Abyss, which we saw them play to great effect the last time around during week number 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Abaddon Abyss, they have such a strong default on Icebox, so despite SR Nacague effectively affecting the map pool themselves, it does feel like in the long run, Abaddon Abyss might have the advantage in the map draft itself, in my own opinion. But on the other side, SR Nacague, it's about that redemption that I mentioned a while ago. Picking Ascent after 2 heartbreaking losses against Naus Esports and Action PH on that map. They are saying we're cleaning up our act and we're gonna be showing it off against Abaddon Abyss. I feel like the most curious part of this map draft right now is that Fracture. Abaddon Abyss picking that of all things, and I really wonder because I've only seen them play that once in the open qualifier to a win basically, and that was it for them.
Yeah, it was an okay map considering everything else. We look at Fracture on the opposite side right here, coming in for Scream Raiders, and you look at SR Nacage's former outing on that. That was a long time ago, if anything. International competition, yes, they took an L in that one, but how really quantifiable that performance was coming into this stage, I'm not too sure. So it's a big question mark, and for both of these teams, I think it matters more, frankly, for SR Nacague to come out with that win, because I'm not too hopeful just yet of Icebox in their sake. I think Ascent could be okay. They picked Ascent. They know that they did well on Ascent versus Action. Action are just better, frankly, on Ascent especially, but I think it's a map that they can come back to if ever they lose map number 1, but they want to take that map number 1, considering if we ever get to a third map, Decider and Icebox, I'm not too hopeful just yet about their case, at least based on recent results.
They're gonna need to try and steal something away from Abaddon Abyss by this point, because I concur with you. Watching their Ascent games back, seeing exactly what went on versus Action PH, you can see it's just the usual symptoms that have been plaguing SR Nacague, especially giving up that lead so very early on, and a few fundamental errors that happen along the way. But it's no error here that we're getting into the game, so we'll check out the agents like coming your way. And again, I wouldn't be surprised we're going to see the same old thing here for both SR Nacague and Abaddon Abyss. As far as I remember, we did see back then a Astra for mid matters, but already a bit of a shift. We got Patman looking to play something like the Fade instead of Naru, and Naru's not even in right now. They have Maxi back on the field here. That's an old name.
They've swapped. They've moved on over for a Neon-centric composition and now have gone for the Raze instead. No Omen. Instead, they pull out once more. Rather, sorry. Look. Oh, we're on Ascent. I thought Ascent was map number 2 real quick. My bad. I was looking at Fracture real quick. But yeah, you talked about Naru yesterday, and that was a very different rotation what we did see. Ascent to start things off here in Nacague now that I've kind of reorganized myself. There's a lot here, I think, that was kind of indicative of the problem of what was happening yesterday when they were playing on Ascent. We saw that Action going up against them, that KO from Yanagi being absolutely crucial, especially when combined with how quick they were able to execute, and that suppress was becoming a big problem, and that could be once more another problem they're gonna have to face and reassess here today.
No, but we really have to talk about their own coach and their former player on the field right now. Maxi, he was playing that same role back then in international competition in the off-season. But before we started VCTPH, he went over that coaching role and wanted to guide the squad. Apparently, he's gonna do it on the field right now. And it's a bit of a blast from the past because he has been a long-time member of SR Nacague, both in the active roster and, as I said, the coaching role itself. I guess so we can check out Abaddon Abyss, but from what we've seen for Abaddon Abyss, it's just all about cleaning up that act again and again. They brought out the Jet, they brought out the Omen, they brought out the Sova. It's pretty clear-cut what Abaddon Abyss wants to do. Double Initiator, get a bit of intel, and suppress value to take these sites quickly as soon as possible.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of these teams kind of divert towards having that Omen once more, as is reminiscent of times have passed, but he's kind of had an uprising once again here on Haven, on Ascent rather, and also on Haven actually, where it's been one of the few maps that Astra has also been seeing play, as we see here SR Nacague pull out, and it's a curious case for them to pull out Maxi and shuffle him back into the roster, because frankly, a lot of their biggest wins and performances during the offseason are when Maxi was actually playing on the field, when he was part of the server. So I'm not too sure if this was a calculated decision, if it was more of a last choice decision, because maybe somebody else couldn't play in this very moment for this very game, but we have seen great results with this exact configuration, at least in terms of who's playing on the field.
I do wonder also how that affects their shot calling right now. Is it still going to be led by the usual suspects? Will their coach have a more active voice while all the action is going on? And how will that affect his fragging potential? Because there are some games, yes, Maxi was effective in the offseason, but there are others where he really played just more of a supporting role, struggled to get those kills, was very good though at zoning out the opposition, using those utilities at the right time, especially his nano swarms and his alarm bot placement. But beyond that, SR Nacague, is this going to be their full power right now, knowing that they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, and especially against such a high octane and a stronger and stronger looking Abaddon Abyss as the weeks go on? We have to, of course, talk about the usual antics of Exotic. Him on that jet, ready to pounce, ready to go for those takedowns. You, of course, also have Asta bringing up the rear. There's a lot of young guns on this roster that's ready to pounce at the moment's notice.
Well, you know, it's a very coach thing to kind of focus in on clear your corners, darn it, right after the fact. So maybe he's like, you guys haven't been clearing your corners during the last time you played Ascent. Let me hop on in and do the job for you again. Nah, I'm kidding. Maybe it really is something more of the case.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised because we were there.
Yeah.
It was just like yesterday. Oh, it
Yeah.
was literally yesterday.
It was yesterday.
So I was ready to have my usual flashbacks again. But after that big error against Blurred that led to an ace, their ace, I think, were so effective. They were so good at clearing out every single aspect of those sites, make sure that everyone had their marker, had their own role to clean the objective away from. But then, yeah, micro happened in the end. That was the only real reason why Action PH was able to take that win, because what was the ending, right? It was a 5v2 situation.
Yep.
And then just micro happened. So really right now, SR Nacague perhaps putting their coach on the field, that might be the answer right now, just to get everyone's mental back in check here.
Well, you proposed a question a while ago on who really does the shot calling in this case once the coach is in, and I remember us talking about this and hearing information that I'm not sure how accurate this is, but this is what we heard, that he doesn't call the shots when he's on the field. He just is another player. They let the IGL still continue to do what they do, and he instead just fills the role that he has to do, and maybe provides some back-end knowledge as well as they're playing on within the map. So I think that's a very useful thing to have. Not going to disrupt really the flow and the structure of the team when he does slot on in here, Maxi. He's had some professional competitive experience also, by the way, before Valorant, so there definitely is a case to be made that this guy can keep up with the rest of them, and he also has played Valorant competitively, so there's definitely, you know, as we saw, with SR Nacague, especially during the off season, that is part of one of the big reasons why they were so dominant, right? They had that, I guess, experience and knowledge playing within the server in the minute-to-minute round, and that's an important aspect to have, Dax.
Yeah, it's not a matter of doubt, it's just a matter of doing it now. But we're gonna be getting now into the game. SR Nacague, as well as Abaddon Abyss, ready for action. You guys are tuning into the first series we have today. It's always going to be a back-to-back here at VCTPH on these weekends, and we're happy to have you here on the Twitch chats, on the Twitch channel for the English side, of course, Facebook for Filipino, but this time around, VCTPH, we're back into the action. Nacague looking to start things off with Batman, of course, throwing out that Prowler towards B main, but while this happens, Abaddon Abyss, Expedition now towards the middle. You can see Exotic playing off these two initiators alongside him. Sladam already with the takedown. Zindo trades it back. It's going to be top mid though. A strong position from mid matters. Nacague, of course, happy to play the off angle. Zindo also finding Rababs, and SR Nacague just taking names and taking control of the map here.
Wow, pretty clean this opening start of theirs, and this is what they have to do. Be able to really set the pace of the game. Abaddon Abyss attempting for a mid push early on, but shut down by Nacague. Seemingly so, expecting it, but more importantly, ready and capable of repelling it. That's the important fact. D-Black, I think he's making a read here that they are going to go B, but in reality, completely guessed the wrong bogus site.
So he's thinking of a ghost. Is he gonna be ready to wreck it? Do you get that one?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. No, you don't. So apparently...
Oh,
people
yes,
say-
I do. Okay.
Apparently people
Took me
say
a
he has a
sec.
doppelganger, but hey, witty puns aside,
Spike planted.
already SR Nacague, they have the site already taken towards A. Have a little bit of time, so Abaddon Abyss, I am concerned for some of these mid takes. If I remember correctly, when we watched them play Pearl in their last series, there were times where they tried to vie for mid, and it just doesn't work out for them. And especially against SR Nacague, you always have mid matters all on that lurk, on and off angle. It's just by default a 4-1 split for SR Nacague. So if they try to play for mid, they need to clear top mid as much as possible. Speaking of clearing out top, V-Black has back on the way from the paint shells. Time is ticking. Here comes the Haunt as well to get the intel. And SR Nacague, everyone's looking towards the rafters. Sin will get 4 for himself in the first round. Goes to SR Nacague.
Yeah, no chance in hell in that game. Zind his ultimate orbs halfway through to getting the showstopper already. So if he frags out in this round, he could very well have it to change the tide of this next bonus right on after. But laid there perfectly, just catch off for Babs, who he knew was in the proper corner. And just the shutdown here by Nacague, very, very swift, decisive, and indicative of what we've seen from them from the past.
Nacague, this needs to be as clean as possible if they want to take a series in the first place. For now though, Patman
There.
does have a Spectre. I do believe
Can't use
Zind is going to go for the early Phantom investment. He can afford it anyway with full armor even. After 4 of those takedowns went his way. And to no
Placing
surprise,
swarm
SR Nacague happy to play it slow. We've
Swarm
seen
grenade
this happen or be utilized by SR Nacague many a times. Just try to play for that main, put that pressure. Here we go though, already the first step of checking their corners. Sees Exotic first and foremost. Zind clears out boats with a little help from his backline. But there you go, lessons learned, fundamentals important for SR Nacague as they move towards B site here.
Great flush out there with a Nano Swarm, although they wait for it to expire before actually going for the peak. Still, get the job done, clear out without much of a problem, and I like how they buy up a Phantom as well here in round 2, just to
Spike planted.
increase the firepower they have on their side and have an even better chance of closing this out, not giving away any rounds, and that could be useful as well. It will be useful, especially during the bonus right on after. So they know most of these defenders are congregated here towards the defensive side. Astle finds one, Padman follows up on another, and Rabab, he's left alone, and I don't think there's much of a chance.
And with that, that's the round for SR Nacague. And I do believe after the takedowns end his death, Zind should be ready with the showstopper if my math is correct. There you go. Thank God I went to Kumon back when I was a little kid. And 7 takedown. Yeah, dude.
How studious of you.
Oh, of course. I'm an astute academe, as they would say.
Diligent,
No, if I wasn't probably casting right now, probably be a teacher, not gonna lie.
Really? Of
Yeah,
what?
History? Gossip?
Gossip?
Pretty much the
Really?
same thing, right?
Yep. In this day and age, who knows?
Who knows? Well, the news has arrived. The rifles are already here for Abaddon Abyss. Of course, you got Exotic watching out towards Nacague, beats in his own game. And while no showstopper this time around to utilize for SR Nacague, it's a little interesting they sent off Zind that early on. They might have been able to make a play using that ultimate, but for now, there you have the wine position for V-Black. They might have seen that smoke getting thrown, and they're just watching right now. A bit of a standoff here between these two, but Senior Carl firing that first shot.
Great shot here from Senior Carl. They needed to try and equalize the man disadvantage. Exotic is quite low as well from his earlier engagement, and that could be a big point of contention. We've seen him pop off, though, even with small odds. And he's going up against here real up-close mid-mathers with a Stinger. That could certainly shred him up apart if he plays too close. They've got some Nano Swarms here in this tree position as soon as they come on in to try and make this be even more of a hassle. That Haunt is only thrown for them to be able to retreat and split this B side that they have full control of on the rotate. Great catch by Rababs here, and that drops the spike. They're going to have to try and retrieve it. Now they're trapped. Now they know they're in a pincer, and now Slatham can fight back.
Yeah, dude, it's a hot potato here for the spike. Slatham finding that takedown, and another one for himself. Maxi falls. Patman now left to his own devices in the 1v3 scenario. Takes care of Exotic first and foremost, but he doesn't know they're right behind him still. They stacked up towards CT, and now everything tumbles down as Abaddon Abyss will take a round. Not a bad bonus though for SR Nacague, and still, you got that showstopper ready to go. Patman is one away from that Nightfall even, so coming into their own buy, they might have quite the approach moving forward.
Yeah. All things considered, not a bad bonus. They don't get the plan down, yes, but almost certainly got Exotic in that fight there from Zin. So, yeah, I really like the Raze pick here. It's something we did see kind of started, at least in the PH, when it comes to the VCT by players like Kelly S back in the day, and a few months ago, a few stages ago at this point. And it was something that we really did see be quite effective. So I like that Nacague pulled this in. They have a very, very intense double initiator, if anything, here, that we did see be quite a problem for some of the defensive holds of Action yesterday. Having this breach plus the fade, but when you pair that together, individually they're good, together they're even better.
And speaking of the pair, when you play the Raze, you usually play that fade, right? You want to go for seizes, you want to go for a bit of that combo up, and you have the Astra as well to do the same old thing. And then you look at the Abaddon Abyss side. When you're playing that Jet, you want to run that Sova instead. Dash in with the Dart, find the takedown. You don't really get much value playing the Jet and the fade together. And one thing, I'm looking at Abaddon Abyss right now, they might have a bit of that Killjoy advantage, despite both having the Sentinel, but now Showstopper, a little too late for Rabab to throw down that knife. Suppress won't make it, Sin instead, oppressing to get 2. It is now going to be a 4v3 scenario. Exotic backing on the way towards the boathouse, but he can't hear anything. It's Maxi with the takedown. SR Nacague, a solid clear to make it to the site.
Spike planted.
Okay, what a push here from Nacague. Abaddon Abyss, no real chance. Vidmather shows the opposing controller how it's done. In control of the situation here. Nacague on their gun round. They're really looking a lot better than they were at least yesterday so far in these opening 4 rounds. But it's a very small sample size, of course, to be able to tell the full story. But this is kind of what we expect from Nacague anyway, right? So no real surprises. Yes, they lost yesterday versus Action, but that's a team full of veterans. And this Nacague squad have by far had much more success in the previous times right before this season. So this is what we expect here from Nacague. Can they keep it up?
Yeah, we're seeing experience come to fruition. And not only that, it's all about using the tools you have early on in the first place. Just optimization has been the name of the game for SR Nacague. Overall, the team, I'd say, a solid unit. They're a little bit different from some of the star-studded rosters like Oasis Gaming and now Esports. This squad instead has built up a lot of chemistry over the past few months, and even with Maxi back on the field, I'd say it's the same old case. Difficult situation now for Abaddon Abyss. They're trying to desperately look for a few pickoffs, but Zin finds Exotic now. Just smack dab in the middle of the courtyard. Fault line gets thrown. No one peeking from the cubby as of yet. V-Black, he does have a bit of damage done towards him. Has the shorty in hand, but that's what the Prowler is for. Trying to get that intel. Now they know the sawed-off is waiting for them. And SR Nacague, wisely again, rotating away.
Yeah. Realizes there's a lot of presence there, especially one that they don't want to play up close with. So they're going to try and go towards this B side. The only defender here is going to be Asta. The turret's going to keep him at bay for only a split second, and they should be able to get full side control at this point. Asta, nothing he can really do as of the moment, so he's going to have to fall back. That nade could chip him up quite a bit. Luckily for him, he's safe. The retake here from Abaddon Abyss. They don't even have to retake this, frankly. As long as they can get some exits, I think that's worth.
And the most important one to get exits right now is Asta. I'd love to see what Nacage's plan against the lockdown will be down the line. And maybe that can be the saving grace here for Abaddon Abyss. But speaking of exits now, to try to come through Link. Wait on the opposite end of B main. Spotted out by the alarm butler. Send your car already on duty. Rababs finds 2 for his Peacemaker there. In the meantime, clearing out CT, and it's all left now to Sladam and Rababs, who have picked up some rifles. Mindo has to be careful in the swing with Patman, but they take a step away from one another. They don't line up accordingly, and instead, they find the file of Abaddon Abyss, book it and ship it. It's another round for Nacague.
Small step for them, but a big step towards a positive scoreline. Nacague doing pretty well. And you talked about that lockdown here from Asta. He's one away from it, even considering that he's been having a slower game. Same with Maxi in the opposing end as a Sentinel. And they've had this Hunter's Fury online on Abaddon Abyss for like 2 rounds now. And whenever you get that up, before the Killjoy on the opposing side has their lockdown, it remains to beg the question, do we use this now in a round to potentially win this or secure this round, or do we really just save it for like almost half of the half or a quarter of the half just to make sure that we can synchronize it when they use their lockdown and destroy it? That's a big question they're going to have to try and, I guess, face.
It's a game of chicken, honestly, and I'm personally on the camp of, if you get it early, might as well use it to get the victory. They're struggling right now to get these points. We've barely seen a full buy around from Abaddon Abyss all throughout this half so far. And this is just another one of those few instances that Abaddon Abyss actually has the rifles in hand. For now, though, here comes the paint shell's locked in. A little dangerous there on that peak, but doesn't get taken down. Instead, now he's trying to clear through Speedway. Sigurd Carlton with Sladum doing some damage to the opposition. Comes a 4v4. Still, though, the clear is there. And Asta, he wants to get that takedown. There you go. He dips in. Just a little bit of that lockdown value now going to be into play. Senor Carl forced to go for conflict. Ravams will fall there. And the Rolling Thunder going to be the answer. Well, that happens. So Senor Carl providing cover for himself. 3 already before he falls. There you go with Exotic. Clear up the staircase. And now we will see Abaddon Abyss ascend to another round and another point. V Black, the only survivor, will go for defuse duty here.
Yeah. When the dust settles, at least from it's V Black who stands for the Abaddon Abyss squad. And that really could have been super close there. It came down to very small margins. The lockdown obviously applying pressure to try and force the attackers to pull on back, and they had to try and regain control. They used the Rolling Thunder to great effect. Senor Carl making so much space. In the end, the Boombot does get Exotic, but the damage has been done. The time was ticking, and V Black, he was left standing alone.
He was like, wait, what, everyone's dead?
There.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just, you know, do this. I'll defuse, no problem. If I remember correctly, like, Exotic died to the Boombot there by the very end. Just a last hurrah. Basically, courtesy of Zin, a bit of martyrdom along the way, but heroics now towards Cubby. Aggression, though, over at main here for Abaddon Abyss, and Chatman realizes the situation. Here comes the flash alongside the Blade Storm. Ravens, though, and Exotic can't get any of these takedowns. Another peek there from Exotic, but it's just no dice whatsoever. Snake Eyes right now as we watch Nacague try to play infiltration, but look who's waiting. Sladum, a perfect position, anticipating this push. He's ready to go again with a burst fire. Bulldog gets the scans on, trying to go for the pre-fires, and eventually Mid Matters will be traded out. Some good damage done by both Asta as well as Sladum. Becomes a 4v3, but here comes the clear courtesy of Maxi. It's dangerous though, because over at CT, Asta is prepared for another takedown. There you have it! The shot connects, anticipating the descent. Patman, though, ready on the opposite side, and the trade for trade system does lead to a side take here for Nacague, but they're down a man.
Yeah, pretty good catch here coming from Abaddon Abyss, but as he said, Nacague in the 3v2, not in their favor. Patman playing his B main, which is a great spot to try and cut off a lot of this push, but Exotic gets him out quick and clean. Now in the 2v1, oh! Carl doing it big! Say hello, senor, because this is his sight to hold, and he's not giving it up easy. Nacague go up 5-2.
Hasta la vista, says Senor Carl, and that shot, that was such a convincing, confident shot from Senor Carl. Right to left, cleared out, man. And okay, it's not a headshot because I think they did communicate that Exotic was low on HPC. He has 30 HP right now. But a single bullet is all he needed. A single pixel of Exotic being seen was enough for Senor Carl to know this guy's dead. We'll move on to the next. Timeout called. SR Nacague looking back in vintage fashion here. The offseason looking on point this time around. And Abaddon Abyss, they need to think about what their next plan is here.
Oh, it's certainly going to have to be an eco that Abaddon Abyss are going to pull out here. And I'm not too hopeful just yet of these eco rounds to be converted. They do have the benefit of the timeout. But Nacague, they know that the timeout comes with the condition of an eco coming here from Abaddon Abyss anyway. So question is, do they push out? Do they hold back in? Which read will be right? I'm not too sure just yet. But speaking of ecos, apparently, and this is tweeted by the Play Valorant Twitter itself, your favorite gun, Dax,
I saw.
they're nerfing it.
I'm gonna cry now. It's not even... I don't even mind if they change like the damage or the fall-off or whatever. But they changed the price point, man.
Really? That's a part for you? It's more
Dude, that
expensive?
breaks my double force by economics. You can't just eliminate it. Inflation is hurting, but you know who's hurting also? Asta. He saw the prices of red onions. He said, never mind, I'm just gonna go die instead. And Nacague, they get that first pick off. Not gonna be overcommitting though, while Exotic's here by the market. But that's what you're looking for. Alley-oop. It's showtime, courtesy of Zin and Patman. Just a late show coming in for SR Nacague, and they decide now to move their talents towards another site here.
Really smart for them to do that. Anticipating, you know, the spam coming in through, as they know it is smoked off. An angle could be held from that market, and well, shop's open so far, at least for Nacage's side. That's 2 picks they found practically for free, without much of a contest, barely taking any damage on Zind, especially. Aftershock to try and clear out the wine, but nobody's sipping, not just yet. A site should be theirs, ripe for the taking, no problem at that fact. And Abaddon Abyss, okay, great shot from Rababs. He catches off the lurk here towards mid and drops Patman, so at the very least they come out with that. But if they can find like 2 more picks here, this could be a great eco.
Yeah, sharp shots from Rababs has been true. That though, still a struggle. Raptors now all for Abaddon Abyss, but despite the height, it seems like the call of the Haunted, the call of the Abyss themselves, is just trying to bring Abaddon back to the ground. Can Rababs though find the angle towards Zint? He knows exactly where the raise is. It's a bit of a standoff now, but beyond that, SR Nacague prime position to effectively take the round. It's basically exits by this point. A game of cat and mouse, a game of who peeks first. Finally, Rababs hits the headshot onto Zin. At least a little bit value there with the Sheriff. Maxi Timmy finds that takedown, and eventually now SR Nacague, they get away with, I believe, 2 rifles at the very end. Some decent damage done by Abaddon Abyss at least.
And this is already a pretty okay half that Nacague have secured within 8 rounds. 6-2, equalized scoreline at the minimum at the end of this half. And that's not a bad case to have, especially on a map that can sometimes really skewer on the defender's favor. So, pretty good, pretty nicely done. And Nacague, they've, frankly, even though they've won, you know, most of these rounds, you look at their economy and it isn't the most bountiful, it isn't the most joyous. They are in a pretty desperate state where if they lose a round at any point, they could be in an eco immediately after.
Yeah, SR Nacague, the epitome of the working class here. They have to work for these rounds versus Abaddon Abyss. That is no question. But then again, the better thing we're seeing right now, the improvement really, is how they're clearing out these angles. And the fact that they're in the lead of a first half this time around, it has been fightful so far. Hunter's Fury now to call. Rababs finds Sin mid-air, but Sin brings him to the Abyss with him yet again. Really, some damage done here. And Asta now decides to be the wrecker himself. 2 for him before he's slain where he stands. Leads now to advantage for Abaddon Abyss, but we've seen this scenario before, and SR Nacague has gotten out of it. Can they make it through that B site? Well, seems like though their early expedition and even their late rotation are caught out by Abaddon. 3-6 now, and seems like the boys from Cebu are back on the board.
Yeah, pretty nice hold here coming from Abaddon Abyss. Certainly the pride of Cebu at this moment, the only team, really, that does come from, I believe, in this case, you know, outside of the NCR. So it's a really important flag they're waving in a really important round that they've won because they finally stopped the bleeding here versus Nacague. SR Nacague, one of the teams that we've always been seeing very effective at making, you know, some of these resets come, but they do come after some time, and now they're in ego. This is what we're talking about, Dax. They've won many rounds, but they lose one, they're immediately in an ego state. Look at this, he's getting shredded apart for Babs, down to 2 HP.
Yeah, as Black and Blue would say, it's the Stinger ready for action, and finally, you like that one? You like
You
the
have to say it like that.
You said it like that. I will never forget.
It was the heat of the moment.
Dude, I just want that voice clip, and every single time I see a Stinger, I will remember your voice. You're the voice I hear inside my head. The reason.
Your voice. That one.
You know, yeah.
Is it the soundtrack of your what season? It is summer.
No, that's a different song, but I like that one too. Don't worry. I thought we were going Disney with that one instead. We went Little Boys Like Girls instead. You're a 2000s man, that's for sure. But now we're back to 2023, and it seems like the present will be quaking with both the Rolling Thunder as well as that Nightfall. But Exotic just cleanly hitting those
One
shots.
enemy
Correction into the takedowns. And there you go. Check marks abound for Abaddon Abyss on that defense.
Was that a round or was that Exotic's the range warm-up?
That was
Seemed to be
aim labs.
more of, yeah, that was like some aim lab stuff. You get lateral movement, check. You get headshots, check. And yeah, so pretty great round here from the defensive Abaddon Abyss. I wasn't expecting much from Nacague, seeing as how kind of they were just stacked towards that A side, nothing going their way. They popped the suppress, and that's all they really need to do. Smokes up anyways, and there wasn't much of a case to be made for that backing side. But importantly, Abaddon Abyss, they've got the lockdown now, so they got an option here. They can play for that retake effectively, especially knowing that there's no real tools for Nacague to be able to break this. Remember, the breach Aftershock does not destroy the lockdown anymore, so it's going to be much more difficult.
You're gonna have to rely on someone like Zin to figure out the angle. But truth be told, I completely agree. SR Nacague, they threw out so much in that last round. But Abaddon Abyss, their positioning was very effective to stay all the way at the very back. And you look at how Exotic, even at that distance, hitting shots like that with the Phantom of all things. So well done by Abaddon Abyss. And it might be excellent if they can do it yet again. Respect what Nacague has right now. Use that lockdown for the retake later on. But of course, if they can get away with a few pickoffs right now towards middle itself, that can be helpful for their case.
It doesn't seem like they're giving up much presence, though, that they are towards mid. There is a notion here by Abaddon Abyss, of course, but they're not entirely sure. They haven't gathered that information, but they've given up some away now that they're pushing towards the tree. Look at this up-close angle. The flash, they have to expect it at this point. It gets one blind. He's only good for one, though, here, Rababs. V-Black has to land the shot. That he does. Luckily, he can TP away, but right there, Patman's right on the ready to get the catch on both on Slatham and V-Black. Now in the 3v2 here, Dax for the retake. They have the lockdown to utilize.
Yeah, well played by SR Nacague. The fact that they got that guardian control allowed them to play into window. Throwing that fault line pressures anyone playing towards rafters and exactly into the graces and into the hands of the waiting Patman. The advantage is here for SR Nacague, but they still have to respect the lockdown now into play. Asta, though, he wants to lead this charge, puts down the turret to help him out in a pinch, finds Patman first and foremost, sipping one line there, and he's ready for more. Asta with another one. Here we go yet again. Astronomical effort from Asta. It's Senor Carl, though, on the opposite end. Here comes the peak, but there's the takedown, and Asta one more time puts an exclamation point onto the round here.
Great hold here coming from Asta. The only real reason why Senor Carl was even able to get that kill there on Exotic was because Asta had to reload momentarily out of the fight, but every time he was in it, just being a complete guardian, a sentinel in every sense of the word here for Abaddon Abyss and Exotic on that defuse. The lockdown, it gained them the space that they needed to be able to isolate these angles a bit more and funnel the rest of this Nacague post-plant hold to a better extent.
So that Killjoy, very effective into the meta now. Absolute resurgence, and anyone who's just so I'd say experienced in playing the agent, they know what they can get away with a little bit help their utilities. You can see how little of an angle Asta would give, but this time around he didn't even see that coming. Patman just tracing it down, finds Asta to start things off. Exotic also sought after by the Prowler, hiding towards the market, gives him cover with the one-way. But while this happens, Nacague winning duels all around the map. Zind also helping out his teammate in the pinch. Rababs did not expect the raise to be on the rafters or on the platform itself. In that regard, here we go now. SR Nacague, A sites looking right for the taking, but just how they were able to play off those contacts was effective enough to make the site happen.
5-6. They can equalize the scoreline right now here. Abaddon Abyss rolling thunder, connecting on most of that tree position, but it's all down now to Slatham, and they know where he is due to the alarm bot giving himself away. No technology. It catches him out in the end. Slatham 1v4. It's got the drone, it's got the recon as well, and a single shock dart. That's not much to utilize, all things considered, especially in a 1v4. You can gain information on the close hold. The scan finds out Zin, but he's stunned anyways. No real chance to fight, no ammo, and no hope. 5-7, Nacague at the very least to get the advantageous half.
Yeah, they're able to stop Abaddon Abyss after a bit of that rally. See, again, the slower play and the punish towards these mid-expeditions has been something SR Nacague has done well against many teams, And then on the other side, Abaddon Abyss, they have struggled in taking the middle of a map in certain scenarios. We've seen it in Pearl happen before. We're seeing it here on Ascent right now. But on the attacking side, I do wonder what their approach is going to be. They have always those main rotations available. But of course, we keep an eye out on Exotic on how he plays that entry. I'd also love to see a little bit more from Rababs and Sladom. They've had some impactful frags in these rounds, sure, but from what we've seen so far from Abaddon Abyss, it's not just Exotic who's able to frag out. Their initiators especially, they can pack a punch as that second wave when they go to the attacking side here.
Yeah, and we know that that initiating power here from Nacague on the retakes can be very deadly as well, knowing that they have that breach combined with the Fade, a lot more information gathering. For Babs, though, his KO has to be crucial in shutting down a lot of these defensive holds and making sure that they don't last too long. Look at that, within the smoke here, you can see Senior Carl trying to find a way to slither in, but you're not giving up that opportunity. They go now for the B side, it's right for the taking. The push here from Rabab, try and go even deeper. Flash catches one on out, but the trade from Maxi comes in right on time.
And Abaddon is now moving towards the site. Nacague, they realize though, they're at least able to stop the take towards the spawn itself. And now, Market Control is there, checking out a little bit of main, ready to concrete those forces to bust that door down. Asta though, waiting by the cubby itself. Goes those logs, the Prowler gets the intel, now they know. It doesn't get the blind though, that's or something, and Asta still able to shoot back and fight back. Patman now will fall in the field of battle. Mid Matters is there to go for the trade. It's 3v3 as we move towards the site. It's all about that tracing though, courtesy of that play a while ago. And Zin now looking for any kind of contact. One though playing by default, that might be the surprise here that Abaddon Abyss is waiting for. And there you have it, Sladom just able to reel them in. And it's Abaddon Abyss taking the pistol away this time around.
Very nice post-plant hold here coming from Abaddon Abyss. And Asta, we talked about him, you know, maybe 5 rounds on in, a bit quieter performance in the game, but he's certainly caught up to the rest of the pack. Babs really pushing the pace here from Abaddon Abyss's side, making sure they're not too comfortable on this retake. There's always something happening that's trying to gain Abaddon Abyss an advantage, and that it was. And then once again, Asta, you know, hiding there in the logs, just burning even more time, finding a pick, especially getting great value out of his position is a really important thing that Abaddon Abyss have to continue to do further in this half.
You thought that Nacague only had to play one game of hide and seek there, but it was also a second towards the site itself. Opportunistic angles, that's something we have to keep an eye out here for Abaddon Abyss. They're very happy to play off angles despite not getting a big chunk of the map. Now though, 3 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres. They're ready to commit into a round like this. Only real one buying right now for Nacague is a bucking on the side of the map. Shotgun towards Wine, but Exotic here finds mid. Senior Carl, though, still potent from that range. Rababs and D-Black now, the ones to lead the charge. Desperate to try and make it to the doorway, taking a few pot shots along the way. Still, though, Abaddon Abyss on site. They're ready with the lurk even as Asta finds Maxi. And it's going to be even harder for Asta. He's going to hit tag, sure, with the Sheriff, but it's not enough. Asta again, down with 2, looking for a third just for his namesake. And there you go, a triple even to tie things up.
All right, pretty clean, all things considered from Abaddon Abyss, but you can see how so potent some of these players on the Nacague are, like with the Mere Classic there, Senior Carl. Passes out to Exotic, who was trying to take down close angle hold here. And still, they come out with it on top. It's a great job done once more by Abaddon Abyss. The bonus is what I wonder how they're going to do. And Exotic, he buys up for this round. Not really playing it as a bonus, but when he intends to win. Sells it? No? What's the choice? No. Yeah.
No, it's because you noticed it, man. You got shy.
Right.
Camera shy.
Yeah, I called it out.
Wait, what'd you say? I don't speak that language. That's for later. That's for Black and Blue on panel. Not
you
Black
are right.
And Blue on cast. Please don't continue that train of thought. Please do not here, not now. And now we're back to Valorant.
Yeah.
Abaddon Abyss, they have gotten a Spectre though for Exotic. Again, to dash on in, try to go for the takedown.
Wow.
But Capus is so prepared for it. 2 for the price of 1. Maxi now taking that a bit of responsibility and exactly just weaving away, getting in a better position to find those takedowns. B-Black though, Patience is able to at least give him a slice of this pie, actually. 2v3 though, Abaddon on Abyss. They're hurting, limping to try and make it to B sites. It's gonna be even harder now that Maxi's waiting there in Asta. Oh, it's just so hard to watch him right now. He has 2 HP.
Yeah,
He's
Crazy
creeping.
crawls in, he's dead.
Oh.
Yeah, to the rear.
Feels bad.
Shot in the back.
Yeah, and there you go.
And V Black as well. Unalived off screen.
Unalived indeed.
Yeah.
Status deceased.
Flatlined.
Yeah.
Abaddon Abyss. Yeah?
Yeah, it was a decent round though for Abaddon Abyss, all things considered.
Yeah, for a bonus too. I mean, they had a good play there coming up towards mid. It's just Batman, I don't know, inhuman reactions, barely dodges a flash. I think it should have popped within his sight line unless it was a bit too shallow, but no, it should have been. It seemed like within his vision. Yet he's able to come out with 2 kills in that very committed, anchored position towards market. Nicely done, really.
Sometimes you just got those moments, and well, Patman just manning up to the situation. Still, Abaddon Abyss, big chance now to try and equalize the scoreline yet again. Their buys are online. Only one without a standard rifle is V-Black on that Bulldog. And I'm waiting to see if Abaddon Abyss here can get a bit more of that main control, give either Asta or Rababs a chance to bring out that ultimate. They play for mid instead. Alarm bot now. Signals that Exotic's nearby. The fault line also there. So at least assist that turret, getting a bit of that intel. Zin's prepared towards CT itself. We'd have the smoke now thrown to give Abaddon Abyss a chance to mobilize towards this B site. Yet again, there's a lot of coverage provided by V-Black. Patman waiting on the opposite end. Here we go though with a scan. Patman gets one for his troubles, but Exotic at least ready to fight on back. On the opposite flank though, there is a bit of action towards that A site, so all of the responsibilities towards Maxi. There's the first takedown towards both towns. He's ready to look for more, and here you go. That again, Maxi, the captain of this defense, and he's not sinking, he's swimming. He's just floating right now, and he's ready to ascend to even higher heights this time around. What a defense by the Killjoy. All up to Asta now, and Senor Carl is ready to bid him adios there. What a godly hold by Maxi though in the end of that one.
Yeah, nothing too fancy either. No incredible flicks or anything. Just, proper by-the-book play. Keeping his crosshair ready, at the ready, and isolating those fights. As, Abaddon Abyss they eventually peek him 1 by 1 ultimately, which does cause them their own demise. And further away from the fight, Asta there trying to maybe find Mid Mathers, but Mid Mathers was alive for so long and just dodging the engagement that just kept Asta busy and not allowing him to try and regain the rest of the competition. He gets to dink through the wall as well here in Exotic Mid Mathers.
If he can't get the lurks done, at least he's gonna buy time. Really just goes to show that his specific playstyle is very unique from what we've seen. His Astra is very, I'd say, aware of what happens to the map, and it allows him, with just how Astra works in the first place, to provide the role that the team needs, and still him able to play a very different kind of game, a very different angle from so much of these other controller players we have here at VCTPH. Still, Abaddon Abyss, not the best buy whatsoever. They're trying to crawl their way towards the B site. Alarm bot now gets the trigger. Maxi, he's feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel for Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. By this point, does SR Nacague try and give his own teammate the ace? They're feeling it right now. He already has a lockdown. And well, there we go with now the mass congregation. Rababs, he just tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction. And Maxi's there for the ace instead. 10-7 now.
You can see how the rest of the team wanted to give him that ace as well, with Zin trying to just burn some space, be a distraction, as you said. Abaddon Abyss, they need to start getting these rounds early here. Now they're going to call a timeout. They got the lockdown and the null command. 2 high-impact ones. How do you shuffle? Which do you engage first with? Do you go with the null command first and then lock down for the attacking post plant, or do you engage with the lockdown and use that null command for the post plant hold instead? That's The question, I think, here remains, knowing it how Maxi has his own lockdown, they can either deny that or just counter each other with a burn of lockdown. So there's really, I think, a big utility and especially ultimate shuffle that can come into play here in these next few rounds. And it's going to be very curious to see how Abaddon Abyss approach this.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Abaddon Abyss bring out a lot of their ultimates this time around. And particularly, if they can get Sladom a kill and the spike plant, that can give them the advantage in the battle of Venn diagrams here. They are ready to go for that side take, that's for sure. Exotic is buying up. It's not going to be the Blade Storm eco this time around. And Abaddon Abyss, a lot of chips on the line this time. A bit of a gamble, sure, but they have the tools to work with. Let's see now what they're going to do. B-side looking to be the take, and anticipation.
There.
Courtesy of SR Nacague. They're ready to throw Patman into the front line alongside Xin. You know that this can be an early seize, if ever, to try and go for the takedowns. And immediately, that's what they do. Can't find any targets so far. Abaddon Abyss going for mid instead.
Senior Carl playing this corner. If he peeks this at the right time, he could find 2 free frags going his way, but time's not going to come to pass. There's an alarm bot here towards that pizzeria. As soon as he comes on in, that alerts him. Maxi going for the spam. He knows he's at least had to tag somebody, but he's taken more damage in return than he's dished out. So sends down Abaddon Abyss going the other way, knowing that their information has been given away.
Didn't know you were Italian, man. I thought you were more Spanish.
Yeah, but I like both.
Europe's a big place. Maybe you've been there one day, but now we're moving to Cubby, and well, Exotic will find Senior Carl. Mid-Matters still prepared on the opposite end. Good movement though from Exotic to actually dodge a few of those bullets with Mid-Matters. It doesn't matter that he's ready there, at least now, as the Astra still holding down the line before he falls. Trade system bound, 2 versus 2 scenario now. The ultimates that we are anticipating, they're not going to come into play as of yet. Instead, we're going to get the spike plant, so Sladom going to be ready with the Hunter's Fury. The lockdown is there, though, as early as possible. Here comes the hunt, but Maxi so hunted down by V-Black instead. And they're feeling so confident, they're not going to break that lockdown until it's V-Black getting the position and the angle. Patman versus Sladom in the middle of 1v1, but eventually the door breaks, and V-Black is there to break his opponent too. 8-10, well done by Abaddon Abyss there.
That was crucial for Abaddon Abyss to win, especially in the fashion that they did attacks. The fact that they didn't use a single ultimate and they burned the lockdown practically for free here coming from Nacague, that gives them so much more to work with and potentially snowball this game. They can literally dump most of their ultimates into this round, have some for the next few rounds on later, and be able to gain 2, maybe even 3 rounds in a row off of a win from this heavy ultimate utility shuffle and economy that they have over Nacague.
I'm just impressed by the responsibility they had at the very end there, with V-Black getting that takedown, and then we also saw they got that intel first just so they didn't need to burn that Hunter's Fury, just in case. It really goes to show. There's a lot of thinking heads here for Abaddon Abyss, but now a single head has already gone by. Decapitation in response. Asta will say hello to Patman there. Makes it a 4v4 yet again. But we've seen this whole tussle happen in the last round. And if this goes on, Abaddon Abyss, they're happy to make these trades here.
No real reason for Patman to try and go and find another pick. They had the man advantage. I guess through the Prowler, realized someone was close, could maybe get an opportunistic free kill, 5-3, but no, it doesn't come to it. You know, I have to say, no knock on him, because he is such an exemplary talent, but Exotic just hasn't been as sharp as we've normally come accustomed to seeing him here so far, at least in this map number 1.
Well, some moments, but it's not that extreme level of consistency as of yet. Abaddon Abyss, though, that's just a small pixel angle Mid-Matters. He found where he could hide. A little bit of a nest here for Mid-Matters, and just from that point on, SR Nacague, they're ready to go for the flop. Abaddon Abyss, they do get the plant down, and Sladom and Asta make the trades happen at the very least. Reinforcements will arrive courtesy of Asta now, but Sladom tried to hold the line by himself. 1v1 now, and Asta will get the drop on Mid-Matters by the tail end. He went for the whole ass there. He ran the full distance, man. And eventually, they get away by a single step with that round.
But you see how Sladom just burned so much time in that 1v2 duel on the pincer with his back turned against the opposition as well. And he had to go for a full 180 fight there and still came out with a kill and still burned so much time being such a threat. Sladom these kills that he's getting, they're quiet, but they're very effective because that turned in just enough time for Aston to come in at the right moment and get that trade-off later during the defuse from mid-Mathers. So really nicely done here. I think there should have been a bit more awareness, though, coming from Abaddon, Abyss, and V-Black especially. Going into that smoke where mid-Mathers was, he knows, he should know, based on the diagram on the minimap, where the empty spaces could be, and especially seeing such an awkward, wayward smoke there towards that angle, should have been alerting him to, hey, there's probably somebody waiting in it, but still, great heads up for mid-Mathers. At the end of the day, though, 9-10, Abaddon, Abyss, they have quite a bit to work with, but so do Nacague. Economy-wise, here, able to buy up a Showstopper and the Cosmic Divide Axe. That's a deadly combo.
Yeah, there's a bunch of tools that SR Nacague can utilize. Of all the people, though, to know those small angles that you can hide in, it has to be mid-Mathers. Half the time, he's looking at the minimap. The other half, he's looking at it in astral form. So, by this point, right, he might be the guy to just tell you where you can actually hide in those scenarios. Still, go now to another round, and B main looks to be the point of contention. Nacague, though, have thrown a lot of bodies towards B side, B main rather, again and again. And the Showstopper, a little bit risky from Zind, and eventually it will lead to a 1v1 trade, bringing it out in the open like that. Dangerous habits to try and do. Patman also now, his habits have been found. He's seen, he's heard, he does get away though. And Abaddon Abyss just trying to find a few of these picks along the way.
Still got the Cosmic Divide here for the defensive side on Nacague. Hunter's Fury, though, really shake up the pace here. Once the attack does come on in, Rabab's too far from his null command, so Abaddon Abyss, after making contact towards that B main side, rotating now towards A. Sole defender on that A site is Maxi. The camera conveniently switches over. Thank you, Observer. Shoutouts to them, by the way.
Shoutouts to the prod, who's always been there for us for the past few years. Well,
30 seconds
left.
left.
A year and a half of a wait here for Maxi, but eventually his guard shooty will be called to attention. The Blade Storm brought out. You also get the guard coming his way. He has to get away though from the site itself, hiding by the doorway as much as possible. Has to be careful because V-Black is ready for the angle, and there you have it. Abaddon Abyss gets that takedown, removes the Sentinel from the equation. 4v3 right now as a plant is there. Mid-Mathers playing towards Rafters. You have Patman also trying to find an angle towards Cubby. Maybe rotates towards main itself where Exotic is waiting. It's Abaddon Abyss making sure that they have all the angles of opportunity in check. The Cosmic Divide now into play, making sure that everyone's playing from main can't see what's going on. Patman will take the time to get that takedown. Sladden will make the trade happen. It's all about looking towards the rafters here. The second floor might be the stage set for Abaddon Abyss right now as they're getting the takedowns. Bring out the curtain because you have to seal the deal with this one as Abaddon Abyss tie things up.
Nicely done from Abaddon Abyss, and I don't know about that Cosmic Divide usage there, Dax, from Nacague. I think these are those type of moments that show just how differently some teams approach the game based on their experience. Nacague, they do have experience, you know, in competing, but these are small things that do matter a lot in the end. When teams start to use these ultimates as band-aids instead of using them as pieces of utility to secure an important round, that just goes to show that there could be a lot of nerves coming into play.
So Nacague, they need to show the same amount of, I'd say, respect and responsibility we saw from them in the first half. So willy-nilly with these ultimates in desperate scenarios, just to try and bail them out. Should be more of a plan A rather than a plan B, but
yeah,
I do feel there's also a factor why they play like that sometimes. One thing you still have to respect Abaddon Abyss has here right now, Black and Blue, is that KO. If they catch that Showstopper mid-air, well, that's goodbye. It's an ult for free.
I mean, at that point, I don't know, man. Cosmic Divide, such a high impact one. Not that he's been, cultivating that quickly anyways in this series, in this map so far. So, could have saved it for another round. Maybe to try and equalize things 11-11 after, or if they lose this round. It's a big thing, I think, that could have gained them much more value. Now, mid-Mathers, he's down. Exotic finding the opening pick here towards 3. They have the stars set up, but ultimately no one's going to play off of it. They find 2 apiece here in the engagement, but Patman How does he work in this? Not doing too great.
30 seconds
Slatham
left.
finds him heavily disadvantaged.
Spike
Now it's
planted.
all on the Maxi with a shotty.
Yeah, you could feel the pressure there for SR Nacague. Losing out that A main fight just led to the rest of the defense collapsing. Yes, there are instances they got trades, especially Senior Carl there getting on the board. But where could he escape after that fact? Absolutely nowhere. Maxi now, Sheriff in hand, Bucky in the other, and just these hands cannot hold anything down. 11 to 10, Abaddon Abyss, after everything is said and done, have taken the lead away. The resilience, the endurance of Abaddon Abyss, it's getting shown here again.
I think that's a key word here, Dax. Resilient and relentless. Really here, Abaddon Abyss coming on. They just don't give up. Continuing on every round, making sure they're disciplined. They respect the opponent. They know the big thing here is that Nacague, they're one of the teams that have destroyed a lot of teams like them, have destroyed a lot of and dominated lots of teams in the open qualifiers and during the local season. You know, like them as well. Not that Nacague had to go through the open qualifiers, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Abaddon Abyss, they've got that Hunter's Fury still online, but the Rolling Thunder from Senior Carl, we've seen that be effective here in Ascent especially.
Man, bring out the money word, bring out the tagline there, Relentless. Truth be told, pretty much what I'd say about Abaddon Abyss so far. But they still need to finish the job off if that's going to be their comeback story. As Nacague, though, this time the aggression comes and, well, from long range, there's a lot of interference that they can play. Well timed there by Senior Carl. Maybe a little late to keep them topped up completely. But that's still a kill, and that's still a smoke's gone for Abaddon Abyss's side here.
Yeah, just a pixel either way. He could have found a headshot. He does get Zind and Mid-Mathers down low. No Sky, no Sage, no way to get back up to fighting capacity, really. Play with what they got. So, still, all hope is not yet lost for Abaddon Abyss. They do have the operator in the back, which I think is curious. To be able to make sure that they can hold down long sight lines, but Padman on the spam just finds himself a sandwich off of Slatham.
And I wouldn't be surprised, a Rolling Thunder even
left.
just catches out Asta in the middle, and look at Zind fly to try and catch this, well, Hail Mary approach. Here we go again. Asta, what's the counterplay? Absolutely nothing. Finally, the operator gets its marker, but look who's waiting. And the entrance of this cubby. Senior Carl, though, eventually hits the shots off the exotic Rababs now, desperate to make it towards the site, but there is just no escape from the sight lines of Batman. Making a wish? Well, we're gonna grant it now with the 11-11 scoreline. Nacague recover there.
Maybe not the most efficient way to win a round, but still, certainly an effective one. You use that Rolling Thunder and the Soul guy trapped in the corner. At the very least, they get out with a kill, knowing that Zind was also low. He needed an extra bit of help. Ultimately, it's the fault line that really does gain him the advantage and come out on top of it. So, Nacague, they've got still some to utilize here. If Zind can get 2 kills in this round, he's going to have his showstopper online. Same with Maxi on that lockdown. They have the Nightfall to utilize at the very least, and that could be crucial. But the defensive operator has now come out from Patman of all players.
Well, he's pretty good at it, that's for sure.
We saw it during, I think, Pearl, where he was bringing it out, even on Not a Duelist.
If I remember correctly, he used to play at a bit also in the Talent Squad too. But that's a little bit of boomer info right there. Big boom for Abaddon Abyss. That's what they need to do here, man.
Are you a fan of the Power Rangers, Dex?
A little bit. It was pretty interesting that it's all filmed in like New Zealand. That was like the most interesting fun fact I have about them.
Really? Why
Of
is
all
that
things,
a fun
right?
fact?
I don't know. It's like, when do you film something in New Zealand? Look here, film in the Philippines real quick. Mid-Mathers bringing in the horror show. The Nightfall's there too, and he's trying to get a little bit more done with V-Black. At the very least, a little bit of distance to stay away. 4v4 for now. Here comes V-Black going up top, and he's just trying to utilize all the angles as much as possible, but not they find the takedowns anyway. The operator Fatman says hello. V-Black though gets 3 in response. 2v2 right now. Fatman still with the op in hand, trying to at least prevent this take from happening. But this dust settles. It is still spike planted here. It's Maxi trying to find out if anyone's trying to play towards main. The smoke though making his job even harder. Rafters right now for Abaddon Abyss. They try to go for the wrap around. The Prowler expires, and there you go with the turret being placed. Slatham keeping an eye on Jenny. They just want to make sure that this cross is covered, and there you go already. X marks the spot. Slatham is there to take this treasure and to take us to match point.
So difficult to try and retake there in a 2v2, especially with an operator. It can work out in a retake when you have a bit more manpower on your side. You can delegate that operator to holding something like an A main push or an A main peek, or just a wide peek from somebody, making sure you just lock down the lane with that op during a retake. But it's very hard to utilize it for the actual push instead. And that was a big, crucial, not even mistake, just problem here that Nacague had to deal with. And now Abaddon Abyss, they've taken match point. No ultimates on their side, but a few are about to be ready online if you can get a kill on either player. They got the showstopper here in Nacague, and this might be a great time to pull it out soon. But B-Black, he's going to get a great catch here in the Zen, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Is coming, and now they're going towards B main. The null command and the lockdown makes her markers count, and as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senor Carl Schur shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition, but there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though, and effectively now it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Abaddon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senor Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Abaddon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. 13-11. What a recovery and what a win for Abaddon Abyss as they take the first map.
Same scoreline that we saw be lost by SR Nacague yesterday versus the Action PH, and once more team letter A gets an A grade mark as they take it. You can see how elated they are, just bumping up each other. Happy to see, and I love to see it as well from such a newer, younger team here in Abaddon Abyss. Great job done once more. Incredible real showing and resilience once more, Dax. Relentless is what they've shown to be here capable of today.
We've seen this before. We've seen this from Abaddon Abyss, man. I remember that matchup versus Game Lab Alpha, that first map on Icebox. Made it to overtime, made it happen with the win. Pretty much the same case here versus SR Nacague. And what a show of force. This was a team effort. It wasn't just the usual exotic antics. This wasn't just someone popping off completely. You have moments from Asta, you have moments from Sladom, buying enough time for their team to do everything else that is needed to be done. And effectively, the way that they're able to trust one another with the calls, with the utility. I still remember some of the instances where they're able to hold ultimates just because they already get the intel that they don't need it for the round. And we're going to be checking out the stats, and well, we're going to check out how this went in favor of Abaddon Abyss. They were down by 2 at the end of the first half. They're black and blue, but they came up ahead there in the second.
Yeah, just great resilience once more. And, you know, I touched upon a while ago, Exotic maybe not being as sharp in his entry, but he was certainly gaining them the space, the information, and as well as the push that they needed on many of their attacking rounds. And on the defense, especially during that first half, he was just such a big problem to deal with. But Asta is a player who really embodies that resilience. A bit of a colder start, but he certainly ended the game as he got the final kill as well in a very, very impressive fashion. Just able to regain composure of himself, get back into the game. We saw that triple hold from him as well. Same with Maxi on the other side, really. Both killjoys being so important to this bout, and that's what you really need here on Ascent. That killjoy to be able to step up to the plate and really knock yourself a home run.
It was just glorious there from Abaddon Abyss, but as we get back into the highlights, I'd say first half, the woes and the worries we had for SR Nacague, they showed to us that, hey, we're cleaning up our app. We're making sure that these fundamental errors that have been happening and costing us these games, it's not gonna happen now. But once we moved to the second, it felt like there was an air of trying to prove something a little too much there. I don't know if you completely agree with me with this one, but there were moments, there were rounds where there was desperation on the buys, desperation to try and make something happen, desperation on trying to survive there when they're caught out in a bad position, and that effectively threw their economy for such a whirl. I remember that last round, there was like a Bucky of all things to try and defend, and those things pile up, and unfortunately for SR Nacague, they paid the price for it.
They didn't really have a chance now, did they? But this is a great chance here for this player to show what he's got, and that is Asta delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Such an exemplary player that he's shown to be in this map number 1 so far. As I said, you know, able to regain composure, using that lockdown to his greatest effect. And to your point a while ago, Dax, right before this, it did seem like there was some desperation on that Nacague side. We talked about, during the game how their ultimates were used as a plan B, as a band-aid instead of, their initial idea, and that really burned out so much. I remember late in the game, Midmathers burning his Cosmic Divide, some lockdowns placed here by Patman, by Maxi during the last few moments on the retake as well, and some just ultimate that didn't seem like they were initially planned, but just somehow pulled out of desperation, as you said. So I'm not too sure about those hopes just yet. We're going into Fracture, a very curious map number 2 for us to be playing. I'm curious to see how it's going to go, but we'll be doing that after the break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
can never escape the abyss. Unrelenting, unwavering, and for sure, taking that map pick away from SR Nacague. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First series of the second day of the second week. My name's Daxy with Black and Blue, and you are tuning on into Abaddon Abyss versus SR Nacague. What a way to win, though, at the very end by Abaddon Abyss. Just absolutely convincing, absolutely stalwart, and I'd say nerves of steel all throughout the game, recovering in that second half especially.
Yeah, you can really see that they were just composed throughout that Dax. When they were down in the bout, when they were the ones on the ropes, they never put their head down. They always kept their chin up, making sure they were protected as well, keeping their hands up, and eventually hit the last punch, right? And that was the important part. Final round of regulation, bit of a repeat, kind of what we saw, at least in the final scoreline between SR Nacague and ActionPH yesterday on the same exact darn map here in a set. But we're going to Fracture. A very curious map for us to be playing. We looked at, how the numbers have kind of turned out in terms of the trend in the past few times that we have seen these two teams have an outing here on Fracture, and SR Nacague, it hasn't been too hopeful for them. And then our third map of this, if they somehow are able to win Fracture and Icebox, also isn't more of that same case. So I'm really worried right now. If you're an SR Nacague fan, they could be going down 1-2 early on in this group stage.
Not just 1-2, man. If they lose this series, it becomes 0-3 basically. Really difficult scenario right now. Abaddon Abyss is 1-1. SR Nacague 0-2.
Oh, you're right. You are darn right.
I have that off the top of my head. What do you mean?
You are right. Oh, maybe I was gaslighting myself. I thought they won their first. No, my bad. Anywho, yeah, that's a big problem, and especially looking at how they're one of the invited teams, not the qualifier team, and they were the most dominant team during the offseason. They were our Philippine reps, for all goodness sake. So it's not a great sign if you're an SR Nacague fan so far.
Yeah, well, but guys, let's not forget that this stream, I'd say, brought to you by Grab Unlimited. Then celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. Check out the QR code below, and of course, you can get some great deliveries, some great eats, and some great things done with Grab Unlimited. Thank you for supporting VCTPH and for supporting us since the start of all our broadcasts so far. But speaking of support right now, man, what can SR Nacague do moving into the second map? How do they recover and Fracture? It's a bit of a toss-up, really, despite it being an Abaddon Abyss map pick. I really wonder what we're gonna get right now, because the sample size is a little on the low side for both of these teams here.
Yeah, especially for SR Nacague. We do see, though, Abaddon Abyss's Fracture hasn't necessarily been the most consistent. They were able to beat Viper's Clan, a team that does have some backing in terms of, some VCT experience, but those players themselves may be newer to the scene, and they were able to beat them once more on Fracture quite handily, actually. So there is that factor to be considered, but we haven't seen too much of it just yet, especially as a whole, at least on the Abaddon Abyss side. SR Nacague, more of the same factor as well. I mean, what can they do at this point? They have to pump themselves up, cheer up, really, from that loss and get themselves going, because this could be an early exit for them in this group stage if they continue this trend. 0-3 as one of the invited teams. That's not good at all.
Well, we're already concluding it before it even gets to the second map, but I get your point. This is really a timeline SR Nacague wants to avoid right now, and recovering here on Fracture and then making God's work happen on Icebox. You can see that the path ahead is going to be perilous and a bit dangerous along the way. I do wonder, though, what we're going to get here. I wouldn't be surprised from, I'd say, recent history for both of these teams. Rocking a bit of that Neon, rocking a bit of that Breach, stun potential all around Fracture. But we've seen this map, especially in the OASIS versus Now side, that you're just getting a lot of more of these anchors coming into play, especially with how the shift of the meta came about here into this year. Things like the Killjoy, things like the Cypher, potential perhaps for more of the same to happen for these two teams as we're going to get into Agent Select here.
Yeah, Fracture is a really big test of a map when it comes to teams and how efficient they are in their early control of map space, really. Slatham, he's moving on over to the duelist side this time around here for Abaddon Abyss. The last time that we did see them, to be fair, play on Fracture, we did see Slatham on that Neon, and he performed absolutely well. Normally on the indie side of things, but he can flex on over to that Neon, as we saw when they played versus Vipers. They have the KO in here, they have that Cypher, which has seen a resurgence, I like to say, and I love to see. We're looking over at the Nacage's side though, and there isn't, I think, too much really too different from when the last time we did see them play this Fracture map. It is Patman on that Neon this time around, which was the same case when they played Myth the last time around. So composition-wise, the only real difference I see here is having that Killjoy instead of the Cypher that they used to run.
And I think they also used to run something like the Cypher actually. So really just goes to show that shift onto the Killjoy itself. It's really become so much more prevalent. It's something that none of these teams like to do in the first place. The Omen gonna be one of the few times we have it here for SR Nacague. But the Battle of the Neons and leads to a Battle of the Flex. That's the most intriguing part of it right now. The mantle of responsibility moves over the likes of Patman as well as Sladom right now. And from previous results, they've been able to deliver, but do they still have the same kind of impact that we saw from Zin or Exotic, or something a little bit different here, Black and Blue?
That's, I guess, the only way to find out is to see it for ourselves, right? They both like to rely on that Neon plus Breach combo, which we have seen be quite effective, especially in a map here like Fracture, this map out of all. But we're going now into map number 2, and this is, once more, you know, the pick here of Abaddon Abyss. They take away the opening pick of SR Nacague, and I'm just not too hopeful just yet for how their sake could be. Nacague still a team to be feared, of course, but they're the ones with their backs on the ropes, and we're looking at ropes right now. So let's go into map number 2, Fracture between Abaddon Abyss and SR Nacague.
And it's Abaddon Abyss. If they take this map, they will take this series. You can see, though, the former duelists have gone over to the Sentinel role, and Sladom now the one to lead that charge towards a drop here. But speaking of drops, who will fall first? It's Patman. V-Black, though, playing a bit of avoidance. Max can find that takedown eventually, though. That second clip is there to do him in. But in the end, Abaddon Abyss buying enough time. A lot of smokes thrown out towards CT, especially. That's a third smoke, interesting enough, thrown out there. But after that, 3v2 for now here, Black and Blue.
Let's see how they play this retake out. Nacague don't have the advantage in this case. Exotic half HP, but can still land a quick nasty shot to find a free kill, and that he does on the Zen, the opposing Sentinel. And I think this role really benefits him being on this Cypher. Mid-Mather is caught out here by the fault line. Has a frenzy to maybe shred down Exotic up close, and that he does. Doesn't have much in the mag, but he gets assist still anyways. It's just enough time that he can make this defuse if he gets a kill quickly, but Rabab is burning that time really soon. There is going to be a chance here at this moment. He's burned it down. The clock is running, and so he is as away from the spike. Rabab gets the opening round here for Abaddon Abyss.
Yeah, there's just some life there brought out by Mid-Matters, but in the end, it doesn't matter, because Rababs was playing the waiting game towards the site itself. Good start here for Abaddon Abyss, and while we have time, I just want to point out again the shifts of how they play Fracture right now, and we have a bit of a pause as well. You can see that so many roles are changed just because of that duelist swap. Duelists become Sentinels, Initiators become Duelists, and the Sentinels a while ago become Initiators, and that's literally what happens for Astamaxi on those breaches, Batman Sladom on those Neons, and Zind and Exotic on the Killjoy Cypher. Another curious case, though, while we do have this time here, Black and Blue, Omen and Brimstone, when do you see that often on something like Fracture?
I know, right? This is what they have ran in the past, though. This double controller, but an Omen and a Brimstone are typically, you know, the kind of off smokers that you see kind of combined with another smoker, really. You typically do see like a Viper paired with an Omen or Brim, or that case maybe even an Astra paired with an Omen or Brim, but not these two specifically together too often. And I'm curious to see how they play this necessarily. I do think, though, that you are giving them a lot of potential initiating power with this composition. You have the paranoia, which can always be effective and helpful at the very least, but exactly how they play it, I think, is going to matter even more. This defensive side generally should, I guess, help them out a bit, having this, you know, double controller, but we haven't seen it come to fruition just yet.
Just a very curious case, really. You're right that they ran it in the offseason. It's par for the course on what's expected of them, but it's still something a bit on the unexpected side. And, well, Senior Carl proving again that he can play so many different ages. A lot of experience after leaving that Steel Esports roster from way back when. He's been playing a lot of different things, actually, especially for SR Nacague. I still remember his Chamber and his Sages. We've been seeing the Breach from him. Now the Omen. That's a lot of flexibility, and really, in this map right now, both teams are going to get tested on that factor. The flexibility on playing a map they're not too accustomed with on official competition, and the flexibility of the roster on these different agents at different times here.
Well, speaking of different agents and different times, we got Exotic on this Cypher, and I think it can benefit him. We do know that he is that duelist exemplary in that case, but this will allow him to be able to play that solo roam game a lot more that he sometimes likes to try and, you know, pull out. So it will enable him to be a bit more self-sufficient at the very least on some of these pushes and some of these lurks. And I really want to see how exactly they utilize that to its fullest extent. Great shot here by B Black on mid Mathers. Vladimir Classic on towards drop to get a site control and the plant.
Yeah, just pretty much an eco here for SR Nacague. Only one having a bit of an investment. Is in on that Sheriff. Spike planted very quickly. Something to note the fracture. Just the distance from spawn to site. If you can clear it out, then it's gonna be easy pickings and an easy take. Speaking of easy pickings though, 2 for the price of none. Now it does become 1, does become 2. Senior Carl getting in there and getting some takedown, sure. But as the dust settles, it's left now to Zind. In a 1v3 scenario, tries to see what he can get away with. Maybe catch out Asta on an isolated duel towards the halls itself. The fault lines there, doesn't get really the catch. Abaddon and Bins, very convincing right now on their side takes so far. Wonder how that's gonna change when the buys do happen. SR Nacague though, contact gonna be important now to see how this defense gonna hold later on.
He gets around quick and easy here. Abaddon Abyss. Save 2 Bulldogs as well to play on further. Their attack, as you said, that's going to be the curious one, especially now on this bonus and then the gun round right on after. Nacague should have every advantage in this round to be able to secure it, and that they need to. They can't let these type of rounds slip away from them, because we know that Abaddon Abyss, even when they're down in a rut, we do see them be able to come back. You said it as well, you know, versus Game Labs Alpha on that Icebox map. We saw it a while ago on Ascent versus Nacague. And Abaddon Abyss are always a team who are ready to keep on marching when the going gets tough.
Yeah, and I'm concerned for SR Nacague because of that fact. Past 2 rounds, that first kill into the round was quick, was immediate. Yes, okay, the rifles are out now for SR Nacague, but on a map like Fracture, it's pretty easy to snowball out of control, basically. If you get that pick off and you realize, oh, that's the opening that we need in such a multifaceted, multi-pronged map just like this. So a bit of a technical pause yet again. A little bit of time to really think about things. And what's funny to me in a way is, it's not even funny, it's a bit sad, it's a bit ironic actually, is the team that we knew nothing about moving into the regular season, right? That's invited, Action PH. They're at the top of the scoreboard right now. And on the other side, the team that has been grinding publicly, that has been on the off-season approach, SR Nacague, they're on the opposite end of this chart here. They're down 0-2. So what does this kind of mean right now? Do you want to show yourself off more often than not? Do you not want to be shown off? Do you want to be a bit of a secret team? I don't know. It's just something I realized while thinking about it. We expected, I'd say, the complete opposite to happen, but here we are right now.
Do you like to be shown off, Dax? Do you like to be flexed?
I mean, isn't
like
that our
it when
job?
you're storied?
I don't mind. It's our job to be on camera, especially. So I'm kind of used to it. That's the thing, right? I like to get paid, so so I'm happy to be on cam for that. For sure.
Well, to that tale that you're telling, I was wondering, you know, maybe it's a stupid reasoning by me, but it's one that I was, you know, simply pondering. Maybe they simply stepped away from Pearl because they felt like they were getting too red on it at some point, that it couldn't be a map that they can rely on. Furthermore, if they don't develop new strats for it, if later on the season, or especially if they make it to the playoffs, that teams will finally have so much of a sample size on their best map on Pearl that it won't be effective for them anymore when they need it the most. And so that's one of the few reasons why I can think of maybe that's why they're stepping away from Pearl, you know, to be that decider, because they, by all means, knew that, you know, Abaddon Abyss were going to ban Haven, possibly Pearl if they left it in. Icebox, not exactly a great map for either side, so just, but more importantly, it's probably better for Abaddon Abyss, at least in the most recent time. So that's one of the few reasons why, you know, I'm looking at this video and wondering, or at least, you know, assuming that it could be one of those reasons why, once more, they let Icebox swap in instead of Pearl.
It's just hard to be exposed, and it's even worse. What am I watching? The jiggle. The jiggle. Damn.
Oh my goodness.
KO's been
KO.
working out.
Oh,
Whoa, KO, calm down.
Darn it.
This
is more for TikTok than
this
Twitch.
This BattleBot is ready for the after hours.
My goodness, is this... You know how in the future, in typically cyberpunk dystopian movies, they have those clubs with robots instead? Yep.
A wise robot once said, assume. Assume what? Just assume, and I won't continue on from there. I don't know how far I can get with this one. I'm not Aster, right? But damn, KO. Oof. Yeah, so being exposed, not really the best feeling. Maybe here SR Nacague can shy away from that.
Yeah.
That's gonna stick to my head for quite a while, that's for sure. But hey, the guns are out. The game is back. What is that Minima Sheriff? Yeah, besides that though, I am concerned here though for SR Nacague. If they don't make this round convincing, I'd say Abaddon Abyss will find really those duels to be a bit more confident moving forward.
Thanks for taking, you know, that speech for a bit, because I was still recovering up till now from what I've witnessed. But
I just throw my thoughts out, okay? That's like,
yeah.
Might as well talk.
Thank you very much. Here they go though. Abaddon Abyss, hefty push towards just a side fault line on within it. Within that though, Senior Carl, he has to try and find a way to get the killer value here. He's been caught out, but he still finds a kill. Exotic on the trade. Mid Mathers comes in when it matters the most. Here from the drop, he sends him back down within the site. Maxi knows that B Black is within it. The stun bounces, but hey, they still get away with it. Maxi finds the final one, and Nacague, they finally get a round on the board.
Looks like you recovered well. Same case as SR Nacague. Mid matters, he has been the force to be reckoned with all throughout. Always in the pinch, you can rely on him to get those takedowns, to be the calming factor here for SR Nacague. And I was expecting convincing. We got it there from him and the rest of the roster. Rifles though gonna be out here for Abaddon Abyss. And look at the ultimates so close online. Both Mid Matters and B Black are one away from that orbital strike. Both of them can actually try and contest an orb early on. And it's a big I win button on a map like this, especially if we get into post-plant. This time though, Abaddon Abyss is a 4-1 split, and what's most important is they're trying to clear out the holes in main as much as possible. They want to either get that no command or that orbital strike early on to make their lives easier. Perhaps even try and find a pick off here, but Senor Carl says hello to Exotic. Goodbye to him. Here comes the Sandstake plus the fast lane. Abaddon Abyss now trying to make it towards the site. The smoke's gonna be in the way of drop as well as CT, and eventually Rababs will make it. Never mind though, the orbital strike with the deny, with the burn, and goodbye to the KO turned into nuts and bolts.
Zoli gives himself away early in the orbital strike. Connects right on target. Great effect. Zind has got this to try and dismantle. B Black has a great position to catch him on out here, but he's getting kind of mixed up with the timing. Might have even seen him. He's giving himself away now. He knows that one has to be around the corner, but Mid Mathers has got his number. Great shot here by Slavic to connect on. With Abaddon Abyss in a tough spot. They are going to get pincered, and Mid Mathers, he finds a fourth here to get himself so much ultimate orbs within the round once more. They tie up the game.
He's back. He's just on it again. He just used the orbital strike, and now he's almost halfway there. What a hold by SR Nacague. I was waiting for that big red button to shine, and Mid Matters did not disappoint. I'd give props to Abaddon Abyss. I like that take that we saw there. Getting Sands means that you can actually take rope. You can get a bit of that heaven control and surprise anyone that comes out from CT and assumes that Sands is clear. So maybe later on, Abaddon Abyss can utilize that take yet again. Still, forces to be reckoned with. SR Nacague's defense held together well by the glue of the team, Mid Matters. And look at him go! He's not just glue, man. He's Mighty Bond. He is just superstar right now in these rounds. He's ready to take an orb yet again to give it a shot with that orbital strike later on. Strong performance so far on the defense.
They can take the ultimate orb here as well towards that drop for free, so that helps, especially. Shot by Zin, connects, and finds B-Black on this push, finds a second to stall them on this, and Exotic just could not connect with his stinger from the flank. Nacague looking pretty clean so far in this anti-eco as I say that, and Rababs lands a shot.
Oh, Paranoia. And here you have it! Near, far, wherever you are, still ready to fight. And while this happens, Abaddon Abyss, they can get with a bit of a chance. I am seeing, though, you saw the rotation for SR Nacague. They took control of holes, and along the way, Mid Matters, I believe, picked up Norb. So he's one away already from the orbital strike. In the end, Rabab's buying time for a round like this has enabled SR Nacague to play Collector. Look at them wait now towards B main. They want to get that takedown onto Rababs. There is that rotation towards Arcade. But Zin, he's watching out for the path here. Very dangerous now. Rababs might not see this coming, actually. Already making towards the site. Gets into cover. Buys himself a little bit space to work with. But the guns now are out. 3 versus 1. And Rababs will get 3 before he falls. A nice effort by Rababs of Abaddon Abyss. But SR Nacague, this defense is unwavering. Unrelenting, even.
Ready.
He didn't actually use the word. I like how he danced around it. But yes, valiant effort for sure here by Nacague, rather by Abaddon Abyss. Get those 3, get the plant down, and especially by Rababs. So really able to farm up at least some orbs to get his ultimate online there. He had it for the last few kills, but ultimately out, it helps out. They've got 4 ultimates now to throw out rather in this upcoming round. And they're pretty high impact ones, all of them. They don't have the Rolling Thunder, but everything else might just well be just that wave of a push that they can utilize to get this round. They're going for a heavy drop push instead. There's a double defensive hold here, and they could dismantle it.
Yeah, Senior Carl and Mid Matters on drop duty, but they have to back away. Been a broken record, but that orbital strike is still something to watch out for, and that's why the null command can be the play here. V-Black though falls first and foremost. Senior Carl with the takedown, and Senior Carl, the angle of opportunity, the fast lane slows down just because of the Omen in the way. No crossing here needed. As you can see, for SR Nacague, they're just enforcing the laws of traffic. They're enforcing their defense, and there you go, given a ticket. Abaddon Abyss sent their way back home.
Wow, what a hold from Nacague, and Senior Carl, great heads up. Play within that held position where right on the drop, realizing, hey, the waterfall, sometimes the safest place is within the cave behind the waterfall, as common fantasy might sometimes, have in their lore. In this case, Senior Carl, he knows that as soon as they drop to the floor, he's going to be ready for them, and they don't check him out immediately enough, not before finding the kill first, and with, that ultimate from the Neon, it takes a bit too much time sometimes if you don't instantly connect on the head to get him down, and it was allow him to simply farm up 2 kills quick and easy.
What a find. What a moment from Senior Carl to come in clutch effectively. Him taking down V-Black so early on just made Abaddon Abyss try to go for the punish, but they couldn't find him along the way. It just really goes to show, if you're going to be playing those early contests, you also have to have a bit of a backup option, that backup position. And right now, this timeout for Abaddon Abyss, it just might be them making sure that the way they clear things out are as secure as possible. Check out every single nook and cranny that they are passing by with. It's been a bit of a problem so far in these past few rounds. This defense from SR Nacague has been such a chokehold. It's suffocating even. Because you can see it there. When Abaddon Abyss commit on a site, it's such a narrow, claustrophobic area, and the only area they can work with, as now they come from Arcade. Patman is ready. It's just a train of thought that keeps going on, and there you have it now, derailed by Patman. He's the conductor of this station this time around. And apparently, he's asking for tickets. There's no one to give him there. Back's on the way. It's 4v2 already.
Yep. They tried to push the Arcade, but it's his cabinet to claim. Can't beat my high score. Not in this. I own this. Rababs finds one at the very least to take down Patman eventually. Exotic falls as well. It's all onto Rababs once more in another 1v3.
You know, a little bit unfortunate for Exotic. Seems like muscle memory for, I'd say, bigger guns. Couldn't really get the spray downs done. And speaking of done, we're done with the round. Quickly concluded by Patman of all positions. It's still, I'd say, the similar error. They just assume a little too much that this is clear just because the Nova Pulse of the Neon still connects there. Sladom, he was in high gear position but not ready to slide in. And just from that point on, right, Patman with a bit of assistance, I'd say, from someone like Senior Carl, able to hold that down. Nacague right now, every single intersection is theirs for the taking. A redo this time around. Look at Sladom actually commit the slide. He's conditioned to watch out for the drop part of the tower here just in case. And Abaddon Abyss, they made their way towards the B-side, sure, but they still need to deal with so many ultimates on the other team here.
Yeah, they can get the plant down, but the orbital strike's gonna halt that for the meantime. Great timing on that to try and burn even more on the clock, and Patman on the flank is gonna connect. Those relay bolts are gonna be such a problem for Exotic to try and deal with on that flank. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. There's so much being thrown on here, Dax, and he don't even clear Sanger Carl out once more. He gets a single. He could have found the double, but Abaddon Abyss come out on top there. The neural theft as well gives them information on where to look. They know Mid-Mathers is here coming from that CT spawn side, and now he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, Abaddon Abyss getting away with that one. Great frag potential from a squad this young. And leads to a 1v3 scenario towards Link Mid-Mathers, trying to find the angle. Problem is, everyone is just waiting for him to come this way. Throws down the smoke at least to try and clear out the arcade side. Singles out Asta there. Even B Black! Mid-Mathers! His name! Very trying to be stuff of legends, but apparently the one who will be the author of this chapter will be Exotic. 5-3, Abaddon Abyss in a bloody round, get it done.
You get the wrong read of the situation. You can see him pushing there without even reloading his main weapon, so he was very confident that Exotic was somewhere towards arcade instead, but wrong read, maybe wrong information given. Would have been a nice clutch here for Mid-Mathers. You see there, he even spray transfers immediately into the smoke as soon as he gets the kill.
Watch and learn.
It's not the right read, but Abaddon Abyss, they dumped so much into that round to be able to take it, but they do get the Rolling Thunder burned off of Abaddon Abyss's attack at the very least on Nacague. They have their own to throw out now.
Yeah, just need a bit of momentum, and here we go again. Arcade seems to be another free play for them. They have gotten the spike down quickly. They also put Exotic on B main duty, so he's able to clear that out. Nacague basically giving up B side for absolutely free, deciding to play the retake with the lockdown with the Rolling Thunder instead. And as Mid-Mathers now tries to call through arcade into the smoke, he goes. Does Rabab find him coming his way? Yes. Should he be Black though, finding his target. 2-for-1 trade, but Nacague decides to light up the scoreboard. There you have it. Search, destroy, and found. Nacague now back on the board and back with another round.
Yeah, they seek him out and they conquer. Divide him as well here as Nacague secure the equalized half at the very least. Coming into round number 10. Quick plant from Abaddon Abyss to be fair on that B site, but even quicker retake we do see. Multiple angles. This is where Nacague do the best, right? When they're able to really center themselves and set themselves, breathe in the box and play within it. That's where Abaddon Abyss, they struggle sometimes if they can't catch off Nacague. These kind of off-kilter, awkward moments, and Nacague just know what to do and know how to react.
Yeah, this is the discipline we see from the first half of Ascent. I do like the fact that Senior Carl was making a lot of noise and that distracted Rababs there from watching out for Mid-Mathers instead. So just some of those small instances of, I'd say, wildliness here from SR Nacague. Give them the lead so far, put them in a good position to, by minimum, end this half on a tied scoreline. But Senior Carl said he wants to be on the positive side here. Patman also saying the same thing. It's a chorus right now, courtesy of SR Nacague. And we're looking to hit the high note with the high gear. Senior Carl finds Rababs along the way. Eventually, though, trying to play Whack-A-Mole versus Exotic. Mid-Mathers is the one who smacks him down. And in just a flurry of words, Sladom's the only one who only have a voice now. Marshall versus the Rifles. Not the best case here from Abaddon Abyss whatsoever.
1v4. Mere Marshall in Slatham's hands. We have been seeing this Abaddon Abyss attacking side struggle a bit with him at the helm of that Neon. Not that it's his fault necessarily, but maybe just, you know, players not in their optimal, or at least
30 seconds left.
used to, the positions that they're used to. We do see Exotic sworn at Cypher, but you typically see him at the spear instead of at the rear, and it could be one of those things where there is a bit of a feeling out phase. Slalom though, Marshall, he can go in hunting season here, gets himself within the sight, but ultimately what can he do? Not much. Opposing Neon finds the proper light. That's Patman, 7-3, Nacague, looking pretty good.
I like that quote. I mean, I like that sentence. The spear or the rear. Interesting. Yeah. Choice of word, but even interesting, right? This is a bit of the how these roles work sometimes. How they're able to define that pace, especially, and the pace right now, absolutely delivered here by SR Nacague. All throughout the map, they're winning these contact duels. They're winning this with this early aggression. And as long as they can keep getting away with it, with that confidence, they're going to continue on. There's expectation though, and here we go, sliding on in. Why don't see the DMs? And towards main even. Sladen though, slams down 2. Gets advantage now towards Abaddon Abyss's side. From the shadows though, to reinforce. Senior Carl positioning themselves towards tower. An overlook even, but Exotic able to get away towards the underpass in time. Now then, after just a flurry of blows, just 2 bodies crashing into each other midair, it's Abaddon Abyss with the man advantage so far. And Senior Carl, this is gonna get dicey. Exotic's waiting, and Exotic got his number.
He gets a catch. He has the option here to burn the Neural Theft, but I think he's gonna try and hold on to it for the meantime. They've got the defense split up, one towards A, one towards B, either side. It's Zen here to make and gain this information on this. Look at how much those Nano Swarms, the stack of the damage burn, slap them down, and they also take down V-Black with it as well. Timmy the turret here coming in big. Now they have a real chance to make this happen. Zin, he's got his notions up as well. He knows that one could be coming from the flank. He places, oh no, will he?
Oh no, he doesn't.
Yes, he will. Nope. Exotic finds the proper timing too, and that burns it for free. What a heartbreaker of a kill here on the Nacage's side.
In the drop down here, Rapam's forced out by Mid Matters, trying to find the angle. 1v1 right now. And the second floor here becomes the first, and Exotic floors his opponent down to the ground. What a way to win for Abaddon Abyss. What a moment from Exotic. He just found the weakness of his 2 opponents, and he takes the round away from them.
Timing. That round was all about timing here, coming from Exotic. Able to get a flank kill on that arcade position. Look at this, Silent ADSing up close. What game are you playing, my brother? He eventually does find a perfect timing here on the Zen coming from that drop, and Zen, he knew as well that that was a possibility, but they didn't have any utility to try and aid him in that hold, and then he gets the proper timing on the drop too as well on the retake hold on Mid Mathers. So nicely done, all things considered here. Abaddon Abyss could equalize his game up at the half, and Slavim, he starts off electrifyingly.
Mid Matters just doesn't see it coming. The light pierces through his brain, and from that point on now, it's Abaddon Abyss on the bright spot here. Zindo, unfound, unseen, and eventually he'll be broken by V-Black. Absolute chaos now. Carnage towards the side, but Abaddon Abyss, they thrive in these instances. They're waiting to manipulate the sight lines, and there you have it. Walk into his lane, why don't you? Exotic finds Batman trying to go for the cross. It's just the overrun here so far. 1v3 scenario now. Maxi, he has to go super max this time around, but here in Canteen, someone's ready to throw his lunch away. It's difficult for Maxi. He doesn't know there's someone behind him, and there you go, Exotic again, the opportunist and the isolationist. 7-5, we end the half with Nacague with a similar scoreline like before.
Yeah, swift end there by Abaddon Abyss, and when they really push up that pace, has been their most effective rounds. Look at like half of the rounds they won here on the defensive side are when they're able to push that pace as well, rather on the attacking side, when they're able to push that pace on the attack, gain control of the site really quick, really swift, because when they play those slow defaults and Nacague are able to really set and center themselves, that's when Nacague have been shining. But yeah, those fast pushes from Abaddon Abyss, they've been working on out. But can they replicate that same success now here on the defensive side in the second half?
I just love the chaos that we can see from Abaddon Abyss, and perhaps if they're able to do that a little bit more, it could have been rounds, but I'd say it's more so SR Nacague preventing that chaos from happening in the first place. Big time plays from players like Batman, from players like Mid Matters. And speaking of the Neons right now, though, they're gonna die very early on. Nacague, though, getting up close and personal. Sin finding Asta, and they're trying to cross towards Hole, but Rababs disengages with the fragment instead. 4v3 scenario now. Sandsto being covered here by Abaddon a bit. The smokes are out and about. Smoke criminal into the flash. Rababs, though, not lucky this time around. Senior Carl will get the takedown. Bit of an addition, honestly. It's 4v2 through the doors. V-Black goes. Mid Matters playing the awaiting game yet again. Sees his counterpart, takes them down, and Nacague a convincing round in the pistol.
Convincing is the keyword. Their attacks really making sure that they don't let this go and swing the other side towards Abaddon's pendulum. So Nacague, quick and swift, decisive. It's really big concerning thing a lot of times for some of these rounds that Nacague do win when they're a bit awkward, but that one, no real case. You can see from the get-go, they controlled the pace of the round and made sure that Abaddon Abyss had no time to breathe. That can be suffocating, especially for a team like Abaddon Abyss.
Hasn't that been their whole duty so far? Hasn't that been what they want to do in the first place? It's happened on the defense, looking to happen on the attack yet again, and here comes the confidence from Patman. Look at him go, suited up, ready for the takedowns. Asta, a bit of a reprieve there along the way, but Patman is just rolling in dough and rolling in takedowns. 4 already on that ultimate, 3 for the round here so far, and SR Nacague, the clear is controlled by Patman yet again. V-Black will finally find him, but the damage has been done, and the spikes all ready to be planted.
By far, the most effective rounds we've seen from either side are these rush rounds here on the attacking side, especially. Nacague, really clean, although it is against an eco, so that is a bit of a note to take. Exotic, all he's fishing for here is maybe a can of tuna, nothing fresh. Single kill, and that's about it. Shorty, what can really?
Tuna? You like tuna more or salmon?
Salmon, of course.
Salmon. Is it a more expensive one? Is that how it works?
Yeah. Although, tuna is really good as well in certain contexts. But
that's true.
In this case, exotic is a fish to be found.
Okay. I can't believe you still looped that in that way. I was like... We just started talking about fish in the middle. It's like, this round's over. But truth be told, there's just so many rounds we've seen in this map alone that Patman decides to say, I'm going. We're done. It's happened on the BRK defense. It's happened on these A main pushes. It's just so defining right now for SR Nacague, and while they slow things down this time around, if they can keep on doing that versus Abaddon Abyss, I wouldn't be surprised to see the defense just absolutely flustered so far. Speaking of, though, well, they keep resilience there. Rababs able to survive the firefight versus Zind. Advantage now here for the defense with a small expedition towards that A side there.
Well, every adventure we meet its end. Oh, there's a pixel angle here. Has to be careful, Exotic. He has given himself away, rather. He finds that kill on the Patman, but there could be more. Little does he know, he doesn't win that frag versus Maxi. And Asa is able to get the trade as each of the teams are able to trade here effectively. 1v2. Mid Mathers finds his first. He's going to need another to be able to get this game at least even more possible to win. Smoke's on down. The spike is away from him all the way towards that arcade side. Can go through the underpass or keep on ground level.
Yeah, the thing is, though, he doesn't know as of yet the positions of Abaddon Abyss. Just really goes to show, though, that for SR Nacague, already a solid bonus. They got towards the side, got some sidelines to make the trades happen, and come on, how many times has Midnight has done this all throughout the series? Just find the small little angle that he can get away from the AoE of the opposition. Sladen, though, doesn't know, just rumbling down his feet. Mid Matters awaits. Able to pick up the spike right now, makes noise, and with 50 seconds left, can he actually make it on time and not get shot? I don't think he can make it.
10 seconds left.
You're right.
Yeah.
He's out of time. You're right. Oh, no, he thinks he are.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely out of time.
Yeah.
He needed like 3 or 4 more seconds to actually make that rotation. Generally, like, for most sites, it's about 20 seconds at the minimum is what you kind of want, just to be safe, and you'd probably have a second or two to spare.
Look, you don't even need to do math about it. Brimstone's just old.
Yeah, that's true. Heavy as well.
Last player standing.
Damn.
Literally, it's footsteps.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I see. I thought
that's how you differentiate. You know, the brim and the breach are like...
Spike down.
Oh, it's the brim.
So what's the breach sound effect?
Similar to that, just more... heals.
I thought there'd be a little bit of a clunk because he has a
Yeah,
robot
yeah.
arm. But hey, okay, SR Nacague, they give up that round. Sure, it was their bonus. They did some good economical damage done towards Abaddon Abyss, but here you go. Earth to Abaddon. There you have it. Message received. Sladom slams down Senor Carl. A bit of a help there from both Rababs and Asta, but a strong position courtesy of Abaddon Abyss. SR Nacague might be communicating that. That's a triple stack towards drop. Eventually, Patman now braving the waters, moving over towards CT. B Black though, waiting out for another caller to come his way. Patman though, surprise sure, but gets the takedown anyway. 4v4 for now, and SR Nacague gets the plant down.
Spike down. Post plant coming on in. 4v4. This could still work out for Abaddon Abyss. No ultimates, but if they do get a kill from Asta, that Rolling Thunder could be crucial. The post plant could be difficult to dismantle though. They have the Aftershock and they also have the Orbital Strike on the Nacague's post plant hold. So you're gonna need to find some way to break this up and open. 3 of them coming from that drop. Orbital Strike burning even more time to use it there to try and secure the round with that time burn. The retake comes on in. Sladom finds one, but Zin and Maxi is able to find a double going his way. It's all now here onto Rababs, who can't get the job done, and SR Nacague making sure this attacking side is rightfully theirs.
Yeah, the stall was so strong. You don't even need to get kills with the Orbital Strike. It's a big smoke that gets in the way, and that kills you if you touch it effectively. Mid-matter, just so impactful into this whole round, into this whole series, more so here into the second. And a nice work from Abaddon Abyss. They put a lot of chips towards that drop, but unfortunately for them, it was only the small blind there. It wasn't the big force that they expected. It wasn't even more contact. And since they stayed towards drop, they couldn't get back towards the site itself in time. So here we go again. Abaddon Abyss, expedition towards the north side. Zin, the evacuation order is a go. Can they find him in time? It's a last stand by Timmy the Turrets. Salute the turret. He tried his best, but while this happens, it's space created, and on the B side we go again.
Yeah, he's able to escape for the meantime. Plant should go down here towards Bravo, and the retake here from Abaddon Abyss is going to be difficult. Oh, he gets a dink as well. Patman at range. Zin finds a double. This round is practically done, frankly.
Yeah.
There's no real chance for Abaddon Abyss, so 11-6 it shall be when the dust does settle. Exotic gets a bit of a consolation here. It ultimately ends. So yeah, Nacague a round away from match point at this moment.
It just feels like as soon as the space is given, that's the go signal for SR Nacague. Once they realize where the forces of Abaddon Abyss are, they're so confident in taking these sites, and we've seen this rotation game be very effective for SR Nacague in maps like Pearl, in maps like Ascent even. But here on Fracture, I'd honestly say that strength is amplified to the maximum. Just the distance itself to go from spawn towards the site, realize that no one's there. When they have no fear whatsoever, they're so effective and efficient in these site takes, man.
That is the big part of it, right? Nacague, a lot of what we saw from the most recent bouts were on maps that maybe didn't necessarily facilitate that kind of play, right? Unlike Fracture, the best maps like Pearl, maps like, hell, even to be fair, they played okay on Ascent, and those type of maps are ones that do benefit a bit of a slower play. They also are pretty, at least reliable when it comes to a map like Split, perhaps, during the past times when they were on that former roster. And those type of maps do benefit, some slower play breeze as well. It could be more of that same case, but you don't really see this too often from this SR Nacague squad, and it's really benefiting from them. If I may say so myself, I think Abaddon are kind of surprised or taken aback or just unexpecting of Nacague to be playing this specific way on Fracture.
Yeah, they don't expect the fast pace to come this way. They expect that they're gonna be able to fight like this, and in times that they're able to fight in chaos, they look strong. But the call is so sound from SR Nacague. Presence towards B main is alerted. Guys, we're going A. We're gonna get there as soon as possible. And see how confident this approach is. Just a few smokes, that's why they run this double controller. An orthodox composition, sure, but they try and make it work. Fast lane now gonna be the action. Patman decided to lead the charge. He's ready and psychs the smokes. Exotic, a nice try here with the Cyber Cage, trying to get a little bit of the noise suppression going. But this time around, Patman He just was silent on the inside, gets away with that takedown. 4v4 because 4v3. Senior Carl gives the advantage now. Here comes the lockdown though into play. Slalom now bringing out the overdrive, but Sin burns out Slalom. Asta, speaking of him go burning, he's on the fire, but he's on fire with the takedowns. It's Sin now versus the world in a 1v2 scenario. Tries to play towards holes, but he's suppressed, he's stunned, and it's gonna get even harder. The plant though is coming his way. He has the sight lines, but he cannot get the shot. Asta, come on! Where did that come from? Through the fire, the flames, and through the earth itself. It's Abaddon Abyss who wills themselves through the round.
Crucial round here for Asta to step up to the plate on. He gets that opening kill, turns around, catches the dropping guy from drop. Mid-Mathers there, and then wins out the 5 versus End with low HP. A single bullet could do him on in, and yet connects anyway. That's the type of player you need on your side when the going gets rough, when things are getting tough. Slalom gets a catch from the Padman, who could have found one, but awkward shuffle in his weaponry, in his arsenal. Ultimately enough, there was so much dumped into this round, so much desperation, but ultimately it works out in Abaddon's favor. Look at their buy, 3 Bulldogs.
Yeah, well, it hurts the economy, but they're gonna go now to hurt Padman before he even twists his head. The overdrive gets absolutely nothing. Sparks fly and nothing else. Here comes Slada now, lighting up the scoreboard. Tries to get on the way, but Nacague is there yet again to go for the damage done. 2v2 after everything is said and done. The chaos thrives yet again between these two teams. A bit of a reprieve now, busted down by the orbital strike. Both Senior Carl and Maxi trying to spam it towards spawn, but V-Black finds his marker. Senior Carl now all alone in a 1v2 scenario, and look who's lying in wait right behind you. Someone's trying to come his way. It's Exotic, but V-Black's the one, the name to watch out for. 11-8, and these quick rounds are going in Abaddon's favor.
There's so many stuns that are coming out from Abaddon's defensive side as well. When they can anticipate which lane, really, Nacague are going to be able to push, and they guess it right. It just stifles out of those pushes. The overdrive immediately nullified here on Patman, as both the fault line and those relay bolts from Slavim are thrown out his way. There's just so much for him to deal with. He gets taken out early. Now Abaddon Abyss, when the play is this quick, that is where they have been shown to thrive, even when they also do have some resilience in those slower defaults.
Yeah, they're ready now to try and fight yet again. Look at Sladom, no fear whatsoever. Committed position, basically. He has to fight, he has to win, and he doesn't there. Patman gets the takedown, but Ravams is ready for the trade. Now the aftershock into play. Mid-Matters burns down Asta, and while this happens now, it's going to be the rotation again, courtesy of the CT side for Abaddon Abyss, but Nacague, they changed the rules of engagement here, black and blue. Back away, can be a fake, can be a rotate towards B side, but this time around, the pace will be slowed by the attackers.
Now, slower defaults, not even a default grid, just a slower pace of the game, as a slower crawl is what they're going to have to be playing. You know, this double controller gives them the benefit of really being able to fake out their smokes a lot on either side, because I feel like there, exactly, he smokes out drop, which signals to the opposing side it could be a fake. Well, their intent there was to at least gain some control for Mid-Mathers to peek into. V-Black gets a catch here on a Senior Carl. He finds a second as well. That's crucial. Exotic is traded out by Zind. And now they have the option to take the A site, which they're rightfully going to take.
Yeah, we see this a lot from SNL again, especially the man, the myth, legend himself, Mid-Mathers. There you go, yet again. Another footnote to the story. Mid-Mathers, play anticipation, capturing the flag, capturing the site for the squad. This has to be careful though. V-Black, can he find Zin in time? No, the turrets will be the distraction. Taps do come from the spawn, and it's 2v1 now. Setting a crossfire across the sands as well as the site itself. Zin though has to be careful of the flames, but he finds a little bit of a crevice to back on away. Can V-Black even do anything by this point? The setup is strong from Nacague. It has to be a quick 180, but there's just no real angle to play safe from. Match point now for SR Nacague. They want to keep the series alive here.
Good catch here for Mid-Mathers on both of those final kills. But I think that was a bit too ambitious here for Slavim. Now they're in a difficult economic spot. Very committed angle. It's not like he's a chamber or a jet that can simply bail on out. He needs a bit more space and time to be able to get out of harm's way, even as a Neon. So it's a difficult endeavor for him to try and continue with in that case. I think they really should have played a bit more back. Ultimately, their goal was to stall them at main anyway.
He just got back into the usual SR Nacague antics, but back to your regularly scheduled firefight, 5 seconds down. It's Slalom already with the takedown. Patman, of course, The tip of the spear, this time though dealt by the opposition. Nacague looking to play it safe and sound, but Brababs and Sladom, they still want the 5. They have Asta there for support if ever. He can throw a flash towards the wall and they find contact. And SR Nacague, they're not going to be able to get the space that they want this time around.
So much going on earlier in those rounds that now that things have kind of slowed down to a crawl, almost deafening. Can be very, anxiety-inducing here for a team like Abaddon Abyss, just wondering where the next push will come from, where the next peak. And Zin, he gives it up away and finds a kill here on Rababs. Now, 2 rifles still remain on Abaddon Abyss's side. No ultimates, but they're very close to quite a few. They do have the neural theft, rather, but they're going to need a body to be able to make that work on out, or at least apply it in the first place. Here comes down the lockdown. Still gives him backside to play with.
And speaking of, Asta's already there in position. Bit of Nanoswarm action being thrown towards drop. There we go though with the Orbital Strike, and Mid-Matter is able to get across in time, but he's isolated here. Can SR Nacague regroup and recoup? There we go with the shots, and SR Nacague get away with bloody murder. Everyone on site towards Abaddon Abyss's side, erased in existence. And now with the spike planted, this is a countdown to a 3rd map to a series prolonged. Can Exotic get the job done in direct combat this time around? Everyone's waiting for him to come out from spawn itself. Senor Carl, sure, he's watching towards holes, but right now, Exotic, he has to find the isolated duel. It's just difficult though here for Abaddon Abyss, but Exotic trying to make good work. Alarm bot though says hello, and Senor Carl will say goodbye. Adios, and now we move to the next map. SR Nacague this time around. The recovery was strong, and the rounds were even stronger. Short security, SR raiding their way to a victory.
Yeah, just really finally be able to get themselves back into the game with swift action and swift confidence near the end of things. This is more of the SR Nacague we've come to expect, but we need to see more of that be replicated coming in the Icebox, a map that might be able for, or maybe a better ground for, Abaddon Abyss to make things going. I'm not too sure just yet about the, decisions for them to swap on over roles when it comes to playing, having slapped them on that Neon. Not that he's bad at it, but it just didn't seem like either side, or their side especially here, coming in for Abaddon Abyss, were too comfortable in where they were positioned. Exotic as well on that Cypher. We didn't really see him be the Exotic that we know of Here Come the Day.
It felt very, I'd say, conditional for Abaddon Abyss. It had to be a certain way of the round going for them to get those victories, and really, we've seen from SR Nacague that they were able to adapt. They were able to understand that we can actually get away with these situations, and when their opponent all-ins on the advance, that's enough for them to convincingly go for the site. Here we have the Statos. Sladom still getting a number of kills done. Gotta give it to V-Black as well. He had his moments where he was staying on the live at the very last for Abaddon Abyss, but Mid-Matters and Senor Carl, the unorthodox double controller setup between the Brimstone and the Omen. Don't see it too often, but SR Nacague say it's what works for us. And it really just is such a, I'd say, good point to look at here, Black and Blue. When they realize that there's an advance for some Abaddon Abyss, their rotation or their take immediately towards the site is as sure and secure as anyone could be. It's like you're pretending that no one is watching there in the first place, and they have good reason to think so because they already got that intel, plus a whole lot of smokes to work with. The Brimstone smokes especially, very quick to drop by. Those Sky smokes come out almost instantaneously, and you add it with Senor Carl's dark cover as well. That just allows so much safety for SR Nacague to be sure about these round calls.
And that's really what I think helped our SR Nacague here. They just had much more diverse kind of ideas to be able to apply here multiple times on over than, the conditions that you talked about here coming in for Abaddon Abyss, where it had to be a certain way. Conditional, I think, is a perfect word, as you put it, on how they have to try and get these rounds going, because otherwise they just seemingly are lost in many of these moments, or just not even lost, actually, frankly. It's more just them not being able to be as comfortable in those slower rounds as maybe the SR Nacague side were. So Abaddon Abyss, it's still a valiant effort for them, but once more, they had a single game plan and they tried to stick to it till the end. But at some point, you need just a bit more to give.
Yeah, and I feel like SR Nacague was just able to find anyone and everyone that they could in the first place. And to deliver us the win, well, Senior Carl was the one who found that delivering win with Grab Unlimited. What a way to win though for SR Nacague. You saw that there was that whole standoff by the tail end of that last round. But eventually, when the orbital strike cleared, SR Nacague knew they were already in position to get those takedowns. Even in the chaos, they can thrive. Even if they can get in position, they will win. And this is the SR Nacague that we expected to keep on showing up here in VCTPH. So they're not out of the woods as of yet. They're not going 0-3 yet here, ladies and gentlemen. It will be a chance to get that first elusive series victory here for SR Nacague. But on the other side, it's about getting positive here with Abaddon Abyss. And it will be Icebox awaiting. Even though it's decider here, Black and Blue, effectively, right, this feels like a map pick by SR Nacague based on the bans that we had. And, well, they better either sink or swim with Icebox waiting for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's one last chance for both of these teams, but especially for SR Nacague, who are potentially going to be down 0-3 if they don't win this series up. So that's not a scoreline you're going to want to be in, especially as one of those invited teams once more. We're going to have to see, though, who ends this series with their favor after this break. Don't go anywhere. We shall be back in a hair.
The Raiders of the Lost Fracture, well, they found their win along the way, and we are now tied up 1-1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our first series for the day. It's Nacague versus Abaddon Abyss. Stacks with Black and Blue still keeping up with the action. And, well, this is a series that has gone the distance, man. I'm pleasantly surprised that we are here on Icebox, that we have made it in the first place to our decider. But now, there's something that's going to be tested here for these two squads. Endurance. Who can endure such a long bout between these two titans already and take the win at the very end?
My bad. It's going to be a very curious case of why Icebox really, right? You look at here, this final map of the series, and the 3 times that SR Nacague have played this the last time around, they lost it. 4 times that Abaddon Abyss have played this, they won it. So at least history might suggest that these two teams have a big contrast in how things are going to play. But I mean, at this point, Dax, I can only expect the unexpected. So if SR Nacague do win this, then it can be, starting to be on an upward trend for them, because this will be their first win of the group stages if ever they take the series.
Yeah, they need a serious win. They can't just take maps. They can't just say, oh, we're fighting a really strong opposition. They need to perform, especially to the level of play we expect from a direct invite team. On the other side, though, Abaddon Abyss, I guess my question now is, while yes, this is a very successful map for them, I believe they were undefeated in the open qualifier and the regular season so far on this map. Can they continue on with the fact that we're going to a map number 3? But just to kind of reel it back here, Black and Blue, a little bit, let's go back to the map draft, especially for the people who are just tuning on into this decider. We, for a fact, do know that Abaddon Abyss has, I'd say, permabans into the map pool. They always ban Breeze, and especially from what we saw against Game Lab Alpha, they will always ban Haven. So that the second ban of SR Nacague really defined what this third map would be. And of all the things that we expected for them to ban, it was their signature map pick, Pearl. That's why we ended up on Icebox. So perhaps, what do you think about this? But before, of course, all of that, we gotta give a shout out to our amazing sponsor so far, who has been keeping up here with the stream. Grab Unlimited, celebrate great wins with great food, enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. QR code right there. Check it out when you can. Thank you yet to get the Grab Unlimited. But back to my question there, Black and Blue. What do you think about it that we're going to Icebox and it's really because of the hand of SR Nacague?
Well, I'm wondering, why could it be Icebox, right? Out of all the things, Pearl, I touched upon a while ago during map number 2, that maybe it's a case of they want to try something new eventually on Pearl. They don't want to give up their hand too much, and they don't want too much, I guess, research to be able to be done against them on one of their best maps. And I'm looking at here now Icebox, and maybe the inverse of that is the reason why they let it on in. Maybe it's because they've seen Icebox happen so many times as of recent, or Abaddon Abyss, that even if Abaddon Abyss have won it, that they do have now a pretty good statistical and, VOD evidence of how Abaddon Abyss like to play this, what their strats are, and now they can use this against them, because we saw them play it against Puggers, against Game Labs Alpha as well during the regular season. They also played against ViperScan and AMPH during the open qualifiers, and at least two of those we were able to see with VODs as of very recent. But Pearl isn't the exact same story. The last time we saw Pearl was only against Puggers. They did win that as well, and so maybe they feel like we have more video evidence, more statistical knowledge as well on how they play their Icebox, and they're gonna try and use that. Sometimes, that can be a factor. From my own experience, hearing from the back end of teams do sometimes decide against, favorite map picks because they feel like, we just saw them play this map the other day, and now we know what they do, and now we know what we can do as well.
So in a way, it's technically the reverse of what we saw on Ascent. The shoe is on the other foot. It's now SR Nacague who has more footage of Abaddon Abyss compared to the case that was Ascent, where Abaddon Abyss was counteracting a few things here and there that SR Nacague loved to do based on previous results. That's I love that point, Mr. Former Analyst / Coach / everything else in between, Mr. Backend over there. Give me a little
not
smile.
A KOL.
Not a KOL. Maybe one day. Maybe one day you'll get that side cell. Only Fluffy. But of course, we have such a diverse talent pool here in the VCTPH side. And we also have the Filipino broadcast. So you can check us out Right now, on the English side, you are tuning in probably on twitch.tv/Valorant_PH. Of course, alternate link there, youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH. But if you want to hear the Filipino broadcast, kung gusto nyo ganito yung salita, o diba? See, I can bring it out too. Facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH for the Filipino side. Also, there's also a link too at youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH. Either way, though, you guys are supporting the PH local scene, and we are very happy to have you here yet again in 2023. Still though, we are not done with this series, huh? We still got one more map to go, and honestly, time for us to talk about expectations. For me, it's just who plays the map better, because based on results, based on history, they pretty much play stock standard icebox as much as possible, so it's all about refinement coming into this third map here.
To be fair, Dax, we also were pretty skeptical, I think rightfully so as well, of SR Nacage's Fracture, right? They have a 17% win rate on that. Well, now it's turned up a bit to 20 plus since they won their final last match. That's at least a 2 out of 6 win rate, but that still ain't much, really, all things considered. And yet they were able to prove that they can win against a team here who has a bit more favor on a map like Fracture. But we've gone over the icebox, and I think the disparity is a bit wider in that case. They have had good results as of recent, at least when it comes to playing on this map right before their kind of lower losing streak on icebox right before the turn of the year. But in that case, we're gonna have to look to the server itself, and first of all, to the agent select. What do they do here differently? Because icebox has been a map that we've seen be just so standard in terms of agent compositions. Only really been now so have kind of really defined new rules for the game, playing that harbor, and we see more of what is to be expected here on either side. A mirror matchup, frankly, for both teams.
Yeah, and the only real shift is because you don't have Naru playing right now. Patman moves over to Sova because Maxi is a dedicated Sentinel main along the way. The disparity we're talking about on the results, well, it's not going to be any disparity whatsoever on the agent select. Stock, standard, and who does it even better. This is just the perfect way to define who will win this series, who plays this comp best. Sages out and about, you know they want to go for the default plans. Viper, pretty much a must unless you're playing Harbor instead. And the Sovas, of course, pair well with the Jets and the Killjoy there to watch out the flank. This is the icebox as vanilla as it gets, man. This is just what many of these Philippine teams know how to play, and a big reason why it's gotten so much more popular. People have been saying that Icebox has really replaced maps like Haven, maps like Ascent to be one of the scrim maps, to be one of the maps that you learn first, because if you run this composition, it's a pretty simple map to understand, but it's gonna get complicated once we get into the game itself. Every little nuance that SR Nacague and Abaddon Abyss is able to eke out by this point is what can bring them this victory.
They're going to have to try and find some way to shake up this pace, because we know that SR Nacague from that Fracture game, when you keep on giving the same exact image, the same exact idea, they know how to try and play that after they've seen and been conditioned to having to deal with it multiple times on over. So Abaddon Abyss versus SR Nacague, final map coming on in here. Icebox, let's see how they play, as 8 site looks to be the first one of the day.
Yeah, double Sentinel though does lead to a bit of a slower pace compared to when we used to have double duelists back in the game. So, Sage not really the strongest Sentinel, more on, well, willing to play that fragger role. But speaking of frags now, Zind starts off strong. Exotic goes down first and foremost. If they keep Exotic in check, Nacage's life gonna be so much easier. Rabab still holding towards B site. As a Nacague, that tendency to love to rotate if need be, causing Abaddon Abyss not to fully commit as of yet. You can see them, they're playing towards the backside. They even expend the barrier orb early. And Zind trying to take advantage if he's ballsy enough. Maybe an updraft here, but beyond that, SR Nacague playing it slow instead.
That might be the last thing he does see if he goes for an updraft, knowing that Asta has had a frenzy right behind him a while ago there on the defensive side, but no. Classic in hand right now. To get the heal, to get the plant up, to get the barrier up as well. This Viper's wall is really going to be a problem for them. You can maybe get the Cloud for the defuse, but mid-Mathers, he gets a big pick off of V-Black to give him a 5v3 advantage. The peek here from Saddam, difficult to win, as Zin brings it down to a 5v2, 1v5, that's it. Round is done, and SR Nacague take another pistol round win.
As soon as you greet the toxic screen, it becomes null and void after that takedown onto V Black. And SR Nacague, reel him in. Let it soak a little bit. Let them cook, basically. And from that point on, just find the right timing to get those takedowns. Remove Exotic from the equation. It's gonna be a bit harder for Abaddon Abyss to pop up and get hot. And Exotic, he wants revenge. He's the only one buying up right now with a Marshall. Everyone else here for Abaddon Abyss, it's a full eco, classics only. But on the opposite end, we've seen this before, especially if Zin does get a good start. Rifle out and about already. It's a Vandal this time compared to the Phantom, I believe, we saw on Ascent a while ago. Orb also getting taken, and SR Nacague, it's just going to be a stock standard push towards B site here.
It's one of those Vandal maps C teams like to apply a lot. Get the plant on down a bit wider than you might expect, just to be safer as well in that attempt. The first block is usually the one teams like to break. Now, post-plant retake here coming from Abaddon Abyss. Will they even get much out of it? I think remains to be seen.
Well, Patman just waiting for anyone to come his way. And everyone on the other side hugging the wall, treating it like it's part of family. Eventually, though, Abaddon Abyss explodes into close quarters. As and V Black on the board, Zin disengaging, but the chase is on. Maxi, though, holds the line. 2v2 right now. The turret also getting a bit of action, but Exotic shoots Maxi in the back. And it's Mid Matters now versus the world. Time ticking in, Solly trying to go for the defuse. Oh, he was tempted to go for the rifle, and hesitation is his enemy. Abaddon Abyss, they steal the round away. The explosion into the Thrifty. What a way to win by the defense.
Wow, I was not expecting that from Abaddon Abyss. They're able to play those shuffles. You see many times on over that someone's going to make initial contact, swing, jingle right back into cover, and when they're doing that, someone else is going to swing that person they were previously engaging in that post-plant hold. It allowed so many of these awkward moments for whoever is on that SR Nacague side to try and get one. So you see here in this overhead GOC, Sonic goes for a peek, but then immediately comes in the peek from Slatham right beside him. And that just creates these awkward moments for a defender, or in this case an attacker, to try and take out one or the other.
Dude, I love that overhead POV. Big shout out to Prod. That gave such a clear picture. And one thing also, even though SR Nacague wanted to play off that snake fight, no one could just capitalize on that. Abaddon Abyss able to remove the debuff from themselves in time by covering themselves through yellow. And from that point on, that re-engage rather with the numbers advantage. Too much for SR Nacague. Still though, SR Nacague hero rifle brought out by Mid Matters this time. The shoe is on the other foot. The rifle's about for Abaddon Abyss, sure, but Mid Matters strikes when you least expect him. Now he goes through the tube towards Kitchen. It's Asta who'll be on Overwatch duty this time around. Sladam playing towards mid as well, trying to cut off anyone who comes his way. But this is where it might just come to a header. Asta waiting for Mid Matters. Noise though drops down, and just because of that small bit of weakness, SR Nacague now in charge of the round. 4v2. Sladam fights back, sure. But Mid Matters is still lying away. Does he expect though into the troop? There's still gonna be contact. Here comes the spray, courtesy of Exotic. Fleet footwork eventually leading to the takedown. Makes it 3v2 now.
2v3. As you said, Dax, they have the man advantage. The Sheriffs can definitely be
One enemy
the
remaining.
terrifying one to try and go up against when Padman's on the flank as well. Now he's got his work cut out for him. Shot in the back as well. Nacague answer right back with another thrifty round of their own. As Abaddon Abyss did to them, they shall do upon do the other.
Yeah, tit for tat into thrifty for thrifty, basically. And, well, the pendulum that we love talking about swings back in favor of SR Nacague. To no surprise, though, Mid Matters has just mattered again and again, defined these rounds by his mere presence. Small mistakes made there by Abaddon Abyss, turning into bigger and I'd say worse situations for them, unfortunately. Now with SR Nacague in the lead with the rifles, the convincing round here can build them a hefty economy to come into the future. They play the default now, splitting up the forces, going a bit heavy-handed towards B side. Rababs wants to play it close with the frenzy. The owl drone does spot him a little bit by the tail end, but even faster on the eyes. It's in with the takedown and ready to go for more towards Snowman here. Long range wins the fight anyway.
Well, they still have the Guardian. Maybe find a pick off or two here for themselves. Exotic
Planted.
trying to play that off angle. You can see him jumping up above to see if anybody's boosted on B-Long. Asta somehow finds a kill on the Maxi. You're on that lurk. Exotic finds one. Mid-Mathers on the trade immediately. 2v3 chance here for Abaddon Abyss to still make this happen as they retrieve the rifle and have a res off of Asta.
Asta's now ready to wall himself up to the high heavens, give him an angle intersecting these walls here. Drops on down though to try and find even closer contact, and while that happens, Sladam takes advantage of the isolated angle towards yellow. Makes it a 1v1. Mid-Matters though in position, jump peek, sees Sladam on the defuse, but Sladam plays it well. He got halfway done, and he's able to finish the recipe here with another Thrifty. We are just trading Thrifties right now, and we are trading around so far here, Black and Blue.
Wow, back and forth. The pendulum has swung yin and yang. An eye for an eye. The whole world, we've gone blind to what they can do. Exotic and the rest of Abaddon Abyss, especially Slavim there, finding some kills going their way, and Slavim especially playing that one perfectly. He had a great read on what Mid-Mathers was going to do. He knew that the first peek was going to be a fake on that jump peek. The second one's going to be true as he gets to half, swings out, crosshair placement perfect, didn't even have to move it, heads all around. Abaddon Abyss, this is a very, very impressive match we've had so far in 4 rounds.
Dude, these past 4 rounds have been so hype. Thrifty for thrifty, just adjustment for adjustment, and you gotta give props there to Asta also. The fact that he was willing to buy so much space towards green just gave the chance for the clear out by the rest of the squad. Well, now, if there's any indicator of how these rounds go, it's the team with the lesser buy who honestly has the advantage. But of course, there's still rifles abound for Abaddon Abyss, and the Blade Storm might be the saving grace here, courtesy of Zin. Navigates towards the maze. At the very least, trying to see if anyone's playing close contact. The Cloudburst, though, keeps cover. The Viper Spin is going to be there as well. But B-Black deflating Mid-Mathers before he can even get anything done. Abaddon Abyss this time around. They want to keep the status quo, and they want to keep their rifles in hand. Zin gets one for his troubles, but from above, down below, it's Exotic who squishes him where he stands. Patman, though, still ready to go for the fight back. Able to stay in cover in time towards screens, but can he get anything else done? The Aldro now gives him a breathing. The scan is there, and he's just stuck in the corner by this point. Absolutely pelleted and peppered by multiple utilities from the opposition. The snake bite is there. Patman now buying himself some time. Time is not on his side. 15 seconds left, and well, his time is up. And now Abaddon Abyss finally makes sure that the round buy is theirs.
Some pretty good rounds to win here, and Abaddon Abyss, especially their V-Black, the catch that he gets on Mid-Mathers might have just won them that round single-handedly, completely stifling here the plans of Nacague on their attacking push, and it was quick and clean too. 2 taps, bam bam, and he gets a kill. So SR Nacague, the difficult spot, they are on the attacking side, the more favored one typically here in Icebox, so if they lose this round, they're going to be in eco state, and they're going to have to somehow throw things back around their way.
So I guess we're finally back to Valorant. Yep. Yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and that's an early start from Patman, but he seeks out, finds Asta, and well, that's the Sage gone immediately for Abaddon Abyss's retake, if ever. Nacague, just because of that pickup, confidently moving towards the site. Not only that, though, high ground control, very important for Zin. We've seen this a lot, courtesy of him trying to play 410, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladam just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sovas. Both Sages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan the nets, and there you have it now, the Hunter's Fury to try and hunt down Batman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow. Mid-Matters though, here he goes yet again! Say his name, why don't you, 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladam now versus the world, tries to bring out the ropes. But the only one who's hanging here is his corpse. It's Sin with a final takedown. Oh, we're tied up again.
What a round for Mid-Mathers. Just finally gaining some revenge right after he was shut down quick and early. Shuts down the retake attempt here coming from Abaddon Abyss's defense. They still have this res from Asta, but they haven't found the proper time to be able to use it, really. That's our Nacague. Respond right back when their back would have been against the wall if they lost that round, would have been thrown into an eco state. Keep alive, and both sides, they've got the res. Senior Carl a bit quieter here today, but in this game, but Rabab even more so, especially having now on more of a sentinel role than you typically see him on, you know, that maybe that second innie, but in this case, Got enough of that to go around.
Yeah, it's just basically par for the course. Sladom is the one who usually plays that Sova in the first place. And they want to run that Killjoy rather than something spicy like a Reyna or a Phoenix or a Raze, then it really just goes to show that there has to be a few of those adjustments here so far. Sam comes through, trying to just pepper the right side of the site towards the Jenny itself. Asta, just lying in wait, can come and clutch in big moments. But Esser Nacague, love to run down the timer. Wait for an opportunity here with the Altron. We do have Zindo primed and ready, so he's going to try to play that entry as soon as possible. Finds contact versus Asta, but he does get that kill before he's eaten by the snake bite. Eventually, though, Nacague finding a lot of space with their movements. Sladom falls in the hand of Batman. There you go with the barrier orb as well. And mid Matters watching out the rafters yet again like a hawk. You can hear his battle cry already trying to screech. And it's Maxi finding Sonic as well. Rababs can't get the lineup done. And Patman instead will conclude the round. It's Nacague now, knocking on another round.
Nice cleanup by Nacague, but, you know, Asta, he was able to find himself a kill there. But when you play those kind of committed positions, you put yourself at a slight disadvantage because you don't really give yourself a chance to be able to even use your ultimate. Like, yeah, you got the kill, yeah, you got value, but it could have been maybe more if he played something a bit further back. You played for a more retake-centered situation and position that would have maybe given him an opportunity to get that res. So sometimes, yes, you have your ultimate for a while because you can't use it, but also sometimes because you're not giving yourself an opportunity to use it in the first place.
It begs the question, right? Is that committed position worth it? Is the one and done enough for your team to move forward with? And, well, this time around, Asta basically had time to ask that same question yet again. Sladom, though, brings Maxi to the same kind of simulator here.
You will not
Leads
kill
to a
my
4v4
ally.
right now. Never mind, though. That's the resurrection value that Esser Nacague is able to take advantage of, keeping their car alive. And, well, back to business here for Esser Nacague. It's the same kind of take towards the A site, same kind of convincing positions. And here we go again. They're going to be able to get the plant down eventually.
Yeah, no real problem. They can get that spike down. Should be able to go for the attempt right now. The barrier comes on up, and here comes the plant itself.
Spike
Retake.
planted.
Not too hopeful just yet, but hey, we've been seeing 50 rounds work out multiple times in this game. Exotic finds the one from up above. Zin gets a great angle to shut him down from doing even more damage. Babs is here all alone. Lockdown, he has, yes, but I don't think it'd be advisable to use it anyway. So get an exit frag, and that's about all you can expect.
Do it, Rababs. Do it. Do it for the content, but nah, it's not gonna happen whatsoever. No real chance for Abaddon Abyss. They need to stop that push. They cannot allow Esser Nacague to get into those strong positions toward the A side, because have you seen the crossfires that they've set? It's always someone blocking towards rafters. Always someone controlling the nest itself and keeping an eye out on screens. One on the flank. A convincing set right now of takes here from Esser Nacague. And it just goes back to what I've said about this map itself right now. It's whoever is more refined, whoever plays Icebox, quote-unquote, the right way or the standard way, the best. And from what we've seen here from Esser Nacague, just the textbooks play rather are just page by page perfected right now. And it's a big reason why Abaddon Abyss can't even stand a chance on that A retake here.
Very true. I mean, there are so many ways. Really, there's so finite ways sometimes to play this map, right? So being able to really stick to the basics and just be efficient at what is the fundamentals of the game, the fundamentals of Icebox are really sometimes the best way to play it. Sometimes deviation from that is what causes a lot of these awkward stirrups. But Nacague, that's their game plan a lot of the time. They like to be able to play that default quite often, and they're pretty efficient at it too, as we're going to a round where we finally see the operator come into play.
Come into the unknown.
That might be the answer here. We've seen for Abaddon Abyss, give Exotic the gun, brings in Big Boom as well. For now though, it does feel like the operator is stationed towards green, and it gives Esser Nacague a bit of a reprieve, but not the intel that they would like to play that A default yet again. If it works out, just keep going for it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they add even another tool now to make their lives even easier. The lockdown buying them space. The Aldron's there as well. And look at them clear out the corner that isn't gonna be affected by it. The detain though still affects V-Black. Maybe a little too ambitious to throw down that snake bite. The spike now planted, and here we go again. 5v5 retake. It's still difficult for Abaddon Abyss. Now they have the operator and not the best angle to really use it for.
They have a counter lockdown right now. Clear out the side, but you can see that Nacague, they know this. They anticipate this. They play on back, realizing that, you know, anchoring down within the side is going to be a moot point, knowing that there's a lockdown on the opposing side. They could potentially get the half defuse here, especially as that barrier goes on up. They secured the half, they get off of it to try and go for the fight right now, which is the right idea here. Dax, Asta, Slather, Mavab, they're all chiming in on the fight. Maxi's able to get one, but they're up top. The pipes are holding it down. The spike diffuser has been taken down as well. It's all on the exotic with an operator who hasn't been able to get himself within the site within this fight, and the round goes to Nacage's side.
Well prioritized by Mid Matters. That was all him there by the tail, and as soon as he realized that the advance comes from Abaddon Abyss, he still lobs a snake bite towards that spike itself, and from that point on, they effectively trade towards the pipes. They get those takedowns, and at the very end, he checks out that spike as much as possible, gets that kill barely at the moment's notice. That's a Nacague. A site, A site, A site, A-okay. I thought it was Abaddon Abyss that started with an A, but well, SR Nacague is just taking this away from them.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good on these rounds with lots of pressure placed upon them. Still able to fend off the opposition. It's a big thing for SR Nacague to have in their favor. Now, Abaddon Abyss. Got some utility here poised to try and hold on to the A site. Nacague continuously, you know, battering and ramming their way into this A site once more. Instead of going for that B site plant option, this has been quite effective for them. Here comes out the Viper's pit, even though it is against an eco. They're still going to try and utilize this to its fullest extent and secure this anti-eco round. Batman finds one, V-Black on the spam, connects on his in. They have the operator and exotic, but can he find a way? Awkward position, he's got a shorty. He gets a free kill, swaps on over to the rifle.
They put up the Viper Spit just to dissuade that operator, but eventually V-Black, or rather Exotic, has no care in the world. Goes in with a shorty vaulting, but Patman has the high ground here. Well, there's no one who can stop him this time around. Asta tries to play the flank on over, but in a 1v2, he only has the Sheriff to try and make this count. Senor Carl already retreating towards the middle of the site itself, and SR Nacague putting themselves in a strong position yet again, crossing the maze. Senor Carl apparently the Minotaur this time around. 7-3, and SR Nacague, they commit what they feel like they need to do, and they get away with it.
Exotic, you young gun, forgets the very basic rule of retake. An operator is not the most efficient weapon to utilize with. He could have retrieved the rifle right then and there, and I would wager he'd have a much easier time to be able to help with that push, but he still sticks on to the op, very hard-headedly so. I'm not putting all the blame on him, but those small, minute things can have big consequences in the end, Dax, and SR Nacague, they thrive off of it.
Yeah, and his mere presence was what caused that Viper Spit in the first place. Could have taken advantage, but right now, SR Nacague just looking so refined on what exactly they need to do here so far. I love how Patman was just very aggressive towards 410. Truly, if you have that amount of confidence, and especially the coverage that Viper Spit gave in the first place, you can see so many angles, especially towards screens, towards rafters, that they can take advantage of. But advantage now finally moves over to Abaddon on the business side. We've been waiting for the first kill to come towards Exotic, and this time he doesn't disappoint. Priority target towards Mid Matters. SR Nacague, I think this changes the rules of engagements of this round here, Black and Blue. Senor Carl is one away from the resurrection. If they can get either an orb or a kill before him, then it can be the chance there. But Exotic saw the lineup, wasn't enough to get the multi-kill, but Sladam's there to make the trade happen anyway. It's 4v2 now, and SR Nacague, they're running out of options. They still have infiltration though, and Maxi loses towards Asta 2.
Oh, they needed to get that pick off of
30
Asta.
seconds left.
Asta able to win on out. He knows where Patman is coming, and it's too quick and easy for him. Very decisive round here for Abaddon
Last
Abyss.
round in the half.
Exotic once more, finally coming up alive with a Vandal in his hands. Sometimes, even though you can afford an op, might not be the right option. And they tried it out a few rounds, realized, hey, it wasn't the most effective. Let's swap on over. But if you want to talk about operators, Dax, Zind has got his. He's got the blades as well. He almost assuredly should pop at the start since it is the last round. They have the Hunter's Fury on both sides as well as the Res. Actually, the same exact ultimate is available on either side.
Here.
Who utilizes it the most effectively, though, is the question.
We hear it already. The blades are out, and this might be the showdown between two Jets who want to outdo the other. But we've seen here for Abaddon Abyss break apart SR Nacague, break a piece away before the execute comes. Their light and their isolated dooms become even easier. Hunter's Fury now gonna be the call, and Asta trying to hop on the way, but Zind! Fly high, Zind! Fly high! Soars to new heights there with the blades. Asta, though, grounding and humbling his opposition, makes a trade work. From that point on, the resurrection is going to be utilized by Nacague first and foremost. It seems like that's what they want to do here for Abaddon Abyss 2, but Asta now will fall to the hand of the rejuvenated Zind. 4v2 eventually comes the way of SR Nacague, and the turret also tagging B-Black, and this time the Odin trying to make its marker, but through the wall, it's not going to hit any kind of bodies. Zind just barely able to touch that rope. And this time it's Rababs trying to crawl his way towards the retake, but in the 1v4 scenario, we've seen this situation before, and it might be the same conclusion. Rababs, though, wants to take fate to his own hands, finds Batman, and gets on top of the site, but that's all he can get towards 2. SR Nacague make it 8-4 to end the half.
A bit awkward there for B-Black. Maybe with the Vandal in hand, things could have been different. Opted for the Odin instead. They've gotten maybe a good catch, but 8-4, SR Nacague. One of the more decisive halves we've seen from them so far in this series. Asta wasn't able to utilize his res the same way that they were able to for Senior Carl on the attacking side. So question was at the start of that round, who utilizes their ults more? It's Nacague this time around.
And just, even though Asta is there in the second frag, or basically top fragging for the squad right now, I do wonder what would have happened if they had that resurrection available a bit more, because Senior Carl, he's taking the support role. He has 10 assists to his name, usually keeping Zind or taking him back into the fight. And just from that point on, right, SR Nacague able to take a natural advantage with the numbers in the first place. Really goes to show, though, that first half showing the maturity and honestly the priorities of SR Nacague as a whole. But we're not done. Abaddon Abyss many a time still ready to reel it back towards the second half, ready to fight yet again.
Here.
There we go with many forces towards B. Rababs,
Spike
he's known,
planted.
he's spotted, and now he's getting pinched by SR Nacague. Pat will find the takedown, leads to the advantage here for SR Nacague on the retake.
They get the plant down though here for Abaddon Abyss, so they have that got going for him. Orb here, Poison Cloud. Give him a bit of space to play in with Asta. Slower should give him away though, and now they find a kill. I'm not too sure that was advised. B-Black finds one. Patman and Mid-Mathers follow up. They're sticking the defuse here. No real chance to win this round, and SR Nacague take it 9-4.
Here we go again, SR Nacague. This just screams experience right now, how they're playing this. They're catching Abaddon Abyss in these corners that they cannot get out of, these angles that they can't get away with if they are spotted. And it really just goes to show that here for SR Nacague, they're aware of that. They have been traumatized in the past by these corners, and especially against a team right now trying to abuse that, trying to find ways to surprise them. They're getting scanned, they're getting cleared, and it's clearly an advantage here for SR Nacague right now. They're 5 rounds ahead. They have the gun disparity this time around. But I won't count out Abaddon Abyss as of yet from what we saw in the first half. Thrifties abound in the first. Does it happen here in the second as the sheriffs are out?
Well, those weapons can certainly be one to look out for. Patman finds the opening kill here on the Rababs. The sheriff's not coming into play just yet. His Bulldog certainly striking them
One enemy
as of the
remaining.
moment. A third goes his way. This is a quick round here for Nacague's favor. Okay, Exotic climbing in. Maybe even find another, knowing that his end is low. But ultimately, this round is done. There it is. 4-10. SR Nacague continuing their streak. And when they can get themselves planted like this, that is when they're the most effective.
It feels like this is do or die time for Abaddon Abyss. You know how potent they can be with the rifles. You know that they have a strong entry with Exotic. But can they get all those pieces delivered in time towards the sites? They're trying to go for A here. SR Nacague have decided to try and seed that. They also have the Hunter's Fury though on the defense, so that's something they can work with if ever they get a good scan. But here we go now, Abaddon Abyss. It's time for them to execute.
They can use that Hunter's Fury on this plant attempt to initiate a retake, but most of the Nacague defense is kind of congregated here towards mid. They want to take a fight towards mid. The plant will go down now, but they're not in position to start retaking while this plant is going down. Shock Dart connects on the second follow-up. Could have been a kill if both of them landed, but right now, part of the retake is going to come from that flank. They do have mid Mathers on that. They've kind of really taken their time before initiating this.
Wants him to come out. No, he gets an effective rage for that Spectre, but effective enough for Sladom instead. Plays towards the eastern corner, gets that takedown. Mid-man is not crawling on up, but it's Feedback lying in wait. Having an Abyss. Slowly getting the hang of things here with this round. With these rifles that pass the wall, it's Maxi there to say goodbye. Well, effectively done by Abaddon Abyss, only losing 2 along the way. And at least a building block they can work on if they want to make this comeback happen.
5 to 10. Abaddon Abyss, they take the round, although it was a bonus here coming in from SR Nacague. Quick plant, the timing just didn't work out. Nacague thought they had a read towards a mid or B side heavy push. It's the A side that they committed to, and looks like to be once more of that same case. They still have the Hunter's Fury for this upcoming round. Asta's one away from his res.
And love to see how he can utilize it on the attack. Seems like they're very more offense suited the way they play here for Abaddon Abyss. There's a Nacague though. Aggression courtesy of Zin, covered out by the Aldron, but here comes now the Hunter's Fury. Look for an angle of opportunity. The counter Aldron though does fend off Zin, so overall, the utilities keeping forces at bay, but eventually now it's all about the spam, and it's Fatman and Zin who find their targets. 5v3 after everything's said and done. The sea of green covers up the shades of red on the opposite end. As a Nacague though, they're not done as of yet to play these committed aggressive positions. Zind is here ready to be traded at the moment's notice by Mid Matters. There we go now, reconnaissance courtesy of the Sova, but B-Black will find the overextending Zind there. Mid Matters though makes the trade happen eventually. And just with these numbers whittled down, Abaddon Abyss running out of options.
Bit of an overpeak, but they get the trade out, which was, I guess, what they were trying to enable in the first place. Clean by Mid Mathers. 2v4.
30 seconds left.
Tough spot right now. They lose this round. That's potential match point right on after. Going to be an economic state that isn't favorable. They get the kill, and importantly, they get the res as well on the Asta. They can pull back for that post-plant hold and get the res up online as well.
But they have to be careful because Senior Carl, look at him trying to play belt. So maybe timing here gonna be of the essence. They need to clear that out as much as possible. The pinch is looking strong here for SR Nacague. And case in point, there you go. One cheek, two fleeks, both deflated now. And it's Patman dropping down to find the final target. SR Nacague, they get the round, they burn the res, and they're 2 away from taking their first series of the season.
What a retake, and a great flank once more here. Coming from Senior Carl, you could see it coming to play right as soon as they were getting that plant down, going for the res. Senior Carl going up towards the belt, and he whips him with it. Oh, what a shot from Patman. We didn't even see that initially.
Player standing.
Asta. Great job by him to try and give him more for a lifeline, but Abaddon Abyss, you know, when it comes to these longer series, map number 3s, something you brought up and touched upon, even the open qualifiers, is kind of that, you know, conditioning and also just resilience. How long can they continue playing at a high level before they seemingly get tired or before they seemingly, you know, get in their heads too much? And Nacague, they're a bit more experienced in that aspect.
Yeah, just the maturity of a roster forged in the offseason, forged especially in, I'd say, trials and tribulations right before that. And I'll also say, honestly, this SR Nacague roster, I wouldn't be surprised, a little bit older, of course, compared to Abaddon Abyss. So that's also going to be a factor right now. But this is my concern here for Abaddon Abyss. The longer these series have gone, the, I'd say, less effective their game plans have been. More and more, they're getting red. It does feel like Abaddon Abyss are working a lot behind the scenes on some of these plans, but they've focused on more of that refinement, more on being stronger on the execute that with the way they know how to play. But what if that doesn't work, right? What if the other style is playing the same style and doing it better? It's been the case here on a mirror matchup like this on Icebox, and Well, this time around, the gun disparity is something to watch out for. A Stinger, a Bulldog, maybe a hope and a prayer here for Abaddon, Abyss. And SR Nacague, they know they have the numbers. They know they are in the lead for quite a big chunk. And V-Black, even himself, just caught out in the open. Here comes in, getting ready. Acido fights back at the very least. But a consolation prize, because Senior Carl is there to do it even better. Spikes down, and the rest of Abaddon, Abyss follow suit. Match points, series point for SR Nacague.
Bit more of what we were expecting from this SR Nacague squad throughout this series. Finally coming into play here in Icebox. And, well, you're wondering why Icebox? This is why, Dax. They know how to play it now. They know what Abaddon Abyss like to do. And they know how to counteract it because of those recent VODs that were available of their previous games versus Puggers and Game Labs. And to be frank, as great as, you know, especially Game Labs have proven to be, there's no SR Nacague squad who have proven to be more so, a much more, you know, problematic squad when it comes during that off-season. Making that success happen here right now.
Yeah, Abaddon Abyss, they fought young guns. They fought younger teams prior to this. Strong teams, sure, but it's still different with the way that SR Nacague plays. So, job's not done, and Abaddon Abyss, they will not go down without the fights. We've seen this before versus Game Lab Alpha. Ready to rally and ready to take the site.
This is the SR Nacague we've come to know. One that's very decisive in these moments. Mid-Mathers catches V-Black off the catch. And that could be one of the final straws to break the camel's back here. They still have a chance, so 4v4 on the retake. Nacague getting that opening kill, but the trade out immediately from Sen. Your Carl able to get one of his own, but the trade comes in from Rabs as well. 1v2, Rababs all alone as Senior Carl finds the one. The barrier comes up in close. He's got that Nano Swarm to force him off with the defuse, and he buys some time. He's got a lockdown to utilize as well, but what can he do? They know he can only come from one angle, but he goes on the perfect time to win the peak as well, and Senior Carl gets around, gets a defuse, he has time, and the map, the series goes to SR Nacague's way. 5-13, they take the series 2-1.
And they're finally on the board here, Black and Blue. They're finally gonna get that 1-2 standing. It took that third time, but truly the charm comes their way. And for SR Nacague, a well-earned and a well-done victory, but their expression says it all. Job done now, but not for the whole shebang. There's still a season to play, and there's a lot of teams that they need to beat. The road to recovery starts here, but can they actually do it? Only time will tell. A good try though for Abaddon Abyss, but we see it yet again, rearing its ugly head here, Black and Blue. They're running out of steam by the tail end, and by that point really out-refined by SR Nacague on Icebox.
Yeah, it seemed like, you know, Abaddon Abyss were really just running out of energy by the end of that. Couldn't really be as sharp as we've come to expect from them, but more importantly, SR Nacague really finding their form, and that's what we expect from one of the most dominant teams during the off-season. That kind of calm, cool, and collectedness to be able to deal with those situations and as well make the right decisions are what have come to be, you know, the SR Nacague brand. So really, really nice for them to be able to get this done. Exquisite at the end, finally making things as clean as they come, and finally getting that point on the board that has been so elusive to them this entire group stage.
Yeah, there's still a few questions itself on the map draft, why we went to Ascent in the first place in terms of their pick, but the stats don't lie here on Icebox. Banning Pearl for good reason to play on this map instead, and they were rewarded with the most convincing win we've seen all throughout this series. Patman stepping on up huge, but you gotta give it to Mid-Matters as well with his infiltrations. Give it to Senior Carl, who at one point had more assists than kills, and then later on really woke up by the tail end of the game, also bringing back Sind. It was just a team effort, and big props to Maxi as well. He's here back onto the field, their coach, their former player. Apparently he's active right now. Everything for SR Nacague working out in the end, and that's exactly what they needed. The result is what matters.
Well, what matters the most is how you end, not how you start necessarily most of the time, and that's true for Senior Carl and for Nacague. They lose map number 1, they're on Ascent, but are able to come back into Fracture and into Icebox, the last two final ones of the map, of the series rather, and those two maps are where they finally found their footing, especially here on Icebox. So really nicely done, a bit of a comeback in many ways here for Nacague, not only in this series, but also for their hopes in this tournament, in this stage, and as well as their performance on Icebox as a whole. As we talked about during the pregame, they've lost 3 times, the last 3 times they played this map, and now is finally their first real time on record officially that they've won Icebox in months.
Yeah, they're back, and well, the defaults were absolutely sound. Highlights here. I wouldn't be surprised if people thought that we're just repeating it around again and again, because so many times, look at how we get the transition right between each round, and it just looks like they're literally on the same spot on that A side. It's just that clean here from SR Nacague, from what we've seen, especially on the attacking side. And while Abaddon Abyss, explosive with the shots, and especially if they can get those first kills down the line, SR Nacague, they find these angles, they find these corners, they search, they destroy, and they win. Well done by SR Nacague, cleaning up their app for this series. And to deliver the win, of course, it's Senior Carl yet again. Set up that wall to get in the way of the Killjoy and became the buzzkill instead after that final takedown. It was doable for Abaddon Abyss. It was the case for most of this map, but SR Nacague convinced that they would get the win and made it convincing round per round.
And for one of the most reliable players that we've seen here in the VCTPH ever since its inception, for Senior Carl to finally deliver that win to the very first win of a series here coming from SR Nacague, very fitting indeed. I like what I saw finally there from SR Nacague during Icebox. We have seen, Abaddon Abyss be a very valiant team, especially against some of the younger talent, especially against the open qualifier talent that we have seen, teams that we have seen qualify into this stage. But they finally came up against one of the bigger names in this tournament and ultimately faltered, yet they still performed quite well. I'm curious to see how they push on forward. But for SR Nacague, they really need to use this as a stepping stone to catapult and springboard themselves into a better run moving forward in the group stage.
Like I said, it's a start. It's not the end. This is the first one that they have, but the margin of error here for SR Nacague is one of the lowest we still have in the whole bracket. They barely have a buffer now, and they need to work as hard and as consistently as they can to move on forward. But with a win like this versus Abaddon Abyss, it does open up their map pool a little bit wider. To break down how everything has happened, we'll toss you guys to the panel. Dax and Black and Blue will be signing out for now.
Mid that matters. So if someone calls you mid, that's all that matters, guys. Welcome back sa ating panel dito. Kasama ko po ngayon si Ray Ray at si Honey Glaze. And guys, wow, HG, yeah. The prediction.
Well, definitely loved na nag-prove to us na mali tayo talaga dito for SR Nacague. No, nakita naman natin yung kanilang consistency, yung changes na kailangan nila talagang gawin for this certain series para maka-comeback on top on this game, on the regular season was totally seen. Nung umabot na tayo ng fracture, naging komportable sila, and together with Mid Matters and also si Patman and Maxi, yung kanilang combination, they went in fully smoothly nung nakuha nila yung kanilang momentum.
Basta, sasabihin ko dito sa panel, 2v1. So, sa wakas, naalo na ako, di ba? Kaka-predict ko ng SR Nacague, kaka-manifest ko. But, adding lang to it, I really love itong si Maxi. Itong coach nila, I think he was the one who make them be intact all together. Kasi kanina, we were asking, sino kaya talaga yung actual na nag-IGL sa kanila, di ba? And if it's going to be Maxi, I think ang daming malaking impact. Kasi sa mga crucial rounds, especially dito sa Asset, nakakapagod yung naging matchup nila, and yet, naging flawless yung execution and yung finish nila all throughout this best of 3.
Yeah, and I like how you pointed that out then, di ba? Kasi, again, no qualms, no gripes against Naru, pero it feels like Maxi, alam niya na yung kailangan niyang gawin with the team. Even though, from time to time, we've seen him in the past before in other tournaments, he doesn't over-frag for the team. That's usually Zin, Senior Carl, and the others that does it. Yung utility usage niya, I think, is more well-suited para dun sa players ng SR Nacague. Or if not, it's more of sarili lang talaga sila kung paano mag-maneuver dito si Maxi. You really did see that. Yes, game 1 natalo sila, pero I think it's more of an adjustment period kasi nga syempre nire-integrate nila ulit si Maxi. But game 2 and game 3, mas solid ang nakita nating performance dito coming in from SR Nacague.
dagdagan mo pa ng mga clutch moments nila Senior Carl, and then there's also the compatibility nila kanina, diba? They have been really, really compatible within each other na parang nagsisynergize talaga yung mga back and forth scenarios sila dito. They know how to put on a stop dito kay Slatom, and doon sa Wonder Trio na lagi natin binabanggit for Abaddon Abyss. Slatom was also definitely good, pero kasi nakita ng SR Nacague kung paano ba sila matuldukan, kung paano na nila mapapanalo yung round, and it was a beautiful reverse sweep.
On the other side naman for Abaddon, still, maganda naman yung naging games natin between both of them, pero there's still something lacking na yun yung nagiging #1 reason bakit sila natatalo sa mga best of 3 series. Like, the consistency is missing, and at the same time, kapag yung mental na kailangan nila i-face, katulad dito sa Icebox, medyo nawala talaga sila ng spark.
Yeah, it was kind of lacking talaga. Yung nakita natin na ang galing nila mag-adjust, mga ganun kasing bagay, it wasn't really there. But when all is said and done, sino ba? Siyempre, yan na nga siya. I gave him his limelight kanina sa introduction, and once again, he's going to be our MVP for this match. Mid Matters, grabe nga naman. Sobrang impactful na nakita natin sa kanya. More so sa Fracture, I think, because ang ganda ng mga usage niya ng Orbital Strike. But however, whichever map that he goes to, ibang klase talaga siya maglaro.
Alam mo, gusto ko lang talaga muli tanongin si Mid Matters kung nanonood man siya. Ilang taon ka na ba talaga? Kaya marami nagtatanong dyan eh. Pero on the other side,
Age doesn't matter.
age doesn't matter if it's Mid Matters. Yun.
Yan.
Yun yung meron na pagdating sa kanya. And ayun nga, di ba? One of the dati sobrang underrated niya, but right now, we've been giving him a lot of credit talaga because he's been really good. Not just as a controller, but also sometimes he goes with that stage. And ang dami talaga niyang ginagawang impact for SR Nacague. Like, he's really one of the backbones talaga na nag-keep ng team intact all throughout those challenges.
Yeah, and again, it feels like this is a super necessary series para sa SR Nacague. Not only because, syempre, 0-2 na nga sila, and in-emphasize kanina mga casters natin, but more because of the fact na it feels like this isn't the SR Nacague that we were touting them to be, diba? Out of all the teams that we have here, the most hype that we have been was with Naos, with Oasis, and SR Nacague. And SR Nacague really need to step up to that play because they have the capabilities to that. And you're seeing glimpses of that right here and now. So anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a break. When we do come back, it's gonna be another action-packed series, of course, with Action PH versus Oasis Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
He knows his stuff and knows his shots ring true. There you go. Yet again for Patman. Zin tries to lead the charge. Micro's there though for the takedown, and they line up for him. 3 for Micro in response. A big effort from the Astra.
Has got the C's to keep at least one there, but Mid Matters, he's crossed his way. They're not sure if anyone's playing long, and that's going to be a big problem. Now Mid Matters is giving himself away. They're not even really ready to know if he is also still there. Naru gives himself away. They thought Micro's crawled in. He's on pace for an ace, and he gets it!
Pot of Georgie, but who cares, you know? This is Georgie. He's just gonna do whatever he wants to do. Unfortunately, Mother spotted him out, and the G, the surge in aggression, not working out so far as Wild Oreo shuts down one, but at what cost?
Wanting to see if we can damage through surprise. The Xavier K is half HP already.
That's
Able to
a
get
lot.
a tremor down. Yeah, that's a lot. As next team sole survivor, he'll get 3 kills as XQ comes in.
Oh my god, the punish. Now Jack finally knows that this is what they always do. They always come in on the side using Wild Oreo, and Ja with the triple kill, settling the other players down. 3v2 situation as Nexi and Drax trying to make space on B yet again.
Papi Chulo climbing onto tower.
Oh, Papi Chulo, he doesn't get the shot in. It didn't connect. Nexi, on the other hand, it's gonna be chasing. Ooh, He chased like he is a mouse, and Nexi was still able to capitalize on that.
Has certainly been one to. Oh, is that the haunt? Actually scanned all of them. Like, they didn't shoot it out. I think they were all like, who's gonna shoot at me? You know, Derek finds a third. Are they gonna find even more?
Going forward though, I think it's a fast take. Georgie yet again. He's already on CT. No one knows. No one cares. Georgie is here to take you all away.
Georgie! Hit from B, rotated, killed people from garage.
Gilharmbot didn't detect him at all. Drax, he even gets a dink here. Again, NDG, 1 HP remaining for him. This is still anyone's round. There you go.
Yep. You still have a one-way.
Yep. So people got this wrong a lot for those patch notes, but we'll continue about that later on. Oh, what a perfect no command here! Still finds a kill anyways. Zind pulls his rifle out for the old-fashioned way of dealing with things. Blurred has trigger discipline. I don't think Naru even saw him there. He's kind of looking his way. Just a second. Blurred finds the two. They double up on it. They line up for him to get the double kill with a single shot. Sen and Mid-Mathers follow up though, and PH. That's the third one here for Blurred, keeping the lines undrawn.
30 seconds.
Still not done, and Blur just waiting for his hook to this mid. Gets the ace even! Check your corners, that's the lesson!
Well, we have alert lockdown level 4. Ladies and gents, it's Philippines. This spike is about to be planted in just a few. This will buy them time at least for the time being. But still, stunned from Xavier K. Completely punished by the 2 players. But as soon as you swing out in front of Next.
Yeah, she's got full control of it. Nobody playing there on the upper right corner, which Michael could certainly opt to, but a bit too obvious. And Mid-Mathers, he also expects the push here coming from Derek. The rest of them, though, trying to triple swing him. He just completely shreds him on down on the eco frag. Micro goes as well to Zind. 11-7. Conveniently, Nacague are starting to come back here.
He can throw in a Lear here. And of course, the smoke is just gonna hide some of the players. Next team to get a kill. They spotted out one, but unfortunately for Ja and Mojer, to go down already. Wits, he still takes some damage and some kills here, but he also ultimately go down as well. It's all up to the 2 players remaining on both sides of the team.
Yeah, Nexi not in a healthy HP bar at the moment versus Naus. As Poppy Chu is able to get Wild Oreo 11 HP, the spike is in the middle of nowhere as NDG finishes off the kill.
Folks, it matters how you use it. And Zind, I think he's a great timing here. The flash up close, that alerts Micro, but no matter. Zind is there for the count.
It's maybe a little too safe there for Yanagi. If he just waited for him to come his way, that could have been the takedown, but Zind from back to front, finds those takedowns, eyes the back of his head, and this time a showstopper now! Will zero in and take care of Derek, stuck in the corner, no chance whatsoever. Blurred and Kevs do fight back though. But speaking of the fight, you don't expect this too often. All the way by attacker spawn, it's SR Nacague piling the pressure, looking to just tighten this news already. It's just suffocating Kevs, and Naru as well will find Blurred there in.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
He knows his stuff and knows his shots ring true. There you go. Yet again for Patman. Zind tries to lead the charge. Micro's there though for the takedown, and they line up for him! 3 for Micro in response! A big effort from the Astra.
Has got the C's to keep at least one there, but Mid-Mathers, he's crossed his way. They're not sure if anyone's playing long, and that's going to be a big problem. Now that Mid-Mathers is giving himself away, they're not even really ready to know if he is also still there. Naru gives himself away. They thought Micro's crawled in. He's on pace for an ace, and he gets it!
Potted Georgie, but who cares, you know? This is Georgie. He's just gonna do whatever he wants to do. Unfortunately, Mojer spotted him out. NDG, the surge in aggression not working out so far as Wild Oreo shuts down one, but at what cost?
Wanting to see if they can damage through surprise. The Xavier K is half HP already. They get a tremor down. Yeah, that's a lot. As next team sole survivor, he'll get 3 kills as XP comes in.
Oh my god, the punish. Now Jack finally knows that this is what they always do. They always come in on the side using Wild Oreo, and Ja with the triple kill, settling the other players down. 3v2 situation as Nexi and Drax trying to make space on B yet again.
Papi Chulo climbing onto tower.
Oh, Papi Chulo! He doesn't get the shot in. It didn't connect. Nexi, on the other hand, it's gonna be chasing. Ooh, he chased like he is a mouse, and Nexi was still able to capitalize on that.
Has certainly been one to. Oh, that the haunt actually scanned all of them. Like, he didn't shoot it out. I think they were all like, who's gonna shoot at me? You know, Derek finds a third. Are they gonna find even more?
Going forward though, I think it's a fast take. Georgie yet again. He's already on CT. No one knows. No one cares. Georgie is here to take you all away.
Georgie! Hit from B, rotated, killed people from garage.
Gilharm bot didn't detect him at all. Drax, he even gets a dink here. Again, NDG, 1 HP remaining for him. This is still anyone's round. There you go.
Yep. You still have a one-way.
Yep. So people got this wrong a lot for those patch notes, but we'll continue about that later on. Oh, what a perfect ult command here! Still finds a kill anyways. Zind pulls his rifle out for the old-fashioned way of dealing with things. Blurred has trigger discipline. I don't think Naru even saw him there. He's kind of looking his way. Just a second. Blurred finds the two. They double up on it. They line up for him to get the double kill with a single shot. Sen and Mid-Mathers follow up though, and Action PH. That's the third one here for Blurred, keeping the lines undrawn.
30 seconds.
Still not done, and Blur just waiting for his hook to this mid. Gets the ace even! Check your corners, that's the lesson!
Well, we have alert lockdown level 4. Ladies and gents, it's Philippines. This spike is about to be planted in just a few. This will buy them time at least for the time being. But still, stunned from Xavier K. Completely punished by the two players. But as soon as you swing out in front of Next.
Yeah, she's got full control of it. Nobody playing there on the upper right corner, which Michael could certainly opt to, but a bit too obvious. And Mid-Mathers, he also expects the push here coming from Derek. The rest of them, though, trying to triple swing him. He just completely shreds him on down on the eco frag. Micro goes as well to Zind. 11-7. Conveniently, Nacague are starting to come back here.
He can throw in a Lear here. And of course, the smoke is just gonna hide some of the players. Nexi to get a kill. They spotted out one, but unfortunately for Ja and Mojer, they go down already. Wits, he still takes some damage and some kills here, but he also ultimately go down as well. It's all up to the two players remaining on both sides of the team.
Yeah, Nexi not in a healthy HP bar at the moment versus Nalas. As Papi Chu is able to get Wild Oreo 11 HP, the spike is in the middle of nowhere as NDG finishes off the kill.
Folks, it matters how you use it. And Zind, I think he's got great timing here. The flash up close, that alerts Micro, but no matter. Zind is there for the count.
It's maybe a little too safe there for Yanagi. If he just waited for him to come his way, that could have been the takedown, but Zind.
Well, if you've heard about Rumble in the Jungle, it's time for action in the Oasis. Welcome back, guys, to our second series of the day. My name is Asarai. With me now is Dax and Black. I was about to say Raph's name. I was about to say Raph's name.
Before we start, before I get offended by you misnaming me, kala ko Tagalog tayo dito sa panel.
Ayaw nga pala, no?
Ano to? English broadcast? Hindi.
I had to give the intro. I had to give that intro. Okay, yun
lang
naman.
Yun sige, anong Tagalog ng action in the Oasis? I'm not gonna give it to you. I almost said it actually.
Hindi ko masasagot yan. Mauubos ang oras natin. Mamaya na lang. I-google ko na lang siya mamaya, guys.
Panel ba to? Joke time.
Pareho. Pag tayo tatlo nandito, parehas lang yan. It does not it's the same. It's the same.
Kala ko tayo mga big brains sa broadcast. Nangyari sa atin pag dito tayo.
Mga baliktad.
Nawawala talaga ang IQ natin pag gano'n na nangyari. Pero kaya na sinabi ko, guys, na it is going to be Action PH versus Oasis Gaming. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dax, but both of these teams, I believe, are undefeated as of, well, this today.
Totoo.
Yeah, till
Nanalo sila sa mga matchup nila kahapon. Natalo ng Action PH yung SR Nacague, natalo naman ng Oasis Gaming, yung Naos Esports 2-1 naman yan. Pero talaga yung masasabi natin pinaka-surprise no dito is yung Action PH na bagong gawa lang para dito sa VCTPH, nandun na sa pinakataas ng standings.
Oo naman, at saka pag tingnan nga natin, Dax, undefeated on both sides, plus minus in terms of sa mga mapa, mga rounds na panalo nila. Action PH, number 1 seed ngayon. Ang pang-apat na inibitadong team dito sa ating qualifier, sa ating group stage rather. Sila pang nakakalamang, the team that has been together for less than most of the others dito sa ating group stage. They're looking really good.
Yeah, looking really, really good. But of course, before we do continue any further, thank you so much to our wonderful, wonderful sponsor with Grab and Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. So again, thank you so much for that. And you can, just scan the QR code para malasap niyo na ang 9 pesos na first month.
Pag maglilibre ka ng Grab, alam mo na ang gagamitin natin. Dapat makita ko dun sa iyong delivery free. 0 dahil sa Grab Unlimited, ha? Huwag mo kalimutan yung QR code.
Pa-pizza party ka naman.
Ite-test kita mamaya. Huwag ka ganda ka.
Sige. Visual mo yan. Tapos send it sa Grab as proof of usage.
Proof of sponsor.
Proof of sponsor para sa atin. Okay, so back to the task at hand. It feels like, again, Action PH has... Actually, both of these teams din, diba? We're emphasizing na nga when week 1 started na it is Oasis that has a lot to prove. But in any case, we'll talk about Oasis later kasi ito pala, first team to be intro to you guys is going to be Action PH.
Perfect.
Action PH started late December 2022 and they're looking super strong kahit man napakabago pa lang nila na team, and this is again one of their first big matches up against Oasis Gaming.
This team, pag dinignan mo, Soray, kanina nang, di ba, sabi mo sa Oasis, madami silang kailangan ipatunayan. Ito namang yung team na to, Action PH, madami naman din silang naipatunayan in these past few days. They've proven a lot. They have little to lose being such a new team. At napaka-curious talaga pag tinignan mo kung sino namumuo sa roster na to. You got Micro and Kevs from that experience sa mga team nila dati. You have, a younger frontline core dun sa harap nila within, Blurred, and also having Yanagi. Tapos nandito din si Derek na bumalik galing sa pag medyo nag-break siya muna, and he's come back now to the competitive scene. And so far, sa mga nakita natin kahapon, talagang hindi lang napakagaling nila individually, but as a team, may naipapatunayan talaga sila at may naipapakita dito na ang Action PH na kilala natin dati ay nag-evolve na sa bagong pagkakaraan ng paglalaro. So they are really just a very new team that has brought us very new ideas dito sa VCTPH.
Diba? Parang old names, new configuration. At totoo naman sinasabi dito ng Black and Blue. Ang ginawa na ng Action PH sa mga matchups nila so far, pinatunay nila na sila ang real deal talaga, and especially what we saw against SR Nacague. Yung step up ni Micro, di natin makakalimutan yung effectivity ni Blurred, yung pag-set up talaga ni Yanagi at ni Kevs, at syempre si Derek, pag may kailangan ka kay Derek, binibigay niya. Etong Action PH team na to, ang pinaka pwede natin pansinin sa kanila is lalakas lang sila ng lalakas every single week na nakakalaro sila. At kung ito pa lang yung simula nila, natatakot ako kung ano yung malalabas na nila pagdating ng playoffs kung umabot sila dun.
We have our next team. This is a team that it's either they hit it with a wall or they go over it. Let's see what they got. Oasis Gaming.
Perfect.
Lots of star power, lots of just amazing, incredible teamwork that we have seen through the past days. This is Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, galawang Oasis, galawang superstar. You look at this roster at ilang beses na lang natin sinabi, yung mga histories nila coming in from the collegiate at pro scene, palagi lang nasa VCT itong mga pangalan na to. Pero kailangan natin pansinin talaga ngayon, yung paglabas ni Nexy into another dimension of play. Alam naman natin talaga si Sexy Nexy ang pinaka-clutch sa Sentinel player sa buong Pilipinas. Marami naghihintay ng debut na nung APAC nung last year. Palagi lang sa VCTPH. Pero di talaga sa Oasis Gaming na lalabas niya yung pinaka pwede niyang gawin para sa team na to. They couple up to the fact na ang ganda ng 1-2 punch na nakikita natin usually from Georgie and Savvy. From front to back, ang rami lang space at time na gagawa para makita natin yung best form ng isa't isa nila.
At hindi lang yun, Dax. From front to back, madami tayo nakilalang mga pangalan dito sa VCTPH sa 3 taon na nangyayari to. At pag tinignan mo ang roster na to ng Oasis, talagang all-star studded lineup talaga. Pag tinignan mo, kala mo the best of yung mga all-time greats kasama dito na galing sa VCTPH, ipinagsama sa isang team. Kaya ang katanungan dito pagdating sa Oasis, ano talaga ang pwede nila maging goal na pwede mong masabing is quantifiable sa kanila dito at the end of this stage? Is it a championship or bust for this team?
Yeah, you could say then na at least for the regular season, Oasis has already overcome their greatest threat, which is supposedly Naos Esports dito ngayon. I mean, you're talking about Nexy, who's garnered 55 kills dun sa best of 3 nila kahapon. So, really, is there anything that could really stop the Oasis trade as of now?
I feel like meron nga kasi nakita natin doon sa matchup mismo na Naos is yung overheat potential. Masyadong silang mainit minsan na tuloy-tuloy ang aggression, tuloy-tuloy na lang yung lead ni Georgie Savi. Pero paano kung nasasagot yung frontline na yun, 'di ba? Doon sila naaalangan and it reared its ugly head doon sa first 2 maps versus Naos Esports, especially nung muntik pa sila makambakan nung fracture, nung natalo talaga sila nung icebox. It really goes to show para sa Oasis yung level of consistency ang habol na dito.
Alright, so let's look at our head-to-head real quick, guys. Kung sino nga ba ang gusto natin i-emphasize ngayon sa ating upcoming na best of 3. Again, between Oasis Gaming and Action Esports. Alam ko may pinili tayo na hindi yung yung mga duelists natin dito. But I am curious to see. Oh, you know what? It's the secondary to the duelists. It's Nacague and Savvy 8K.
Ito yung pinaka-interesting part nitong head-to-head na to. This head-to-head was already rooted collegiate pa lang. Matagal na naglalaban si Nacague at si Savvy 8K. Lagi, dun pa lang, alam na nila yung isa't isa. And that was on the primary fragger role, primary duelist pa nga dun sa collegiate scene. But kita talaga natin how both of them are here to enable their teammates. Si Nacague, palagi nakikita natin yung KO. Ang ganda ng mga flash rotation siya. Ang ganda ng mga layups. It's Savvy 8K naman. He's just so flexible. Lalabas yung breach, lalabas yung neon. Ano man kailangan mo kala kay Savvy. It just goes to show yung evolution ng 2 players na to from collegiate to professional. At ngayon, nagsama sila sa head-to-head na to.
Nakikita nga natin dito na napaka-varying naman ng roles. Pareho sila ng pinanggalingan, Dax. Pareho sila ng galing sa collegiate scene. Pero Savvy 8K really playing more of that forward role. Although nakikita nga natin na minsan may mga laban na talagang binibigyan niya tayo ng ibang klaseng dating ni Savvy 8K. He does play backline sometimes. You might see him on that breach. You might see him in more of an initiating role. Sometimes even a stage. But then you also see Nacague play on that KO a lot na talagang iisipin mo na minsan mapapa-entry siya. But he also plays that backline role, diverting yung mga frontline roles to some of his other teammates and coming in clutch pag nangangailangan ang team, katulad ng nakita natin kahapon kalaban ang SR Nacague. So, yung dalawang player na to, pareho sila ng pinanggalingan pero pareho din ang gusto nilang katapusan, which is to win the championship.
That too, as well as yung ano lang din nila, just their ability talaga to be entry fraggers or follow-ups para sa teams nila, as you guys both mentioned. Anyways, we have our map veto lined up for you guys, so let's check it out na then. What is something that Action PH wants to take away from Oasis dito that looks just absolutely dominant by Oasis?
Yeah, I feel like pag tingnan natin yung map pool, diba? Dito natin papansinin kung ano kaya yung tatanggalin ng Action PH. Oasis have shown all throughout here as right now. Pag lumabas laging Haven, these guys can just run around that map, be potent. Same case I'd say for Fracture. So I wouldn't really be too surprised kung we see one of those bans early on. But one thing that should be gone, Ascent yung una mawawala actually. I'm expecting also Breeze to be gone along the way dito sa map pool natin .
Smart by Oasis na talagang tanggalin agad-agad ang Ascent sa pinakauna. Ito yung pinaka-successful na mapa na meron ang Action PH. So far, SR Nacague at Poggers na italo nila nung week 1 and week 2 kahapon yung pangalawa. And then now Action, it's their choice anong pwedeng i-ban dito. Pwede nilang tanggalin yung Breeze. Isa yun sa mga mapa na nakikita natin tinatanggal agad. Pero Fracture ang pipiliin nila, which I think is curious din kasi nakita nga natin na naitalo nila ang Naos kahapon ng 13-10. So may rason din naman talaga sila para tanggalin tong Fracture, and knowing that new team pa rin tong Action PH, hindi pa natin nakikita na nag-fracture sila. So di natin alam if sanay na talaga sila sa Fracture. So it makes sense so far yung mga opening ban ng either side.
Yeah, it is kind of safe to assume nga din na I think I was mentioning this with the other panel si Rere sa kasi Honeyglaze na it feels like Action PH likes to have the map rotation na sana much more yung standard map rotation na nakikita natin, which is ano nga ba yun? Ascent, Icebox, maybe Haven could be something like that. Pero Oasis really picking this early. Kaya nga nasabi ni Dax, very good start dito para sa Oasis.
Oo nga, kung hindi mo ban kaagad, pipiliin nila yan. They want to play Haven. Ito talaga tried and tested. Anong composition, anong roster ng Oasis given, Haven talaga ang galawan nila. And in response, I like this actually from Action PH kasi nakita na natin medyo experimental ang composition ng Oasis sa Pearl, and they're gonna look to take advantage. At huwag natin kalimutan, nanalo yung Action PH against SR Nacague on Pearl. And beat out, diba? SR Nacague, that's their map. Okay talaga yung mga first pick nakita natin ngayon.
Oo nga, really smart decision making I think on both sides dito. Wala kang makasasabing parang lamang ang isang team sa isa't isa so far sa dalawang mapa na parang ilalaro pa natin. Pearl nga ay mapa nga natalo nga nila, diba, ang SR Nacague, but also at the same time natalo din ang Oasis the last 2 times na nailaro nila to kalaban ng Sky Empire, most importantly nung regular season nung week number 1. Breeze naman ang tatanggalin dito ng Oasis Gaming. Isa yun sa mga mapa na nakita natin na inalaro nila nung kailan lang din. So it makes sense kung bakit natatanggalin, although it was against a lesser known team, Action PH. They have a choice here. At Bind ang tatanggalin naman nila. Isa pa namang mapa to na nakita natin sa lumang Oasis Gaming na okay lang din, pero we haven't seen much information as of recent, which leaves us to the final map nga dito ng ating series, and I think it's a very curious one to finish off this off. Icebox.
Yeah, it's gonna be Icebox. Yeah, exactly that. Ito talaga eh. Yung feel ko lang rin, you will see Breeze and Bind banned dito sa ating regular season kasi some of these teams nag-move on na sila eh. Dahil sa rotation na nakikita natin sa live patch na split at Lotus. Kung may chance sila matanggal tong mga map na to, they're gonna do it. At irerespeto yun ng kalaban nila kasi more likely than not, hindi ganun yung scrim performance. So to no surprise na nakita natin tong map pool na to, the best of the best for Oasis and Action PH dun sa pinakaharap. Yung curious lang talaga ako is yung unang bans talaga nila linabas yung Ascent at Fracture rather than dun sa second half. Pero besides that, ito na yung expectations ko eh.
Yeah, it really did feel, at least sa akin, looking at this one, na how do you word this ba? Na it feels like it's a solid map para sa lahat ng teams except for Pearl na I feel like Action PH, even though sinabi nyo na nga na SR Nacague has been beaten by them in that particular battleground, it's not yet proven against Oasis that has, I feel like, a stronger backbone. Na sinasabi nga, pointing out on Nexi, incredibly strong. If he plays that Killjoy on Pearl, napakahirap na i-pierce through yan, or mahihirapan i-pierce through yan ng Action PH.
Pero ang tanong dito, Oasis, na itutunan ba nila kung anong mga rason kung ba't sila natalo kahapon versus ang Naos dun sa Icebox? Na iayos na ba nila coming to this? Kasi huwag natin kalimutan na 13-3 sila. So napakalaki ng lamang ng Naos nung kinalaban nila ngayon. And if we ever get to that map number 3, then looking at how Action na italo nila ang Poggers nung huling laban nila sa Icebox, baka nga pwede pang maulit ang mga resulta na yon kung hindi pa nakapag-adjust dito sa Icebox, specifically ang Oasis. Pero agree ako sa mga punto nyo, map number 1 and number 2, napakalapit at napakadikit sa tingin ko ang magiging resulta ng dalawang mapa na to.
Yeah, para sa Oasis though, may pagka-contention talaga coming into the later part of the map pool. Naos exposed them sa Icebox, Naos exposed them sa Pearl sa previous tournament, dito sa VCT. At wag natin rin kalimutan, kinalaban ni Sky Empire, hindi nila natapos yung trabaho doon, kaya nga nag-3 maps rin eh. Pero para sa Oasis Gaming, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised na abot tayo ng 3 maps na naman eh. Kasi ito talaga yung nangyayari sa Oasis. Mainit kung mainit, grabe talaga yung lakas, sure. Pero it comes in spurts, it comes into mga moments lang talaga. And from that point on, doon nag-take advantage yung kalaban. And we've seen Action PH be that kind of team na nag-take advantage ng opportunity na magaling eh.
Yeah, true enough, and you've seen that with how they played with other teams than in the previous matches that they have competed in. Now, gentlemen, we've talked about the Mount Vetoes. Here we are with the predictions. I feel like I have to go first on this. It feels that medyo basic ang sagot ko, but I will go for Oasis Gaming.
Are you calling me basic?
Basic ka pala eh.
Basic pala ako ah. Ako nga lang nag-Oasis kahapon, di ba? Nung nag-naos kayo. Pero sige, sasang-ayon ako kaya sabay kahit ayoko na tuloy bigla. At para sa Oasis Gaming, must win talaga yung map pick nila. If they drop Haven, ang hirap na talaga magiging lalabanan. But because that is just their ultimate playground and lessons learned talaga either on Pearl, on Icebox, feel ko yung superstardom na nakikita natin, yung pagka-gel talaga nila, ang magbibigay ng panalo sa kanila.
Well, I mean, you know, I will be pleasantly surprised kung manalo ang action dito sa series na to. Not super kasi napaka-impressive ng ipinakita nila these past 2 days. Pero still, by all means, Oasis ang pinaka-pabor manalo sa buong stage na to. Sila nga ang pabor para maging champion. We've seen them be number 2, number 3 many times on over throughout the past 2 years ng VCTPH, and this stage is looking to be theirs na sila na finally pwede maging champion. So by all means, they're the favorite in every matchup. Masal na pagkalaban na ang mga teams sa mas baguhan, and that's why I'm going with Oasis as well.
Ooh. Wait, did I just hear that correctly?
Oh, no.
We all went
no.
Oasis Gaming.
Oh no, guys. Nakalimutan niyo na ba ang nangyari last year? Pag nakita natin, di ba? Ano?
Hashtag bias panel. Yan, narinig ko na eh. Nababasa ko na yung chat.
Hindi yun eh. Hindi lang hashtag bias panel eh. Di ba? Hashtag
Triple.
panel jinx. Yung triple talaga eh.
Panel jinx. Even worse.
Malala, malala.
Basta pag all 3 panel, guys, ito yun. Hindi ko yun ng VCT dati. Pag lahat ng panel, yung tatlo na nandito, ay bumoto ng isang team man lamang, edi yun yung kadalasang team na tatalo pa. So,
well, let's see if this... Yeah, this record of the Symphony of Jinxes will continue from the panel, or will Oasis break the curse? Guys, we're gonna throw it away to our casters to give you all the action.
Welcome here to the second series of VCT Challengers Philippines. My name is Riku. Together with me is Terror, and we're heading over to a very, very fiery matchup. It's going to be Oasis Gaming versus Action PH. Both of these teams are equal in the standings, two all alongside Game Lab. So after the series, we'll find out who's going to be at the tippity top of the standings, and we'll get that 1-point lead among the rest. And Terror, I know it's going to be exciting. We were talking about, off the broadcast, like a little bit of our predictions. The panelists have given their, I guess, low-key curse to the victory.
It always happens like this, Riku.
It does. Yeah.
Riku, it's always like this. It's always when there's 3 men in the panel voting for the same team. It's always that curse. And it's always true. But maybe this time it's totally different. It's a new year, we wore red because last 2 weeks was a Chinese New Year. Not related anyway. Unrelated joke. But as we saw as well on the panel a while ago, they were talking about how the map pool or map selection that we have right now for the 2 teams that we are looking at. And it seems like for the panel, it seems like with them, they want Oasis to take the first map, or else it might go the other way around.
Yeah, it's so true, because when we look at the map pool right now, the 2 last, which is Pearl, again, Oasis doesn't have a very good record, at least when we talk about the recent matches. They lost against Sky Empire. Oasis also lost against Naos in another recent tournament. And Icebox, their very last decider map, which meant that, again, they also struggled against Naos on that very same map. So just as the panel has mentioned, it's almost very critical for Oasis to win this first map in Haven, or else it's going to be Action PH taking the series away.
But I do believe, and I still believe that we are going to be looking at another 3-map series right here, again, for Oasis. It's pretty much similar to all the days that we were looking at as Oasis plays as well. But of course, while you're watching and while you haven't had lunch, I would say, maybe a late lunch, just go to your grab app and of course register to Grab Unlimited because it's only 9 pesos for your first month, and I'm actually registered and just grabbed a while ago. Good Popeyes,
No,
by the way.
9 pesos. That's so value. That's so value. Subscribe now, and there's the QR code. Just scan to find out more. And yeah, it's gonna be important to grab your snacks because this is gonna be a very long series. And you said it yourself, Taylor. The Oasis, 3-game win condition. But on the other side of the spectrum, we've got Action PH with, their recent matches in the VCT when they went up against Puggers and they went up against SR Nacague. It's all 2-0, so I don't know what's gonna happen here.
It's the favorites versus the dark horse of this entire tournament. You have a bunch of people that have been there since the very start, since the very beginning of VCT. And if you look at the players of APH, you might see some familiar faces as well. And if you look at Oasis, these are extremely familiar faces. And like the panel was talking about earlier as well, Riku, if you think about superstars, this is exactly a superstar team we're looking at. It's Oasis Gaming. And like we said, it's primed to be a team to be on the top spot or maybe even taking away the regular split this time around. But I would say my predictions compared to everyone in the panel, I do believe that APH as the dark horse, no one really pins or bats an eye towards this team to a point where they're just gonna sneak up onto the leaderboards and you're just gonna be surprised like, guys, they're at the top?
Yeah, it's very highly possible. You talked about, how Oasis, they've always landed second and third place or always top 3, and it's all about their vision now, and their aim is to get again first place. But meanwhile, on the other side of the spectrum, you have Action PH, which you said is a team that is comprised of a lot of talented and experienced players, but they just formed recently, so it's all about having that chemistry on the board. It feels like they can take top as well, but they have to prove it in this series. That's why it's so important, not standings wise, but more like having to see where they are compared to the rest.
I'm just excited for the matchup. The thing that I'm actually looking forward to is all the frags that Nexi is gonna get this time, this series, because all those clutch moments that we are bound to see, I think it's just gonna happen all along. Nexi is just a kind of a player that can pop off despite having a sentinel role as a team, or in the team rather. And these are certain circumstances that if you think about it, the star players, the star-studded team, despite having different roles, and speaking of those roles, really giving life to that role as well. They're really good at those specific roles, and aside from that, with the raw firepower and the raw duels as well. But again, Riku, despite all those advantages that we see on Oasis side, there are also downsides to it. Sometimes they can also overheat.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it numerous times yesterday when Naos would basically turn off the heat that Oasis basically built up for the few consecutive rounds that they have. So the goal now for Action PH, if Oasis wins the first 2, of course, rounds, if they win the pistol round, they have to make sure that they can stop the heat. As we take a look at the agents now, I don't think there's not much of a difference except the Astra and the Rays here being selected in comparison to the composition that we have. I like this. It's very classic. The Rays, paint shells, as well as the Cs to just basically constrict these narrow corridors that Haven has.
I do like the Astra pick as well here, coming in from Action PH. The thing is, Astra has good control utility when it comes to the entirety of this map, and aside from that, the combinations that you can definitely use in comparison to an Omen, for example. But again, it's 2 different agents in 2 different teams. It all depends on how the chemistry will build up with this specific agents, with this specific players as well. And despite having an Omen here, you also have that Fade, which you can throw in utilities right now. And on the Oasis Gaming side, I would say there's not much of that combination, that big combination we're looking into the utilities, to be be specific, comparing to APH that has the C's and then you can throw in a pain shells, or you have a gravity well that you can throw a pain shells as well too.
Yeah,
Or a
there's just so
nanoswarm.
much that you could do. Yeah, the nano swarm. There's just a lot of crowd control compared to the
Exactly.
side of Oasis. It feels like Oasis has to brute force their way into these sites, relying on Georgie to create space, dash into the site, and then try to finish off these kills. But remember, if Georgie is that mobile, there are utilities on the opposite side of the spectrum. They're rich in utility, actually. So if they use it on the first wave, then they have that secondary wave. When they've got a lot of stuns, double stuns, if you will, on the side of Breach and Astra. So it's absolutely scary how much control that we're looking at on the side of Action PH.
And for Action PH, or rather for Oasis Gaming, I think they're going for a Jet duelist here as well, which we have seen from the previous match they played against Naos. This is fairly, if I'm not mistaken, the same composition that we're looking at as well. And yeah, I just checked it right now. It is exactly the same composition we're looking at from the previous game that we watched upon them. They won that map, fortunately enough, and at the same time, Georgie can create that chaos on the sides. If you can remember so vividly how he just dashes it on B and just go crawl his way through CT without even anyone noticing. It can happen again.
Yeah, especially ignoring what all the setups that Action PH can potentially have. But of course, remember, if Georgie does enter a site almost immediately, and all of those utilities, of course, pre-planted, it will cut off the cavalry that is supposed to follow Georgie. So I believe that's the plan for APH. Constrict and basically have the utility game versus Oasis.
I also like the hyper awareness here immediately in the hands of Oasis. They know that they have certain combinations that we were mentioning a while ago. A C's pain shell combination is up for takes for APH, and they're just playing it real slow, not really that aggressive at this moment, at this point. Again, we're just in a talking stage.
Yeah, it's so difficult as they pull the trigger with a dash in. There's a turret that's gonna spot Georgie out. That's 3 already rotating from spawn, and Kevzy finds Georgie.
Onto the side, they plant the spike already. Up for the retakes is APH. As they throw in also a hunt here. No one to spot really for the side of Oasis. One guy on Heavens here and 3 people bound to enter through A site, or A link rather. Throw in the concuss rather, and all these utilities. A concuss yet again. So many utilities being thrown into the sites. Not even a single cent, or rather a single site of 4 Wild Oreo and APH completely dismantling the opponent here. Oasis, they didn't even have the chance there, Riku.
Yeah, that was a bit sweaty because Wild Oreo was in graffiti and they... Action PH didn't check that corner, but at the same time, they were able to still get the trades, get enough time, and finish off Oasis. It's just so difficult, Taylor, because if Oasis tries to play the slow game and bait out all of these utilities, there's just going to be a lot of surplus to begin with. And we talked about it, how Georgie, yes, he was able to create space, but he was the one eliminated right off the bat, and Action had that numbers advantage, had a lot of utilities. All the stars basically cut off exit points and entry points from Oasis to get that better post-plan positioning.
And just all the utilities, all the blinds running through the sites. Wild Oreo didn't even have a chance to react at all. But yet again, another new round. At least they get a plant on that first round. And still, that adds money to what you have as in an economy. But of course, for the second round, the advantage is towards APH when it comes to the guns. But they're still looking for a pick-off here. A little bit aggressive on towards Oasis side. This push, so far, it pays off. They get 1 kill here towards Wild, or rather, they get 1 kill here towards Derek.
Yeah, good job by Savvy AK for the trade, Georgie. Now has the dash activated, ready to dash once the flash activates, and that is it. There's 3 people in garage actually, and good call from Nacague to back away and just play with his close range. He does have the Spectre, that's the peak. 2 gets 1 and 2. Blurred, nicely done.
They had a good plan there. They even had a fault line to play around with, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. 4 people still alive and kicking for APH. Might be not the cleanest round, but might be this. There you go. A clean 2-0 coming in here for APH's side. OASIS, they tried to play aggressive more on the eco, knowing that they don't have the guns here and there's nothing to lose. They were able to get 1 kill.
Yeah, not enough to damage the economy. Action PH was able to play that patiently, not be too antsy just because you have gun advantage. So loving the way that Action PH is taking care of their lead. And now with OASIS having the better guns right now with all the Vandals on the board, let's see how aggressive or how defensive they'll play this time around.
Angel sees combination, not really reaching anyone here. They already assume that the good thing about here, Riku, is that OASIS is already assuming this kinds of scenario, and it just goes to waste. You know, those angels could have been thrown to another portion or area of the map to control, but yet again, maybe it works. Sometimes you just don't know if they're gonna push aggressively too.
Yeah, it feels like that's been done three rounds in a row. So they do have the gravity well and a lot of stuns. Georgie gonna dive into A already. Hell, still pretty much alive. Derek lying in wait in the corner. Gonna get flashed in. Here comes the swing. Kevzi eliminates 1. The spike is down and a lot of trades here and there. It's 3v2 situation.
Micro and Blurred, they have to play this out. They still have, I think, 1 star to play around with just in case. But Georgie, about to go down already. Blurred, left alone here. Was able to pick up 1 kill, but that's all he's gonna get. As OASIS finally picks up a point here on the 3rd round.
Now, yeah, nicely done by OASIS here. The fact that they were able to... I was a bit worried there because, again, Kevzi was in a nice position at Hell. They weren't able to clear completely the site, and that's how Kevzi was able to get a kill. But the double peek coming from OASIS was able to save and destroy Kevzi. In the end, they got the plant. They've got a beautiful post-plant positioning. And at that point, it is them just trying to clean up and save that round.
But if you think about it and you look into the outer perspective of this round, these traps are set to stop Georgie upon his toes. And that's it. Like, Kevzi just punish him like that, and no one can enter the site to help him out or to even have that trade because there's a narrow swarm just a long C.
Yeah, it took a while for OASIS, just maybe 3 seconds to enter the site, but that's the lockdown. Before the plant actually came down before the lockdown happened, so that's good thing for OASIS. Now they're flushed out all onto C long, 1 from Garage, and everybody pretty much alive from Action PH.
There's some pressure towards Nexi here on Garage, just trying to punish the players, trying to defuse, but Blurred, he's just gonna stick it. With the 2 remaining players out in long C and 1 in Garage, they're just too far to kill the person who's trying to defuse the spike. Good pressure coming in from APH on the defense.
Yeah, Kevzi's lockdown basically ruined OASIS Gaming's post-plant position. They couldn't push defender spawn. They couldn't position well towards Garage. They were all flushed towards C long, and it was just so easy for Action PH to put a lot of their utility and have their smoke on top of the spike and then get the defuse down and kill them all on long.
Another new round is what we're looking at, and this time around, OASIS, they're gonna be just on pistols here. A Sheriff on the hands of Georgie, just 2 orbs away from that very glorious knives. Just 1 orb away with that little swing coming in from Georgie. A good kill and a good punish towards Derek.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth. Won't find the second one. That's an advantage that OASIS definitely wants to get at the spike. Still around lobby. They're still not deciding just yet where to go, considering they don't have information where everybody else is yet. Georgie might spot out Micro here.
Fortunately, not gonna get the kill. Sees upon Nacague, but he doesn't care. He's just gonna wait patiently, and spray down is what he does. Even a right click using that classic as well. 3v1 just by closing your eyes in a split second. Everyone just disappeared, Riku.
Yeah, Georgie saw Micro, unfortunately lost the duel here. And then at the same time, Nacague just peeks and jumps. He got seized, but it doesn't matter. Kevzi now spots out Nexi at this point. They're gonna peek together. He's gonna get concussed. And Nexi, nowhere to go. It's 3 people, wondering if he can get 1 kill before he falls. And that's gonna be a yes!
Took a
And I
long
think that's
time.
pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good when it comes to eco for the side of Oasis. So I think that's the best outcome that Oasis wanted.
Yeah, actually, that is the most positive outcome that they could possibly get at that point. That kill wasn't supposed to happen anyway, but it certainly still did. He was still able to pick up 1, but yet again, the Seas, it connected. Despite that, we all know that for Oasis side, they just get tapped by 3 bullets of a Vandal. They're done over with because of it was an eco round. They didn't have any armor at all. It was just an easy kill for the other team, unfortunately, when it comes to the armor, obviously.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Oasis was able to take, I believe, 3 people down. And I think, yeah, that's the best possible outcome, as Oasis will get this timeout. Remember, what we mentioned before, Terror, it's very important for Oasis to win this map because the succeeding 2 maps, they don't really have the best record in play. They've lost Pearl twice, I believe just of recent weeks against Naos and Sky Empire, and as well as Icebox yesterday against Naos as well. So at this point, that's the reason why Oasis are sweating a little bit in this match as Action PH maintains their snowball.
I think this is going to be a round for Oasis side if they play it correctly, but they have to be careful on that C's pain shell combination on A lobby if they want to go aggressive. And it seems like it is a play for default setup right here, right now. Knowing that they have 5 utility options or ultimate options here on the attackers as well. It is a site. It makes a site easier to take.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to attack, considering that there is Nightfall and Rolling Thunder available as a big retake combo. So if ever Oasis does indeed blow all their ults and take control of a site, there is a two big retake ults available for Action.
You might even see 2 Rolling Thunders at one point, right? You never know. And of course, they are starting off with a Nightfall here onto Georgie. He gets a kill already going on to the site itself. They're going to be able to plant the spike and position themselves immediately on that post-plant situation, as Nexi is still watching on the flank.
But Blurred here also doing the flanking the flanky now. But the alarm bot's gonna spot him out, so that gives away information as Nightfall activated by Derek to see if they can retake the site.
No one really on the site itself for that Nightfall. No one tagged, no one detected. Not able to use it up at all. Nexi, on the other hand, trying to punish the players here. Georgie on the other. He gets a kill as well. Just a skirmish on towards the site here in Oasis. Like I told you, Riku, this might be their round, and it is.
Yeah, they're able to bait out 2 important ultimates. Yanagi wasn't able to use his, though, as he was eliminated right off the bat by Georgie as he entered the site. And they only consumed 1 Nightfall, Taylor. They still have 4 more to go. And this is possibly the start of a steamroll, of a snowball, if they're able to maintain this lead, considering that this is going to be a broken buy on the side of Action PH, I believe. As there's only 1 Vandal on the board with a half shield on towards Kevzi. So this could be Oasis round once more, as APH has to stall and see if they can ruin the economy a little bit.
Speaking of economy, broken by here on towards APH. Trying to make do of what they have. Kevzi, he still has the Vandal though, so this might be punishing to some of the players of Oasis. But I just wanted to say, going back to that round, they also did find a good choice of playing the post-plant position on the outside, knowing that they had the Rolling Thunder and as well as the Nightfall. So perfectly executed Oasis on that round. Maybe we see a C take here as we see Georgie dashing in already, putting up the smoke and setting up the site for the entire team.
Yeah, I want to say that Nexi is playing very far back, trying to catch Blurred again from earlier with his very wide flank, I believe. So this is really nicely done. Post plant by Oasis, absolutely scary. There's 3 people playing on the site. as APH wants to play through Garage. And I'm not sure that funnel would do them well as Savvy8K finds Fade and we'll find Micro. This is very beautifully done by Oasis.
Good control all over the map here coming in from Oasis side. Some pressure onto mid, some pressure onto the site itself, but ultimately an entry from Georgie trying to clear out the site and trying to clear out the corners to make the plant happen. They move fast here for the side of Oasis. They know their goal. We just need to plant and we just need to set up those post plants.
Yeah, there was no contest whatsoever. The plant came down without any pressure. And the fact that 4 ults are still available for Oasis, this is looking really good. Blurred has the op though, so this could be the chance as Paint Seas is available in A long rather.
Drax was able to TP already outside here of A lobby. Might be able to spot someone, but I don't think anyone from APH will decide to peek here, but they might decide to put a little bit more pressure since for Oasis, this is the pressure that they're just mounting, continuing to mount all throughout this round. And Georgie, they know, they have info. The Prowler reacted.
Yeah, but the ult comes in already. Here comes the dive, but the pistol will find the kill as Blur destroys Georgie. He's forced out of the corner, but the Rolling Thunder is going to send him flying. But this actually forces Oasis to back away in response as Yanagi also did his Rolling Thunder.
But didn't even notice Nexi is already on B side. He was able to set up his ultimate here as well, creating that space for Oasis side. The take of control here for Oasis. They really have A main, they have mid, they have B, they almost have CT at this point.
Yeah, this basically throws off Action PH's rotation, or rather positioning earlier when they wanted to take A. They were again thrown in shambles because oh my gosh, who's there in B? Is it just one person? Is it two? As Nexi will peek, John peek, Drax will peek as well. He gets a headshot, but the trade will come in as Nexi wins that round for Oasis.
4-4 is the score. And Oasis just bumps up that 2 rounds quite fast, I would say. They still have 2 ultimates here. The Blade Storm hasn't been used. The economy so far has been phenomenal for the side of Oasis with all the rounds they're getting and gathering here. And not quite sure if a good choice of positioning here for the side of APH is actually on towards that aggression. Because knowing that they had so much utilities to play around with, knowing that there is probably going to be a Rolling Thunder going onto the side, especially if they want to take A, it's just hard to deal with. Knowing you have an operator as well very close.
Yeah, the smokes coming from the side of Oasis just basically smoked, well, blurred out. So they decided to set up this crossfire with Derek. And unfortunately, it ended up in the trade. So Oasis played that so well. They respected the response of Yanagi's Rolling Thunder. And again, props to Nexi sneaking into B-side and planting the lockdown. There were only 2 choices from Action, whether if they wanted to destroy the lockdown, but they had no information of how many players were at B, and they decided to respect that ult.
We're going to be looking at an eco disadvantage here for APH. The defense so far has been passive, and they just keep, it seems like they just keep waiting on the days, like on the rounds, like this time they're all going to use their ult. We have to chill out. We don't have to be, you know, playing hyper aggressive and creating that space or giving or not giving them that space. But instead they go back on a passive momentum here for the side of APH. It seems like they just stubbled their toe.
Yeah, I feel like Oasis is just playing the information game really well. If you unleash the Seized Paint Shells, you know that there's 2 people on A, and you know where Blurred is going to be. You know where Derek is going to be. Every single time they do it at the pre-round and they unleash that combo almost immediately, and therefore play with that information, decide after knowing that. So now they just wait for more utilities to be burned, but that's a 4-stack. What? In A!
It is a 4-stack, and this flash already gives the cue for the players of Oasis.
Whoa.
They're all just gonna be skirmishing along A-long here. Yanagi and Kevzi, the only players remaining for APH, trying to anchor in on the site itself. It's a 4-man stack, at least one player left on the site itself as one is rotating. Yanagi on the headshot here. 29 HP, still managed to pick up 1 kill. Unfortunately enough for Kevzi, despite arriving at the scene of the crime, is still not enough time to actually get those kills.
That's, I feel like, again, another best eco outcome for Action PH's side because they're able to eliminate 3 on the fact that they were all on sheriffs earlier.
The
Take a
thing
look at that
is,
again.
Riku, you can never always be this lucky.
Yeah.
Multiple times I've seen, maybe 15 times, the player stack up on A site and decides to stack on A, but the enemy goes on the other direction. The amount of times I've seen that, but this time they're lucky.
Everybody was there. Everybody from Oasis were there. So it worked out definitely for APH. Now the approach is onto C execute as Georgie goes in. He sees Georgie, completely eliminates him right off the bat. And we talked about cutting the resources, cutting off the cavalry. That's exactly what happened. Georgie dives in and there's the utility coming from Action PH. And the rest of Oasis are forced to just go to a different site.
Finally, the opening that APH was looking for since the beginning. Again, Blurred on that operator. This time, he might get someone. Unfortunately not. Just a little bit of a pixel angle away. But maybe this time, another reposition coming in from him. A little delay on the paint shells. And this is finally a tag that he can make. Hunt on towards the side. He still has his ult to play around with, especially they're all bamboozling on the side. Blurred still holding on to that. Shorty, maybe he catches one, but don't worry, Yanagi's right around the corner as well, helping him out. Drax very low in HP here, and he goes down ultimately in the hands of Micro. APH yet again on another round here, Riku.
Yeah, Blurred was definitely the high-key MVP there. He was able to reposition constantly, get kills here and there, but it all started with a numbers advantage from that almost C execute coming from Oasis. The fact that they're always ready for Georgie to basically dive in, basically put the gravity well on towards these choke points to stop Action PH from pushing with Georgie. And they can keep repeating this so long as they have information that that was exactly the site that Oasis is going to go for.
They've been doing that since round 1, basically.
True,
That
yeah.
They've been setting up all these utilities, all the traps on that jet that wants to entry. Because as soon as you eliminate that jet, especially Georgie, there's no more other duelists that you can rely on to make those explosive plays to create those spaces.
Yeah, exactly. So therefore they're happy when they eliminate Georgie, but Blurred removes Savvy AK almost immediately as he peeks through window. That's -1 person. They have to deal with Blurred's up, whether they like it or not. But they know that he's at B, but that means it's easy rotation for him if they decide to go either A or C.
They might decide on Garage take here and maybe go on to C, as some of the players of Oasis are already creeping up. They're just looking for a perfect opportunity to take a pick here. Yanagi is already preparing his fault line just in case the enemy goes in onto the side. Blurred still has the showstopper here, and I feel like once they push in, this is gonna be pulled out.
Oh, 30 HP on towards Nexi. 23 seconds on the clock for Oasis. They don't have a lot of time here. Blade Storm activated. Spots out Kevzi here. More blades, but not going to be enough as Kevzi finds Georgie once more. 12 seconds on the clock. They're forced to plant. They have no time. And Blurred kills another. Oasis now choked out of this. Nexi, the only one alive. And it looks dicey. No time.
No more time to plan, maybe for some exit frags if he can, but no one really to push as there is a turret still helping him out to take control of mid. Not too bad of a round, I would say, for APH. Completely stopped the push here of Oasis. And aside from that, for Georgie, unfortunately, he didn't hit the blades.
Yeah.
The blades on towards the person on B side. And aside from that, like I said, Blurred is just gonna pull out that showstopper once he hears someone pushes or makes pressure on the site itself.
Yeah, Blurred again has been doing a lot of work as of recent rounds, putting a lot of pressure ever since he has basically wielded the op. There's a ton of pressure on towards OASIS to fully commit to a site. Here comes Georgie going in once more as Derek's on heaven.
Derek, still in heaven, just trying to get any info he can take. They still have an ultimate here, a lockdown that they can use coming from Kevzi, and aside from that, a Cosmic Divide. This might be a good opportunity to prepare that retake at this moment. The first step towards that is this lockdown as they settle and try to see who's gonna go out. Blurred might even get a pick here if he's lucky, and if Georgie dry peeks this.
Here comes the pain shells coming through with the flashes as they do want to retake. They don't have a lot of time here. The Seas will trap Georgie onto hell. They're still unable to find him. He still survives, and the gravity well onto the corner. This is chaos. Xavier K, the only one alive. He needs to buy time for this bomb, and he kills another 3 kills. And OASIS will take this round as the defuse time will not be enough. What a beautiful round, and Xavier K wins that one.
What a clutch coming in here for OASIS side. And very tight match that we're looking at right now. 6-6, a tight scoreline is what we have right here. So far, our Sentinels, our Flashers, these are the people who are shining right now. The control agents. It's a battle of control all throughout the map, Riku.
Yeah, it is. Again, we thought that Action PH would have won the utility game, but so far, look at VAK. He's using the enemy's utility in his favor, using the Cosmic Divide as a wall to hide, pop out, pop back in, and that's exactly what he did, and that's exactly why he was able to get 4 and 3 kills. He's able to save that round, but nonetheless, this match, very, very tight, 6-6.
You can also see how deadly the Season Pain Shells combination can be, as Georgie was just stuck at that point on hell. Even a concuss going on his way. It's just too difficult to go away from that. Now onto a brand new round, a swap on the sides. OASIS this time on the defense. Let's see what will be changed. Will it be one-sided this time, or will it still be close? Is it gonna be overtime, or Ray Ray is done with her shift rather?
There's a possibility we'll find Paranoia. The blind's not gonna work out as Nexi's already 5 HP. A 4v4 situation still, not in a health. He has a decay, is marked rather. But they guard the garage quite well actually.
Nexi's turret just finishing the job here. Job undone for the side of OASIS as the retake is now ongoing. Unagi to go down. One more remaining as Micro is the only man remaining here. He still has a pull to play around with just in case, but Wild Oreo is already defusing this. I don't think that he has an idea, or he heard a tap here. Maybe he thinks it was a fake, but there goes the kill. It's still the Wapol here as Georgie, he's trying to get the defuse in. He's just getting played. Micro to settle in the kill, a clutch even for APH's side. The beauty of Ecos, Riku.
The beauty of Ecos, indeed. I cannot help but remember how Micro can basically...
Literally
he's
micro
so reliable. Yes, literally Micro, and literally he's just so reliable when it comes to these rounds where it's just all up to him. Remember yesterday he was able to get an ace versus SR Nacague, which basically steamrolled the entire series from there. And Micro again is doing it once more. It's just so fun to see him when it's all up to him, when he's gonna be the last man standing. Watch Micro, guys. Watch him.
And I actually think he had the perfect timing there. Maybe I wasn't even wrong. Maybe he even heard that tap on the spike. He just wanted to, the timing. He just wanted to be a little off for OASIS not to be able to read.
Yeah.
But anyway, brand new round, and of course, with the guns that they have, a double trouble on towards Garage here is what we're looking at. The hop out on Nexi. He needs help, but Nexi still managed to get the kill here onto a headshot. Derek, on the other hand, he was stunned. He cannot do anything to make that trade happen.
I couldn't do anything at all, even without the help of Drax, rather. This crossfire now being set up as two people with the wall bang action towards box with a flash as Derek finds 2 and 3, and they enter the site.
Pixel inch angle. Still Savvy was caught. 4v2 situation. Nacague planting the spike already. Onto the lurk is Georgie, detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world as Kevsey shuts him down as well. It's all up to Wild Oreo. He still has a haunt. But really, he can just go for the exit frags here in reality.
Yeah, maybe pick up a gun, try to find kills, exit frags, just as you said. Micro lying in wait there. The turrets might spot Wild Oreo, decide not to push through grass. There's no one in the site actually except it's planted towards C, so we'll be seen once he passes through this gap.
Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well. Despite the haunt, nothing really to gain after that. And it is what it is. APH takes the second round quite flawlessly. 1 man down only on their team. That hurts.
Yeah, that was painful. The fact that the blast pack was waiting for
Imagine buying a Bulldog and you get right-clicked by the classic.
Yeah.
This is what I hate when I'm playing, you know? You buy a Vandal, you get clicked on a classic.
Oh yeah, that's a very feels bad moment. It happens. It does happen. When it happens, it's pretty annoying.
You will literally see it in the pro scene even.
Yeah. It's normal happening. Let's take a look at round 15 now. It is now gun advantage for the side of Oasis. This is their time to basically retake the set of rounds, as it has been Action PH constantly. Especially with their pistol rounds have been incredibly amazing even on defense earlier. We'll have to see if this is a B execute. Looks like that's gonna be a yes.
A fast take here for Blurred. I don't think they're quite aware that he's here, but now with the help of the Prowler, obviously they would know that. But aside from that, that Paint Shell's not really dedicated in that corner, but instead towards A-Link, but didn't go in quite as he's expecting it to go. Blurred, on the other hand, he's keeping the pressure on A-Link here, making that space for the rest of the team of APH. But actually, they're all rotating and maybe they take C.
Yeah, this is really good. The mind games coming from the side of Action PH is just gonna throw them off the court here as the execute now arrives on towards C. No! Nexi just denies the potential take. AK will spot out Blurred. Wild Oreo will come from this corner. He knows that Blurred is there. He knows as he's gonna peek, Jiggle peek here. He spots Blurred, and that is it. The take denied as Oasis wins that round.
Oasis not even phased by the change of facing here coming from APH, despite taking control, especially Blurred taking control of B already, and the players or the remaining players of APH going to C. They were still quite aware. They weren't overextending or even over-rotating the angles that they're supposed to hold.
Yeah, that's true. I remember saying, oh, this could throw them off the court, but that's a no. Oasis stood their ground and wanted to play in for more information and stayed until they saw the commit onto C. Here comes the round, though. That's a 3-man stack on towards A. A lot of utility now being burned, but on the side of APH, still no, actually.
Quiet on the side is Oasis. 3 people trying to make something happen here on A long. Little bit scary. It gets scarier the quieter it gets, you know?
Yeah.
When there's nothing happening, that's the time you're gonna be scared.
Yeah, you'll be happy if you can hear utility, you can hear the boom bot, you can hear the flashes coming in. Okay, we know
you
they're
get
there.
info, you know?
Yeah, there's the Nightfall versus Nightfall, red versus blue.
Red versus blue it is, but Savvy so far getting a kill here, stopping yet again the entry that APH is doing. Drax on the other hand, he goes for the swing here, not able to punch the 2, but Kevsey still has the chance to plant the spike now. It is the Killjoy versus the Killjoy. Which one will win? It is definitely gonna be Nexi as he shuts down Kevs and will be able to defuse the spike.
Yeah, it was dicey for Kevzy considering that the lockdown was dropped by Nexi, so he doesn't have a lot of space to work with, and there's not a lot of time rather that to run far away from that. So really close and tight match that we have here. And again, we keep repeating it on why this Haven map is important. This is Oasis's pick, and the succeeding maps after this, which is Pearl and Icebox. These are two maps that recently Oasis has a difficult time, so that's why it's incredibly important for them to win this first map. And on the other hand, Action PH keeping this map really, really tight, considering that we saw Oasis yesterday winning this map. And it's just showing how equal they are when it comes to power level, at least when it comes to this map.
All it takes is that one round where someone gets a thrifty. It's just two teams getting a point each, getting an equal round each. And it's just a matter of time that the points rack up until the match point. And we know who's gonna win map number 1. But yet again, like we mentioned earlier, Oasis, they might be gearing to take this map number 1. Georgie already getting a kill here, as even Drax as well, punishing 2 players immediately.
Whoa.
Georgie, yet again, he's hot on the trigger here. That Nano Swarm is just perfect. Nexi to get a kill here, and now it's all up to Micro, the last man standing for the side of APH.
I know I said watch this player when it comes to clutching. There is a slight possibility, but everyone is just looking towards that window. And it is going to be dire. And Oasis takes round number 17. And there you go. 1 point to the double digits, my friend.
Yeah, and now...
I like how the silence happens as the timeout fades into a replay here.
God. The thing is, right now, for the two teams, though, it's just too close, you know? And I feel like this timeout was just bound to happen since a while ago. I feel like it should have happened since before the half, or maybe when we started the second half itself. But again, as we have the timeout, APH will have the time to discuss as well as Oasis. They have 3 utilities to play around here as soon as you see 3 ultimates, a showstopper, and of course you have a breach, and then you have this control. It's just pure control.
Yeah, there's a lot of control now. We talked about control in a sense of utility, but Oasis, the way that they also use the enemy's smokes as cover, as leverage for space into these sites. I like how Oasis plays, and that the timeout was definitely needed for APH, to pause the steamroll that's potentially about to happen on Oasis' side.
Careful here.
Oasis, they are... This is the map that we all know Oasis performs really quite well. So I'm not really in doubt when it comes to this. The pressure, yet again. Aggressiveness is what they're trying to show, but this is what we were talking about earlier, Riku. Sometimes they can overheat, they can overextend.
Yeah, and that's what we saw. The over-aggressiveness didn't pan out too well on their side as Drax wants to wrap around. See, already spots out Micro and gets the kill. That's a 2-for-1 for now. But where will APH decide to go? There's a lot of utility to spot out. If they do decide as the garage sewers, able to direct with a trade here.
I think this is an ATP perfectly like that. Perfect timing for Drax. And actually, he gets a kill here onto Yanagi. They're not aware he was still staying. No one cleared out the site here at all. 2v1 situation. Drax, he TP's here on the side, and maybe he can take the win away. But APH still does it time and time again, Riku.
It's so close, Terrar. It's so close.
You get 1 point. You get 1 point.
You get 1 point.
You get eco. You get eco.
It's a cycle. It's definitely a cycle. Again, it just shows how equal they are when it comes to at least power level, when it comes to this map. But now, who will break first? That is the question. When we look at the ult bars, there is Action PH having the advantage on the offensive. There's only the Blade Storm in, I believe, was it from the Shadows? No,
Yeah.
Rolling Thunder rather available. So at this point, this isn't exactly utility-wise, not exactly what they need.
Another overheat moment right here. Georgie just not hitting the shots right now as usual that he does. But this Prowler might spot Wild Oreo out. A good fault line at the least to say, just to stop them on their toes. So much utilities. Blur is just punishing Wild Oreo completely, especially with the aftershock coming in play as well.
Yeah, just trapped in a corner. Savvy AK peeks and gets a headshot onto Blurred. Really good, as now Drax is also with a on site with him. Paranoia is about to be activated. They try to push in. Jarek in a very low HP. Rolling Thunder as a response.
Rolling Thunder as a response as well. We're not gonna be done and over with. You give us a Rolling Thunder and I give you the same. 4v3 situation. It's just about the delays for Oasis right now. It's not about the kills. It's about playing out the time. Oasis Drax gets the second. And Nexi to finish one more. 2v1 situation. 25 seconds on the clock remaining here. And a good tag towards Nexi. It settles the deal. Finally, someone wins the pistol round.
You called it, Terror. You're like, it's just about, any moment now, someone's gonna land a thrifty round, and that was Oasis. They only had Sheriffs. They only had the itty-bitty guns. They only had the Blade Storm. Georgie got picked out. This aggressiveness, of course, it is an eco round for Oasis, so they wanted to, again, best value out of what they had. And they had the best outcome, which is winning that round, and now it's 9-10, and it is eco round for now. Action PH, they do have ults, key ults. Do they want to save it for the next round once they have the guns, or do they want to use it now? Because this is a critical point where everyone's going to be eventually 2 digits.
If you think about it, it was almost as if an unwinnable moment. They were on an eco. You tagged Georgie out immediately. Wild Oreo was literally killed by a paint shells on A long. And still, the anchor on the site, they still made it happen. It was upon Nexi and Savvy and Drax. And they still managed to make that take happen, make that retake happen. Beautiful Valorant.
Beautiful Valorant, Terror. I agree. And now the tension. You can feel the tension in the air, the silence, as you call it. And you get to see more people. And Drax again picks up Micro. He changes his angle a little bit now with a Paranoia in response, but no push will happen just yet.
Oh, the favorite moment and the favorite thing to do of APH. Just give out paint shells each and every corner they spot an enemy on, and it really hits them, it hits them hard. 44 HP for Drax remaining, and this is a hyper rotations coming from APH. If you think about it, they don't have Micro anymore. They don't have smokes to set up with.
Yeah, they have to. This is very scary. Anyway, let's take a look at the execute on the side of APH. Kevzy playing the smoke, and the timing is unable to get the 3 bullets count. And now his information has been given away, his position has been given away. Let's see how this retake will happen for Oasis.
So many people marked. Goodbye, Derek, as Georgie is about to hop in on the side itself. He's back knives out, though. What was that, Georgie? 4v1 situation, though. It's blurred. Lots of players going in, trying to go for that knife, and Nexi to settle the deal. Oasis, like I said, Riku, it just takes that one thrifty round to just snowball throughout those next rounds.
Yeah, it's so scary for Oasis. It feels like Oasis uses that as fuel, especially at a critical point of the game where you're 2 points away from victory, 1 point away from match point. This is so important, and Action PH is forced to have these, I wouldn't say awkward bias, considering that there's 4 people still having full shields and full utility, but Mahaza half shield, so they have to make this round count. And it all started with, again, Drax getting that first kill and peek on towards C, getting a kill, and basically having the numbers advantage, and Georgie playing so aggressively, so well, and making everything count.
Thing with aggressiveness is you can always expect it. And from time, all those rounds that we saw Georgie just being kept shut down, the rounds that are actually quite essential for them to take, they make it happen. Yanagi, though, to take a tag yet again on towards Georgie. They set up the Cosmic Divide on the site as well. They still have a lockdown to play around here as Kevsi will try to hold in onto that, especially there's the lockdown on the other side as well.
It's a lockdown for a lockdown here. No ults available. Again, we talked about how critical this is. 2 players detained from the side of Action PH. Will they find their target as Drax and Savvy gets a kill? Blurred is in a very good position. He gets 3. He spots out 1, and the pain shell's now activated. And will you look at that? Action PH gets the advantage. Now 10 to 11. This is tight.
Such a good positioning from Blurred. That verticality just changes up the position here of OASIS from all the angles that they were looking at. And aside from that, the fast movements, the hyperactivity of this race from the side of APH, they just couldn't have a good read for the side of OASIS, where or which area he's actually bound to go to compared to Georgie, which they can actually read quite a lot.
Yeah, I feel like Georgie already basically did his work. So Blurred being the one of the people left in the site, I do feel like the 2-player detained is such an amazing bait. Of course, OASIS want to push and find those people who were detained. And Blurred was there lying and waiting for the people from OASIS that were very, very, aggressive pushing onto the site.
If you think about it, Georgie as a player, sometimes it happens like this. He overheats. But once you see actually that it works out, once that you are watching a game where all the entries of Georgie are actually working, it's like watching an orchestra play.
Where are you? Still
That's true. I can hear like coordinated violins and everything, and here comes the trombone, the deep trombone of the Nightfall coming in as Blurred will find its mark, but the trade will come through as Georgie finds Derek and Yanagi and pretty much everybody else. 3v1 situation. Kevzi, the only one left here, hiding in the smoke. They have an idea, they have an inkling, they know that he's there. Spike already dropped on the floor, he has no escape, forced to reload, and there you go, match point from OASIS.
Georgie just popping off on that round, a 4 kill in total. And this time around, if Blurred had a good positioning, especially on that vertical position a while ago, this time it is a well-read side of OASIS. They knew that this is gonna happen again. They knew this was a favorite spot of Blurred. It wasn't covered at all by a smoke anyway. So having the players, especially on sewers, not being able to push up on the site itself, Blurred has just too many angles to cover. It just gets... Sometimes those rounds, there aren't players anymore in the site to take cover on this specific angles that they need to take because Blurred killed them all already. But this time it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you're right. He was basically in the same position on top of the boxes on the site, and he was pretty much out in the open, and OASIS read where he was going to be. But I do have a question for you, Terror. Now it's a critical point. You said it's an orchestra. If a blade storm were an instrument, what would it be? What does it sound like to you?
Does it sound like it?
Yes, it does. It does sound like it. Good job, Tara. Good job.
Thank you. Practiced every night, before I sleep.
I can imagine you in bed before you fall asleep.
Just doing blade storms.
Staring at the ceiling,
Find a hole! Those things. Just every night. Valorant is life. Blurred again. Very much an active player here on the lineup of APH. To be fair, we haven't seen Micro yet popped up, really. Knowing that he's a controller, but he's also a player that can really pop off from time to time and get those like frags and also those clutch moments. So you have to look out and keep your eyes peeled out for that as well.
Yeah, I feel like, Blur doing a lot of work, but when push comes to shove, if he's the only one left, you can rely on Micro. And again, knowing that OASIS is a match point already, those plays are definitely badly needed, as the setup coming from Oasis on B is just too much utility. They have to make their way towards A long, as Blurred is already pretty much positioned on that area. Georgie looking at short, unable to spot the push.
Well, the Haunt is gonna try to help him out. Maybe it spots someone, but not any single agent on the hands here of APH has been spotted. Good smokes on their hand. They take on the site here, and Oasis just preparing for that retake. Georgie, he may be taking charge here yet again. No checking of corners, but trigger discipline. Blurred. They know Blurred is on the corner, but this ultimate actually pushes out everyone. They are not sure of the positionings anymore. As Oasis hops out, trying to make this retake happen. Drax is the only man remaining. Again, this is not even a full buy for the side of APH. They're just trying to make it work, and it completely did.
Wow, yeah, it all boiled down to Blurred's positioning there. I mean, they were trying to clear certain corners, but I don't think the breach utility completely cleared. It was in an angle where Blurred wasn't going to be damaged at all, and therefore that's the reason why Georgie was completely confident entering the site. Backs against this corner, Blurred repositions after, and basically every single time Blurred gets a kill, Oasis has to keep guessing, where is he? Where is Blurred? I wonder where he is.
At that point, APH was like, as soon as we heard the someone dashes, pull out the utility. Here goes Georgie again. He doesn't hit his shots when it comes to the Blaze, but Savvy is here to the rescue. They go back. They managed to get 2 kills. A hit and run.
They executed that beautifully. They got value off of that. 2-man down on the side of APH, and Oasis didn't get a trade whatsoever. They still decide to put their efforts and resources still and stick onto C. But meanwhile, Georgie coming from a very dangerous angle, already pushing through grass, trying to see if APH will rotate from mid.
2 seconds for the fault line here in the hands of Savvy. They see utilities flying on the skies. They know there is someone on long C. Might be possible there are multiple people. Georgie in this angle. Despite that, Derek was still visible, or rather, he was still more aware of his surroundings. 4v3 situation. This takes matter of time when we get this pickoffs after pickoffs.
Yeah, APH now forced in the situation. They don't have a lot of time. 30 seconds on the clock. Oasis now with match point, 2 members left. And Oasis having a numbers advantage. Will APH still survive this map? That is the question, as he spots Drax. And he gets a kill.
Derek yet again. Just punishing players left and right. Kevzi, on the other hand, he has space to actually plant a spike here, as 3 players on a triangular position across the map here, trying to make something happen. Nexi might be spotted out by the turret. Aside from that, there are stars settle here. No Astra though, so 2v2 situation. Pressure is on, and Derek with a 4K. Finishing the round. Our overtime yet again.
I swear, Terror, I swear, that was such a big brain play. So someone was in backside, so Kevzi landing the lockdown basically gave information. Oasis was like, hey, we know where the Killjoy is. We know where Kevzi is. Let's peek together. But little did they know that they basically Action Page set up this back crossfire in backside, and that basically sent us 12-12. It's overtime.
Slowly but surely, they're losing a grasp here of the advantage that they had a while ago already.
Yeah.
And aside from that, Derek is also really stepping up to the game. He's been getting multiple kills for the past rounds. He's really holding on to the last thread here. And they managed to do that. They're now in a tie-up score. We are now on a reset. We are now on an overtime. The first overtime right here.
Yeah, we're on a little bit of a standstill. It basically reflected on how close these 2 teams are for this map. And it's just so heated up. And now I wouldn't say there's a lot on the line. I just feel like Oasis has, in this particular series, they have more to lose when they lose this. Because Oasis, again, doesn't have the best record when it's a Pearl. Didn't win yesterday on Icebox against Naos. And that's the reason why this is more important for Oasis than it is for Action.
Derek, he spots Georgie dashing onto the sides. And the sightlines is up on Georgie. He's just heated up right now and just goes in on the site itself. And APH just expects this time and time again. The flash settles in, Savvy on towards the side here. They take control. Wild Oreo helping him out. Blurred on the flank, watching over. And Drax, oh, he managed to pull it off. He gets the kill. Even a second one here on towards Derek. 3v2 situation right now. Everyone's just heating up. Wild Oreo to get another here. A 2v2 situation. It's all upon the two players remaining. Oh my god, got in the axe! Nacague reloading! Wild Oreo! I can't believe my eyes. It ended like that.
Match point.
Yeah, that 90-degree setup, basically having to look at what Savvy 8K.
The split second of just silence.
Yeah, the split second of silence.
Sorry, bro, I gotta reload. Wait.
Yeah, I gotta reload. Pulls up the pistol, but it's not gonna be enough. And these two teams, wow, when they fight. Take a look at the replay. Drax here. Yeah, Terror was able to survive that onslaught and get 2 kills on the way towards the site. And this was the 90 degree. Nice zoom in. Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
Blurred. What's
Hi,
up? So far, so good.
So far, so tense.
Man, the way.
Yeah,
the way that the Rays looks at us right now. Oasis on a timeout. I think they just need a little bit of a breather for this round.
Yeah.
And just to relax, just breathe. We don't have to really push to the limits, through the limits, you know? Like, we can take this strategically, in a method, in a way where we don't go crazy to a point we lose.
And the fact that there's still more maps after this, it's like blowing all your like mental and stamina onto this first map alone. We're just on our first map, everybody. This is how intense these two teams are. And now Oasis, let's see how they do on the defense.
Well, what a resilient team, I would say. As we look at APH right now, give them a 2v5 situation, and they can still work it out. You know, this is a team, a very formidable team, like we said, a dark horse of this tournament. And now, moving forward, they are on the attackers. If they take this take on the site itself, they might win finally. Prowler out, not even biting or a little bit of a bite towards Blurred here, just creating that pressure points on towards the side, throwing in paint chills. But Drax, as you notice, he gets one pick off here already towards Micro, the smoker out.
And Oasis will be happy with that numbers advantage. You get to see Nexi still primed in position to watch the flank. See if ever there's gonna be a push. Kevzi rather, at the back line. And there's still no committal. 38 seconds on the clock. There's not a lot of time for action here.
I don't think that they expected that there was an alarm bot there, but they were able to go away from it. Satchel in play here for Blurred. They hear it. Oasis, they're holding back the fort, and they want to make this retake a 5-man retake. Unfortunately, Wild Oreo was actually seen by Derek. Immediately punished on a link here. Georgie is very low in HP as well, and not the ideal to have the operator on his hands with this amount of HP as well. It's a little bit hard.
Action has a lot of space to work with, but look at that. Oasis is going for a different angle. There's three men coming from C. And at this point, Nexi spots out Blurred, and the fuse will begin as Nexi finds the second target, Derek. That's gonna be it. Oasis takes the first map in this series.
What a game indeed. They finally finish things off. Oasis taking the win on game number 1, on map number 1, which is Haven. And what a match, I would say, Yuriku. Such a close, tight match we are looking at. And at the same time, it came to a point where no one really had that big of an advantage. We only saw one time or maybe 2 times where one team got consecutive rounds, actually. And I think that's on Oasis' side, just 1 round.
Yeah, I feel like Oasis never really got to where they snowballed 7 rounds in a row. Nothing at all. They weren't able to do the same thing that they did to Naos yesterday, and every single time it was basically a push and pull that was happening in the score, and we got to overtime, Taylor. We got to overtime. It's just a testament on how, at least when it comes to this map, it was close. But remember, I'm so excited to talk about the next match, next map rather. I know we're still basically reading what just happened because it was just so crazy what happened earlier.
Well, in all honesty, if you would like to hear my opinion, Georgie has his moments from overheating and actually making those skills happen. But one thing's for sure, he's that kind of guy where if you need him to actually make something happen, explode on a site, maybe get 5 kills in total, 4 kills, an ace, an aggressive push, this is a guy you can depend on. He just has his moments, you know? And in those moments, the other players or other team members of Oasis are ready to pick up.
Yeah, like Nexi here, the MVP of the map in Haven. Again, very reliable, playing very far back as, again, just doing killjoy things. But when it comes to post-plant, just being far away from the site, catching off people from Action PAs, just trying basically rotate into the site. Again, just completely very reliable. And I do believe when it comes to like maybe the MVP, I suppose Drax also takes the cake. There was a lot of shining moments from Drax as well, especially when he's the only player alive. And again, it's just so nice to see how Oasis, you know, even despite it being very close, Oasis still, again, had a lot of shining moments in this map.
That's true. I also like that you mentioned, and we have to give credit where credit's due. Drax really played amazing on this map as well. All the angles that he was really isolating, and really not an overextension or overpeaking with this guy. His aim on this map as well has been phenomenal. And we can just expect as one of the tenured players as well. And it comes with experience, you know. These two teams are not really the teams that doesn't have experience, and at the same time these two teams know the play style of each other. You see Georgie's name and you would immediately think, oh, this is gonna be an aggressive push, this is gonna be an aggressive player, and that's already a mainstay. That's why he is the Boracay Jet, that's why he's a Boracay Rays, you know. He has that moniker upon his name already because he's that kind of aggressive. And sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes it does, but again, the highlight of this is the other players of Oasis really stepping up to that. If something is lacking, their other players are there to fill in the gaps.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's, I 100% agree with you. It's the reason why Oasis is such a very well-rounded team. We talk about how much star power this team has, but let's not forget about how much they gel well together, as well as their combined experience and their chemistry as a five-man team. And of course, we've got delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. It is going to be Nexi from Oasis.
Nexi, we all know this name. The guy, the legend, the myth, everything you can think of, delivering us the win for Oasis Gaming. That was just map number 1. And as far as I'm concerned, obviously this is a best of 3 series, and our next map is actually gonna be Pearl. So that's gonna be an interesting map pool selection that we're about to see next up, and this is actually picked by APH. So if we see a very close map or a very close scoreline when it comes to the first map that was picked by Oasis, we might be expecting a map pick curse. Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens. Even though it was a pick of, of Oasis, Action PH still was able to make it incredibly close. But of course, we're very excited to see the conclusion of this series. It's been toe-to-toe, neck and neck, but we still have potentially 2 more maps to go. We'll see. So as we continue this series, we're going to head on over to a short break. Before that, my name is Rico. Together with me is Tayror, and we'll see you in a few.
A grueling and intense match is what we just witnessed as we go the distance with even an overtime on the first map. But we are finally back here, Taylor and Riku, as your casters for our second map in this best of 3 series. But first of all, before we even start game number 2, I want everyone in the chat to say happy birthday, Riku, because it's her birthday for today. And she's casting.
Thank you.
Wow. Do you have a birthday buff? Is that why you're wearing red today?
That is actually a coincidence, but I suppose it works. Birthday red outfit.
Exactly. It's Riku's birthday. Send her some happy birthday messages. Be kind, be nice, or else. I see you.
Or else.
I see you guys. I know your names. I always watch the streams. Of course, I work here, so I always do watch the streams. But anyway, game number 2 here, Riku. And it's going to be Pearl. We're finally seeing Pearl again after being banned for so many times yesterday.
I know, and usually, especially that when we look at it in an OASIS context, we keep talking about how Haven is such an important win for OASIS because the succeeding maps, OASIS doesn't have exactly the best record. When we look at Pearl, for example, when they went up against Sky Empire, it was a 10-13 scoreline, and it was quite close, but they still lost that one. When they went up against Naos as well, 2 weeks ago in a different tournament, they lost their Pearl map. So at this point, it's like, we'll see if this is going to be the time for OASIS to break their losing streak, even though it's just 2 matches just recently when it comes to this map. But on the other hand, Action PH, it doesn't really matter if OASIS picked Haven earlier. It was still close. They took it to overtime. At this point, there's still no clear winner on who's going to win this series.
And I also think OASIS is a type of team that you put it on a series, make it the best of 3, make it the best of 5.
Yeah.
They can go the distance as well, you know? And that resiliency they can just bring throughout these rounds, throughout the overtimes as well. And it's just a matter of clearing out those the mentality of the players, especially on those losing streaks, on those losing rounds, or even a losing map. And OASIS is the type of team that can get back through that. And as we see and looked at the overtime, it was still quite a close match, to say the least. That it wasn't too close to comfort for OASIS to actually win. And you have to be scared about that, you know?
Yeah, I like how you brought that up. I think it's the perfect term for that map. It wasn't comfortable at all for the side of OASIS. And I feel like Pearl in itself, I feel like is going to be the same. It's not going to be comfortable on the side of OASIS as well, considering that this was the pick of Action PH.
Well, Pearl is the map and Marquee is in. So we're seeing Marquee now as well. For the side of OASIS, they're locking in their agents, and so far it seems to be a mirror match up aside from that initiator. A KO on the side of APH, and of course for the side of OASIS, it is gonna be a breach. What do you prefer, Riku?
Ooh, that is a good question, actually. I feel like, Breach has its multiple uses. I mean, Rolling Thunder is both good for retake and as well as, taking a site. But at the same time, you've got the KO basically stopping the utility and buying time. It's almost always like a walking lockdown, except it doesn't do the same thing. It's just that you're just mobile when it comes to canceling some of these key ults and utility on the side of I believe Action. OASIS.
I do love actually having a really good KO on a team, especially in a map like this, especially if those knives are unbreakable, at a point where you get and gather those info, you have the intel, and you just use the 0 point just to nullify, just not to allow them to push using their utilities at all, and just completely relying on that raw aim power or raw aim duel. But the other team, the thing is, that's what they have exactly. They are good at those duels. They are good at those firepower, the raw mechanical skills. Just about time, Is it going to be a 2-0?
Yeah.
Or are we going to go in the long haul here for game number 3?
I don't know, Terror. Looking at OASIS's record,
Come
they're
on.
always
It's
going
Rico's
beyond.
birthday, guys. Let her have her day.
I feel like it's a waste. I feel like it is again going to. That's my prediction. That's how I see it. Every time Oasis is on the broadcast,
because you want to eat
there you go.
outside, huh? Two Prowlers out here for the two teams. A very similar composition, a very similar playstyle as well. Yanagi, on the other hand, he still has one flash to play around with if they want to take control here, especially on Art. But mid is a very important place to take, and they're exactly doing that right now.
Yeah, Blur gets 2 kills at the moment. They left the spike first to see where they're gonna be rotating, but the call seems to be B as they've already eliminated the ones that are basically guarding that area. Georgie will spot out. Kevsey will not get the job finished just yet as Savvy 8K gets a headshot. He is on fire at the moment, and now it's equal in numbers after Action sort of gotten the early lead as they find Blurred lurking around.
Clear shot for Marky right there, but Savvy begun down by Kevs with just a bullet here. Marky, on the other hand, crisp shots as well. What an aim! Too much pressure on both sides here, onto Long and onto Heaven. And then Oasis take it to 1-0. Clean round, I would say.
Yeah, and Marky getting 3 kills as well. The fact that Action, again, going back, Marky, it was Drax earlier in the previous round, in the previous map, and now it is, you see Marky coming in and getting 3 kills in the opening round. And Action PH, even though they had the number lead at the beginning of the first few seconds, it is Oasis that was basically repositioned and broke formation that Action PH built.
Georgie and Marky being the two usual duelists here, but Marky on that control agent right now. But this too, some certain type of aggressiveness that they bring to the table as well. But just to take out or maybe get some intel or info if there's anyone, but if not, they go back. So that's just the discipline that we are seeing. What a shot. Blurred. Just a quick trade-off here onto mid, Riku.
It's just going to be a trade, but it doesn't still determine where APH is going to attack. They've all gathered their resources onto mid. But now Oasis has information that they are going to be coming from there, and that's most likely why they've pulled their resources more on towards this A side. With now only 3 members, 4 members still, rather, for Action PH. 40 seconds on the clock. They don't have the luxury of time.
Time is ticking. Time is of the essence here. 30 seconds remaining. Fault line is up now. Or Savvy as well. They have all the utilities to stop players here of APH. Just the timing of that reload. Making sure he makes use of that timing. And finally the fault line just to make sure he gets the kill. Punish him completely. Blurred on the other hand. Actually tagged here by the Seas. But Wild Oreo, he's making something happen. On the other hand, the time is just too much pressure for the side of APH.
Yeah, APH wanted to play slow. Wanted to see if they can bait out certain utilities before they decide to go in, but they only, I believe, got 1 member off of Oasis off of the call round, and therefore not the best outcome, but it is still okay. We got at least 1.
Yeah, exactly. In this eco round, the best outcome is obviously getting a thrifty, but of course it's already good enough you get a kill or 2 from the sideline, so not too bad, I would say. 2-0 Oasis side. So far, they're looking clean. They're looking more disciplined, especially after that first map.
Yeah, the stars now aligned. Sorry, Marky now setting up for this narrow point. See if they can combo the gravity well into the concuss. Looks like that's gonna be a no. That's just 1 star. Still no push from Action PH just yet. Again, it's all about baiting these important utilities so they don't get forced into a position that they are not ready for.
And at the same time, this is the bonus of Oasis Gaming anyway. They're just making sure that no one is just about to cross their sights here. And at the same time, you can see that the way they were playing on Haven, the aggressiveness of just keeping on pushing and pressing W on Georgie, you lessen that. Especially he has a raise now. He can get info first before he actually push.
Yeah, that's true. He's able to get the boom bot on the board, see if there's anyone there, and is able to get 1 kill
30
off
seconds left.
Derek here. In 30 seconds, this has been a slow, steady push on the side of Action PH. Now they have information that it is a full B execute. And we'll stay all their way from A and with this rotate.
Still 5 players remaining alive here for Oasis side. Turret detecting Blurred here onto mid. A quick punish from the players of Oasis as we see in a 4v2 situation. Again, this is just continuing. Marky is continuing to defuse and just continuing to decapitate the players on B long.
Yeah, that was a beautiful retake from the side of it. Almost seemed very breezy, like easy breezy from the side of Oasis. They only lost 2 members. They were able to, just as he said, basically dissect everyone from the side of Action PH. And it's one of those things where their Action is playing the slow and steady push where they basically abuse, you know, the time. Not abuse. Abuse isn't the right word. Basically just try to stretch the time as much as they can and play off of that and make Oasis panic with their far rotations off of this, you know, big map such as Pearl. But so far, not panning out too well. Oasis having the right response every time.
Still, they're trying to see what the playstyle is here. Georgie, little by little, that aggression grows and the complete kill on towards Kevsey, just like that. A good take onto Oasis side. They're clearing things up. They're cleaning the corners. And Marky as well. Just a disciplined player altogether on the side itself.
Yeah, I was able to get the concuss and the gravity well to cut off Action PH's cavalry to enter this side. Nacague is such a very unhealthy
Enemy remaining.
And the push coming from Georgie will finish off the job as Marky again finds Blurred and finishes the job. And that's a 4-0. This is looking like a snowball to me, Taylor.
Yeah, you know, it is always so difficult to take on the sides here, especially if the defense is really, really tight. Knowing that they have traps here from Nexi on towards mid, and aside from that, they have that capability to stun, to have that Astra as well playing around with the stars, Marky concussing, and then you have an initiator in the hands of Savvy who's also doing pretty good. And Wild Oreo to get those intel. There's just too much for APH right now to take, and I feel like it would take them a little bit more rounds to actually have a good read.
Yeah, to have it's Boombot versus Boombot.
Anime battle.
Top 10 anime battles. Boombot versus Boombot.
Crash Gear.
Oh, I love
The
Crash
new
Gear.
generation of Beyblades and Crash Gears. At one point, guys, imagine Asarai asking me even, like, guys, can we buy Beyblades? Like, we're not 25-year-olds to 30s, you know?
I'm pretty sure you can still buy Beyblades.
I'm pretty sure we still can, and we will enjoy it, you know? It's not like we're not gonna do it, we will.
Yeah, we will.
Well, I think might be an A take here for APH. Enough about Beyblades. I miss Beyblades.
Same. Mood.
Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
Yeah, Blurred, the sacrifice, I suppose, is the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro again. He's doing it again and on Pearl as well.
Oh,
the 1v1.
This is gonna be. This is what you call the anime battle. The Astra versus Astra.
The actual
the
anime
Marky
battle.
versus Micro. The big brain plays. The playing around the smoke. You already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has one. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill. That's how strong Marky is, and you cannot discredit him ever. A clean 5-0 right now for Oasis Gaming.
Crazy terror. I thought that was going to be a Micro moment because it's just sending me flashbacks off of the Pearl ace that Micro did against SR Nacague. And he was able to, what, 1v3 and get an ace at the end of the day. And it felt like, you know, he's doing it again, but Marky in response He's able to find his mark. He was pre-firing in every single corner, trying to clear the area out, and in the end, he was able to find his mark. Really beautifully done by OASIS, and now this is, again, continuing the snowball.
Such a good reset too, coming in from Micro, knowing that they were throwing also the showstopper on towards the site itself. He was just really playing out on the info on everything that he can hear, how many players are in on the site, and how he can help out his other teammates that are being basically bamboozled by all these utilities, all this firepower. And he just had that bit of a space to do so, managed to get those kills immediately. Imagine if he actually whiffed a little, it's over and done with. But he's just too good.
Yeah, it was just a battle of like Astra versus Astra. Like it's almost like brain power versus brain power kind of thing. And again, it was in the end Marquis was able to know where Micro is.
I'm the better Astra.
I'm the better Astra. Ooh,
just the two Astros on the top of the leaderboards or the scoreboards right now.
Yeah. And the fact that Marky wasn't even in Haven earlier, he wasn't basically, hold on.
This is his warm-up, you know?
Yeah. That was his warm-up. Here comes Marky spotting out the entry from Blurred, though. He's suppressed, so he can't do anything yet. He finds one head. He spots out Micro once more, but that's not going to happen again. Blurred gets the trade.
Such a good follow-up taunt there. But they take on the side here, actually, as the lockdown from the defenders from the side of OASIS is being set in place. The C's perfectly aligns towards this Killjoy. I think he cannot run right now. You cannot hide. You cannot run. I'm here to find you. We know where you are. One man out. It's all up to Blurred in a 2v1 situation. It's an open plant, to say the least. He still has a chance here and still managed to get the kill. What a clutch coming in from Blurred.
Beautifully done. The fact that Blurred didn't have any utility to buy time, it was just his position and his HP bar and his skills alone to survive that 1v2 situation. And it felt so dicey for Action PH. The fact that, again, Blurred was separated from the rest because of Marky stopping the onslaught from that narrow corridor. But at the end, it bit them in the back. It bit OASIS in the back because Blurred had free reign on towards the area.
At the end of the day, the decision to plant in the open is still a good decision here. And imagine if they planted default, it would be a completely different setup there. They would have corners to hide from, but it wasn't, you know?
Yeah.
It was Kevs who planted it. It worked out in the end. Now, in a brand new round, as OASIS is slowly stacking up on or racking up those points, APH is still finding their footing. He sees one here. Nexi to get a kill. They know he's in the corner. He can put pressure, especially with the utilities here, but not needed so far as Derek squishes them away.
A bit difficult with a lot of people already peeking through the doors. And now Wild Oreo and Xavier Cade well positioned to funnel all their utility. But it seems to me that APH has a different plan in mind. They might switch their way towards A. Let's see, as again, we're buying a lot of time, 40 seconds on the clock here.
They still have a Cosmic Divide to play around with, but they're looking for a pick-off here before they even use other utilities as well.
Left.
Knowing that Marky also has a Cosmic Divide, we might be seeing a square onto the side, to say the least, if ever. But let's see how this take would happen as 3 players are blinded right now. APH being dismantled by Marky, knowing that this is a wall-bangable spot. A completely dissected team in the hands of OASIS is what we're looking at, Riku.
Yeah, the fact that, again, Nexi was able to find Blurred almost immediately at doors, I felt like that was the time. Because when we look at the previous rounds where it was incredibly close, it was either Micro making the plays, it was either Blurred making a lot of these highlight, game round-changing plays. But with Blurred out of the picture almost immediately, it was almost difficult for Action PH to basically take that round, especially with a numbers disadvantage. And now they're back to a broken buy. Look at Blurred having the single Vandal. He is, again, there's a lot of pressure on him for this Pearl map.
think about it, despite having the 5-round advantage for Oasis side, the economy is not that good, I would say. Not that racked up compared to what we are going to be expecting on this one-sided, so far, one-sided match that we're looking at. But yet again, a hero buy from Blurred here, and at least he can buy for the next round anyway. They smoked off mid connector. Wild Oreo just waiting patiently. So many in mid too.
Yeah, he's able to spot out information that everybody's gonna be there, and Georgie comes and skippity sprays as Wild Oreo joins the party. And it is a clean, flawless round for Oasis.
This map is just so difficult to find a pick-off, especially when the other team is not even peeking, you know? And the thing is, they were walking through mid here. And the problem was no one was actually looking at the sites or actually looking at the connector as well. So they were just immediately shut off, killed off, and at the same time, Georgie, you know, his spider sense just tingles and it was like, oh, where are the kills? Let me go for it.
Yeah,
and he will be just around the corner. He can sniff that.
Yeah, he can sniff it. He can. The thing is, the turret. I'm not sure where the anti-flight utility blurred spot. Georgie almost immediately. Wow, a lot of smoke still.
Enemy down.
So much smoke hiding out of the smokes, but he still got caught off guard there.
Beautifully done by Action PH. I think this is the start that they've always wanted. But here's the thing. It's always Nexi as well having to find again to stabilize the numbers advantage within these rounds. And also Marky. He does that too.
Look at this gravity well and paint shells just not connecting at all. But if it connected, it's just a sure kill. That's 100% sure kill. Unfortunately, the gravity well, it just didn't pull in. Kempsey, although Kempsey is here already, he gets the 2K. Already, Marky is left alone. He needs to make the skills happen. Unfortunate enough. 7-2 though. They still have the lead, Riku. Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. But again, Action PH, I believe that was an eco round with only the Vandal on the side of Blurred, so they made that round absolutely count. Or was I thinking of the previous round, the very fast mid lane push by the side of Oasis? But at the end of the day, they were able to stabilize, and that's what counts. You have to stop the snowball of Oasis, especially that this has been Action PH's map pick, especially that this they've been performing well when they went up against SR Nacague last time on this map.
I also like the early timeouts that we're looking at right now, you know? Like, you lose one round despite having a big advantage on the scoreline here. We cannot just be too comfortable with it, you know? The first game was too close, and we just can't make that mistake again.
Yeah, I think that's the mentality now. Knowing that Oasis is like, okay, we have the map lead, we have the series lead. Let's not make it like toe-to-toe, neck and neck again, like what we did, like what happened in Haven. So from now on, it feels like Oasis needs... It's almost critical that they take care of this lead that they have, this gap of a score that they have against Action.
And also, Marky has just been performing so phenomenal in this map as well.
Agreed.
All the utility plays he's doing, the outplays that he can do, especially with all the smokes he picks up. He can do a gravity well, he can concuss. There's just too much options to give for Marky. And he's a talented player, to say the least.
He's absolutely talented. It's almost like the Guardian. Of course, an Astra always going to be situated on towards A, but the way that he uses this Astra is almost impenetrable, which makes Action PH just shift over towards B. Most of their, I suppose, close clutches would always be towards B, for the exception of that one time Blurred was able to get that clutch for the team in a 1v2 situation. As they see, again, they're stretching this time, considering, again, this map pretty big, so it's difficult for Oasis to run across the entirety of the map.
B side though. Throwing in the knife, maybe getting an info here and there, but they are already seeing the stars are already being set up here by Marky as well.
You are divided.
And he's always on A side. But Cosmic Divide fake actually on B. This might push
30
out the
seconds
players of Oasis to actually rotate all throughout B side. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. A side is completely open for the taking here, Riku.
Yeah, good job. A good fake coming from the side of Action PH. And now the retake is going to be forced coming from the side of Oasis. And he moves, looks away, unable to dodge the flash. Look at Kevzy in a good position here. The plant is actually out in the open. So we'll see how this works with the lockdown being dropped.
Yep, a lockdown being dropped already, and they also have their own Cosmic Divide here as well. And the players of APH right now, they're holding onto a post plant of A main. And the thing is, they cannot see that. And the utilities is the only thing that would go through this Cosmic Divide. He spots one, he managed to get a kill. Blurred on the other. Goes down in the hands of Nexi. They're more aware. Oasis here, they know how to play out this map right now.
Yeah, it looks like a big tug of war between the two teams of like decision making. Let's fake Cosmic Divide on the side of B, which forced the rest of Oasis to go to B, and then they had the plant open, and then a Cosmic Divide in response to cover the spike, basically. And the Rolling Thunder was just so important, and a lockdown in response coming from Action PH to buy time for the spike to detonate. And at the end of the day, Oasis just used their utility just extra well. It felt like Oasis was fighting at the back end, and they made it work so well.
They didn't have a choice as well for APH. They used up the Cosmic Divide on B already, despite having the lockdown here. The other team has their own Cosmic Divide as well. Georgie, the gone down Cavs here. So much happening yet again on mid, as if they chatted all mid guys. While L'Oreal to get a kill again, and Nexi just popping off left and right.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fast round. APH having the eco here, not having the gun power, not having the shield power as well. So it is just APH hoping that they can get one kill, damage the economy, even just a little bit, just like that. As Micro finds Wild Oreo. Again, we keep talking about Micro. Watch this look. He's the only one alive, doesn't get the second. And that's a consolation. Getting Wild Oreo down at least.
Not every day it's Christmas, right?
That's
Can't
true.
really
It only happens
get
once a
those
year.
kills each and every time. So this aggression though, they know that they can be aggressive. They didn't have the guns. And at the same time, again, the utility play, Riku, it just keeps happening. For Oasis, the meta here is once they are still out of the site, we use up the utilities, make the pressure happen, get some kills. But once they are closer to the site, we leave it for them to take and we do a retake.
Yeah, and I feel like that play style just keeps working on the side of Oasis. This even gets them ult advantage as Georgie finds Yanagi's head and cuts it off.
Georgie, as we know, the Boracay Jet, he knows how to off. It's the usual Georgie we are looking at here. And yet again, the operator in play. Oh my god, time to run as the showstopper is out, but it's just a way for him to get out of the situation. He peeks again with a wide swing, thinking he can get another kill. But as you can hear with my disappointment right there, with my... Oh well.
Oh well.
He decides to peek again.
It happens. Yeah.
I guess, Georgie. You were safe, you know?
You were safe.
You were alive.
At least there's value. He's able to get 2 kills before he fell down. But that means they lost the up to raise onto Georgie. Now it's Savvy AK having the responsibility.
They
see if
just
the
wouldn't
lockdown
let
actually
go
baited.
of B,
Yeah. Never let go.
It's like they really want to take this, you know? We're gonna push it, no matter what. No smokes, no problem.
19 seconds though. They don't have time.
They're scrambling through the sides here. Kevzy already getting, or Nexi getting already one. Kevzy on the other. He managed to get a pick off here, but Oasis just holding down the door. Hold door. My god, the defense, Riku. It's just too hard, too difficult. The wall is too high.
A wall is too high. The stones the materials, you know, I don't know where I was going. I give up.
The Great Wall of Oasis.
The what? The Great Wall of Oasis. That's better. That the defense, the impenetrable defense, is just too much. And the lockdown basically bought a lot of time. It was the best lockdown because you basically Oasis put that lockdown on the board, and where it's just too awkward for APH to rotate to all the way towards A, so they had no choice but to wait. It's just, again, perfect timing from Oasis. Now it's the reset. Now it's the half. 10-2. 3 more to go for Oasis. APH has to climb and claw their way from this deficit. So we'll see how they do on defense.
Good catch. Actually, importance of mid here is actually quite big. And I'm happy to see Oasis is taking control here of mid, especially Art right now. This opens up CT as well as A as so it's big. It's a big thing. It's a big space to take, I would say.
Yeah, they've basically pushed
Georgie.
and cut the map into half here.
Stop, Georgie! Stop following everyone!
Right now, it's a big stack onto B. Skevzy's 10 HP. Now the plant will go through.
Georgie's just here to scare everyone at this point. My god, this guy. 29 HP remaining, but he doesn't care. Throws in a paint shell up to Derek to make something happen. No one on the corner here to spot on. Derek, on the other hand, he still gets a headshot. He can still get some kills here. Extra money, extra moolah for the team.
We'll see. They got to find Wild Oreo to peek through. That's gonna be a no. And Oasis wins the pistol round once more. And this is looking to be very, very good.
Close
for
match, close match.
Oasis. It's complete opposite, dude. Close match, close match.
Close match, guys. Close match. Well, you know, maybe Oasis was just really baiting everyone to pick Pearl against them
Yeah.
when it matters the most.
Yeah, Nas was onto something, you know, like even though Oasis basically lost twice in a row, at least for the past 2 weeks on this map, now it's still banned Pearl against Oasis. So it's interesting now to see how Oasis is thriving in this map.
Immediate shutdown on the alarm bot as well. No one to really spot how many people are inside the site aside from the hearing them. And aside from that, all the utilities being thrown on the side. Good shot on towards Derek here, but a quick spray down from Georgie takes him out. Blurred and Kevzy to the rescue though. 4v2 situation. This is still doable for the side of APH.
Yeah, the force buy with all the equal gun power on the side of APH as well. It's a 2v3 situation. You said it was doable. It is indeed doable as the Nano Swarm will force Blurred out of position a little bit. 53 seconds on the clock. No time for Oasis to rotate. They have to commit to this site.
Nexy stuck in the smoke here. Just the perfect time to pop it off as well. Blurred. Again, the double swing happening on the site itself. Yanagi to the rescue, finishing things off and closing things to an 11-3 scoreline. Not too bad for a start, you know. They forced bot on that round just to go with, and knowing that it is already 11 points. And if Oasis manage to get the win on this round as well, it's just no more room for error. Literally, it's a match point.
Yeah, and that's why APH will be forced on the economy side. They will always have these awkward buys where it's so unequal on gun power. They're gonna have half shields. Meanwhile, Oasis has a lot of room. They can just buy these sheriffs and save for the next round to get better guns and get a full buy on towards the next. So when it comes to leeway, Oasis has more, especially with its 11-3 score.
In short, they have rounds to lose.
Yep.
They have rounds to adjust to. And that's the beauty of just gaining those rounds in. Georgie to get a pick off just using a sheriff. Marky, on the other hand, unsuccessful for him. But Kevzy, now he's stepping up to the gas pedal here. Riku, so far, he's been getting lots of kills as well.
Yeah, there's even finds the alarm bot rather. He's quite low already. He's gonna get pushed as a spike planted from Xavier K. See if he gets 2. He gets 1. Nope, that's gonna be a no. They get at least the plant down.
They need that activeness in this map for APH. And just having this kind of confidence to go in on those fights is exactly what they actually need. And maybe this kind of scenario where if you lose this round, or if this, this team strives through great pressure of a match point, maybe they make something out of it. They're becoming more confident along the rounds. And aside from that, Riku, I feel like they're more proper on the defense itself.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing, right? Like, even though Oasis is able to garner such a huge lead on the side, on their defense side, there's also this mental stamina depleting and building. Never mind, it's the Georgie gets a kill onto Blur. That's a huge kill for their attack.
What a shot, Georgie. Knife. Cancel him out. Just go back. And the discipline, as you can see, one hit and then they're out. Mamba out, is it? It is, rather. For the rest of the players here of Oasis, one is enough, as they say.
Yeah, they're satisfied with that. It would be a huge help for Oasis if they want to reach match point with a numbers advantage. Georgie gets spotted out, gonna get sprayed down by two people. Showstopper activated here, not gonna find a kill as Derek will be shoved back into his position.
Still a 5v4 here with the amount of utilities being thrown. Just like you said, just trying to shove the players out of the site itself, or trying to get those positioning and gaining an advantage as well. So we might see a rotation here coming in from Oasis, as the Raze is also taking up space already on Art.
Left.
Yeah, Georgie
Has to be
already
careful of
looking.
flank.
He does have to be careful. Yanagi trapped in the middle of everything. He's gonna push, gonna spot out Yanagi, but he won't. Well, Yanagi gets 3, and that would be enough. 2v3 situation. Derek has an angle, and it seems to me it's a 2v2 still, as Marky quite low with a plant going down. 10 seconds left. Here comes the post plant. We'll see if Oasis can shove it to match point.
Remaining.
What a kill from Nacague. They still aren't sure where the last player remaining is. Micro very low on HP, just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Exactly like that, and Marky spots him out. Still a match point for Oasis side. They're still not giving this away to APH despite those micro adjustments they're doing.
It was so close. Yanagi was able to find 3 before going down. I felt like that was a bit too dicey for Oasis. That was not a comfortable round despite the advantage at the very beginning. Let's take a look at that again. It all started because of Georgie and Yanagi again finding those 3 kills. But the way Nexi and Marky played around the smoke after the spike was planted was just so beautiful. It forced APH to push through the smoke and go inside and be in a disadvantageous position. Now Oasis one more round to 2-0 this series.
I think they're going aggressive this time around, but the knife actually detected Georgie here. Can't really use the satchel in play right now. Aside from that, Marky was low on the round a while ago, and I think it was Savvy who acted as the knight in shining armor protector of the last remaining players low. 2 ultimate lockdowns being used on the site itself, and the plant will be here, but someone will be detected, or someone will be detained actually.
The 2 players detained. Yep. They have to do the protect. They have to protect. With the spike now being planted, they just have to buy time. They just have to make sure nano swarms are not gonna be there. Actually, a lot of kills going in. Wild Oreo killed 2.
Engineer killed.
What a round that we're looking at here. Wild Oreo shouldn't be able to survive that, but with the help of the teammates, he managed to do so. Now with the amount of utilities, it's just too much for APH to take. This is Oasis Gaming taking game number 2 as well and winning the series for today. They're right now the leader of the leaderboards. They are at the top and the #1 team so far, Riku.
Yeah, we are, halfway to week 2 of our VCT Challengers Philippines. And with that said, it was equal. Before the series, it was a tie in the leaderboards between, from Oasis, it was Game Lab and as well as Action. But this sets Oasis 3-0. And, half smiling faces, half serious faces. It was such an intense series. So very completely understandable.
You see the difference when we have, for example, the first game that we had where Georgie was just overheating and overheating, going in and just kept on dying, basically. Maybe getting
Yeah.
one kill here and there, or a double, or maybe 4 at some point at some time. But when Oasis Gaming is on a structure, and it's really on a, like I said a while ago, like an orchestra. Look at how one-sided this map looked like. The discipline was there. They get a pick off. Georgie gets a pick off. He goes back with the rest of the team. And just with that kind of scenario, APH just couldn't find a space to go in onto. They're not sure if Georgie is still there or not anymore.
Yeah, I think it's all due to the fact that, again, Georgie gets the opening kills. After he falls, there's just so much layer of attack and defense on the side of Oasis. Even though your entry is gone, there's still Marky doing a lot of finishing the finishing touches on either attack or defense. You can rely on Nexi to cut off Escape. You can rely on a lot of members from the side of Oasis, and that's what makes this team so scary.
Even on this final round, if you think about it, Riku, Wild Oreo, he planted the spike. He trusted his teammate for his life. He was detained at that point. He was at Long B. And even Blurred, I think, saw him. But because Savvy was ready to just push out and give out one utility to save his life, the flash settled and actually blinded the players who wanted to peek Wild Oreo. They were able to save his life. And then Marky putting up a smoke to help him out as well. They were all complete in making it happen. They were working as a unit. They were really working as a team on this map.
Yeah, the coordination of Oasis is just so top-notch. And when we look at this team, we keep talking about how they're a star-studded roster. And imagine how scary they are when they all gel together so well, how coordinated they are as a team. And again, this puts them in a better position, considering that we were all so worried that we're heading into Pearl. But at the end, it wasn't even close. It was a snow volley map on Pearl.
Exactly. And as we look into the highlights, you can just see how well coordinated the team of Oasis Gaming here is. And like we said, we were worried going into this map number 2 that Oasis, from the past games that they were playing on this map, they weren't performing that well, or they actually lost those maps against those teams. And I think they've learned from those mistakes. And this is what we have as a team, you know? This is the top tier team that we can actually have here in VCTPH. A loss is not a loss. It's actually a way for you to learn from the mistakes.
Yeah, it's the adaptation. I mean, we keep talking about how Oasis is amazing at adapting mid-game, mid-map, but the way that they adapt throughout the entirety of the weeks is just so scary to see this team. They feel like they're getting really stronger and stronger, and the rate of their growth seems to be incredibly fast. And there was this big question on, between Naos and Oasis, and now their next challenge was Action PH. They're still looking to be the top team and delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. We've got Marky from Oasis.
Marky. We all know this name. And he performed really amazing for the team tonight or today. And you can definitely see, as soon as you put Marky here on a team, it's just gelled together so perfectly. And aside from that, even way back before even Georgie was part of this team, it was the Marky show at some point for Oasis Gaming. You cannot just discredit this player. And today, they're just a better team.
Yeah, they look incredibly strong. Even though, let's just say, it looked very close in Haven, and then suddenly, boom, Pearl, we were worried. And then they got Marky in the team, and then suddenly, whoa, like the gap is just incredibly, it was a huge gap between Action PH on Pearl.
Definitely true. But right now, we're finally done casting the second series. We are going to be passing you on to our panelists to talk about the game, dissect everything what happened to that. So Asarai, please do take it away. At least may pangalan ka, di ba?
The boys. So it's Asarai and the boys, guys, dito sa ating panelist desk. Again, with me is Dax and Black and Blue. And we just witnessed what we are expecting the Oasis to kind of encapsulate this entire series. That first game, it was very back and forth. Even though it was definitely a Oasis map, may palag na pinakita doon ng Action PH. But then Pearl, it was so different. The lockdown that you saw between Nexi and Marky was just that sublime. Hindi matigilan ito ng Action PH.
You want me to be a bit harsh about this, Azuray? Ito lang masasabi ko eh.
Yeah.
Hindi talaga Oasis this time choking out those leads. They didn't drop the ball on that second map. And in all honesty, parang yun yung Oasis standard na nakita natin, and especially in this series, even though sobrang back and forth ng Black and Blue, I expected Action PH to pop a fight, pero not like this, nakaabot pa tayo ng OT eh.
I mean, hindi naman sa choke, pero talagang maganda din naman ang ginagawa talaga dito ng Action PH, especially nung huling round na yun, na 5v2 na lang, natitira doon si Derek in that 2v5 situation kasama si Micro, and they were able to somehow be able to find the right opportunities sa makalusot dito sa depensa and get it into overtime. Ultimately though, na ipanalo naman ng Oasis to, and katulad ng pinagsasabi mo, Dax, ever since even yesterday, na Haven, from the time that we've seen the inception of the Oasis gaming brand, ito talaga isa sa mga pinaka-reliable na mapa ng Oasis na maipanalo throughout history, and we did see that come into fruition. Ito na nga yung 4K ni Derek doon. At muntikan pa nga mabawi, muntikan pa nga ma-classic choke, as gustong sabihin ni Dax.
Hindi talaga eh. Parang pagdating mo sa Haven eh, kahit yung mga background ng mga players mismo, one of the best maps talaga yun. Pero dito sa Pearl, mga adjustment na ginawa dito ng Oasis, one thing to watch out for, wala usual IGL na wala si Drax into play. Marky stepping up. At ito yung evolution talaga ng mga, I'd say, OG Oasis members. Yun nandito pa after everything said and done. Marky, alam natin, back in the day, galing sa Jet, he's played so many different roles. Initiator, minsan dito, Astra pa nga. And he didn't disappoint. Ganun pa rin ka-sharp. And when you could see that there are times na hindi ka makaka-ramp up si Georgie nasa shutdown ng Action PH. Players like Nexi, like Marky na sinabi kanina, Azuray, yung nag-step up. Superstardom talaga tong Oasis roster na to. And ito yung pinaka-rason na nakita natin sila ay nasa top ng standings ngayon.
Yeah, to be an expert at something, you have to do it 1,000 times over again, diba? Nakita natin that Oasis in the last dredges ng 2022, nahihirapan sila. They were adjusting, they were putting any of their players in any kind of roles, but now it is looking so good for them. And of course, who to lead the charge but none other than Nexi. If Georgie, you were saying, maybe could have been having a difficulty sa Haven or even sa Pearl, Nexi was just incredibly anchored in both of those games.
Oh, napakalaking bagay ang binibigay dito ni Nexi pagdating sa kahit anong team talaga. At Dax, nag-uusap tayo, 'di ba, bago ng laro na to, bago ng laban na to, actually during habang nangyayari, na Nexi ay isang player na dati hindi nila ipinapapasok dito, hindi nila pinapalaro pagdating sa Pearl, but they swap him in now, and he really had great effect. Top frag siya doon sa unang mapa on Haven, relied a lot on him to get themselves going sa mga mid-round na medyong parang humihina or parang bumabagal na ang pace ng Oasis, and on map number 2 as well, mid-period of the pack, pero more quality frags over quantity is what I know Nexi for.
Nakikita na ng lahat eh. Kita ng team, kita na ng audience, kita na kahit ng Oasis coaching staff na basta mas slot in nila si Nexi, may sobrang reliable silang gun at any given point in time. At dahil nga sa front-to-back style dito ng Oasis na bigla na lang magigagawin si Georgie at si Savvy together na may mid-pack pa na pwede pa mag-hold, it buys time para kay Nexi to just do Nexi things. Feel ko nga paulit-ulit natin makikita tong MVP screen na to para kay Nexi eh. Kasi pangilang beses na lang siya yung pinaka-reliable sa roster na to, and it's not gonna be stopping anytime soon eh.
Actually, to put that in contrast din naman, the opposite then happens to Nexi from time to time na even though he doesn't have that support, he places himself dun sa mga one and done situations na yon. You kind of saw that when on Pearl dun sa B-Alley when he was getting pushed by the players to Action PH. He held it by himself, wide swung. I think he got the kill onto Blur. Tapos he almost got the kill on the second player coming in. Fortunately na lang, he got flushed out by the fragment nung KO nila. So Nexi, it's amazing to see na he not only thrives just being an anchor, he also thrives being in situations na mag-isa lang siya. And this is really giving Oasis a really solid pillar to kind of fall back on kung hindi nga ganun kalakas sa kanilang offense.
Kita talaga natin Oasis eh.
Oh,
Yun ang masasabi ko. Day 1 pa lang, and it's another one. Another series guys na panalo nila. Sila ang una nating team na mag-go 3-0. This does drop Action PH 2-1. Pero bago natin, di ba, i-move on talaga series na to. Big props pa rin sa Action PH. That first map, muntik pa nilang manalo sa Haven. Big moments, I'd say, galing kay Blurred especially. All throughout that first map. Si Nacague rin, may mga moments na sayang na pwede nyo sana i-clutch. But then, iba talaga yung mga bigatin dito na Oasis Gaming. It's just any single moment, every single time, may threat manggagaling sa roster na nakita natin sa kanila eh.
Yeah, after this entire day, let's look at the updated standings natin today, guys. As we did have that match between Abaddon Abyss versus SR Nacague, and of course this one with Oasis Gaming and Action PH. And of course, with all of that being said, Oasis 3-0, nigh unstoppable. Nobody is even touching the record right now. Maybe, just maybe, GameLab Alpha, but that is still to be that is still to be seen for their next match.
I mean, what else is there to say about Oasis Gaming, right? Dapat lang naman. It's been darn time na sila ang maging number 1 dito sa VCTPH. We're only, in our 4th day of play, maybe 5th. And they're really improving and to show na talagang isa sa mga team talaga sila na kailangan abangan pagdating sa playoffs, and they more than likely will be able to qualify nga dun sa make playoffs. And when they do, they're one of those favorite teams to really take it home at the end.
All that being said, let's look at our matches naman for tomorrow. What can our viewers look forward to as we continue itong ating VCTPH 2023? Wow, okay. Bigatin na mga match natin dito, gentlemen. Sky Empire versus Naos Esports. And the next one, susundan ba nila ang record na Oasis Gaming GameLab Alpha versus Buggers? Gentlemen, this is looking to be a spicy one as well.
Ito, importante ito para sa Sky Esports at sa sa Sky Empire rather. Kasi parehong 0-2 ngayon ang Sky Empire at Buggers, and kailangan nila gawin yung ginawa kanina ng SR Nacague. They need to get that first win on the board kasi tuloy-tuloy na lang yan mag-snowball out of control kung mag-0-3 pa sila. Huwag natin kalimutan, guys, na yung playoffs natin sa pinakadulo ng VCTPH, yung top 6 lang yung kukunin. So, dalawang matatanggal, at kung ganito ka, dikit na nga yung mga standings natin. Yung Oasis Gaming lang talaga yung nag-pull away here so far. Lahat ng mga series wins dito sa middle of the pack, middle of the season, importante yan para lang may chance ka pa umabot na playoffs.
Alam mo, pag tinignan mo din naman ang mga earlier na kinalaban ng GameLab Alpha, puro open qualifier team, and this is another team na galing sa open qualifiers and Puggers. So yung tatlong unang laban nila will be against open qualifier teams, and that can maybe get them the momentum that they need to get going in this tournament, really, para maka-qualify sa playoffs, at baka maituloy-tuloy pa nila ang momentum na yon. Tignan naman din natin ang GameLabs Alpha, and to be fair, yung isang talo nila was against Oasis, probably the champion team at this point, the team that people are looking at para nga may panalo ang lahat. So there really is a big contention point pagdating sa mga laban bukas. I think it's now us really have to kind of prove more tomorrow after their previous loss versus Oasis. They have to prove na kaya pa nilang lumaban dito, at they are still one of the biggest teams to be feared.
Absolutely. Again, they can't put a blemish on their record here. So with that, guys, let's wrap this up. Let's, of course, thank our amazing sponsor again, Grab, with their Grab Unlimited. Again, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. And for proof, guys, wait lang. Dito ba yung ano ko?
Yan.
Wait lang.
Screenshot.
Wait lang. Hindi ba yung QR? Wait, na-close ko tuloy up. Basta nandiyan na, nag-order na ako para sa family ko ng food.
Asripe, na natin to kanina pa. Asan na?
Wait.
Hindi pa. Buti pa yung Grab Unlimited nagde-deliver kasi ikaw hindi.
Oo. Nakuha na yung delivery, diba?
Uy, anong address mo?
5 stars.
Anong address mo?
Ito yung 9 peso discount.
Nagamit ko na syempre. Bakit ko pa ba papakita sa inyo na mag-order pa lang ako kung gutom na ako, diba? Ganun ka, Alright. Anyways, thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow for another day of this regular season action for VCTPH 2023. My name is Asser. With me now is Dax and Black and Blue. I will never forget their names. So see you tomorrow, guys. It's been a pleasure. Ciao and bye.
We're slowing up high, got no clue. How do I know what I mean to you? Yeah. Say it out loud.